and then the direct route's got a very short-angled stump in the water and another one on the way out. It's as you approach it, it looks impossible, the line, but as you walk through the water, it's just about acceptable.
And again, look at that long route. It's very long as we head back to yet another water. The Mirage Pond, always a great favourite. Two very big hedges. The line, again, important here.
Yeah, it is. It's slightly softer, I think, this fence. It's a massive jump in, but the horses can see the water underneath the brush, so they know what they're going to be. It's what's expected at the other side. It is jumping into water. And then they have got a bit of room to get up onto this sharp angle. My big worry would be that they get their eye on that little house there and take that on, because from the water side, that is pretty huge.
We're over halfway now. This is fence 19, the Corral. And this, again, one that's being talked about. Big rails on the top of a mount, and then those angled rails to come out of the Corral.
Yeah, I think this has been the topic of conversation in the stables. The riders are pretty concerned about it. Big rails on the top, whichever side you take. And then you've got that really sharp angle at the top of a rise. There might be a few hiccups here, and I think if there's early hiccups, we'll see the long route taken quite regularly.
Well, we head now on the second half, and there's more corners to come. The line here, the blue route, the short route, the red, the long, those two corners again, real accuracy required here.
Yeah, it depends on your horse. You can get 5 or 6 strides in there. Really is up to the individual.
Now into the final third, and we're at Huntsman's Close. Have to say here, this looking perhaps a little easier than we've seen it on some occasions.
Yeah, I think that's often dangerous when we think it's easy. It probably is softer than we've seen in the Huntsman's Close, but it is towards the end of the course.
And we move on to another of the great badminton fences, the Quarry. And here, some lovely Cotswold stone, more accuracy tests. This is fence 25 out of the 30 fences in all. So we're getting to the end of this 6,600 metre course.
Yeah, and they come into this final fence in the main arena. The fence that was a result of a competition, and the young girl won the competition to design the fence. And the big thing here is the riders that do finish the course and get in here, the crowds go absolutely wild, and it's a real boost and lifts the spirit. It's just you have to be careful not to have a rush of blood to the brain at that final jump.
Well, the optimum time's 11 minutes 35, but the dressage, of course, already completed, and this man rode a brilliant test. He was 5th in the Olympics on another horse, Santini, but here he rode this lovely horse, Graf Liberty, to a very good score of 32.9, which was well-deserved.
It was incredibly well-deserved, and it was a way on its own and pure quality and class. Incredibly relaxed, the horse, and, I mean, spot-on accurate. He didn't put a foot wrong and looked as though he could have been schooling at home. He was so chilled.
Ingrid Klimke riding Horsewell, Hail Bob. She was second here in 2015 to William Fox Pitt. Her father was an Olympic dressage champion, and she's always been one of the best in the world. She would love to win this title, and it could be her year. Started off in great form, 36.4. She's literally only 3 marks behind Christopher Burton.
Yeah, I mean, Ingrid is amazing in this phase. I mean, and pretty good in all the disciplines, but she was bred to do the dressage and looked impressive.
Well, now Ireland's John T. Evans. Only his second visit here. He did ride this horse in the Olympics, where he finished 9th individually, and they get better and better. I don't think anyone would have anticipated him being in 3rd place. It is all very close, but again, a very good performance for his 37.2.
Yeah, and they were a brilliant partnership in Rio, and it really showed what was going to come, and he's certainly grown into his ability here. He looked very impressive, and I think, as you say, no one was expecting that.
Well, here are the standings, and you can see just 10 marks covering the top 12, with the 3 leaders ahead of some other big names. Andrew Nicholson never won this. He's so keen. Then the Frenchman Theobald Valette, part of the gold medal team. And Michael Young, of course, winner here last year, Olympic champion, European champion. Astiar Nicola, silver individual in Rio. This is a world-class field. And just look at the rest of the place. Some key times here. Mark Todd, he's won it 4 times. He's right in there. Astia Nicola, he's one of the favourites. And you can see all the times down the left-hand side. Mikael Young getting away just after 1 o'clock. He's in 9th place at the moment, but he's still in with a good chance because we feel, Ian, that this cross-country is going to be quite influential.
Yeah, I think it is a very serious track, and it's going to be right to the very end when we see Nicholson and Nereo there just before 5 o'clock. So we're going to be on tenterhooks the entire day, I think.
13 nations involved from around the world. And at the moment, British riders on the back foot. The first British rider that's in the leaderboard is currently in 18th place. 2 first-time riders for Great Britain, Alexander Bragg and Tom McEwen. And they need to work hard today for Britain to come up into the top placings. So we start with one of the very talented American riders that are over here. This, the very good rider for the stable of Jacqueline Mars. It's Lauren Kiefer, 29 years old, with landmarks Monte Carlo. She's away. Twice second in the great Kentucky 4-star. She rode for America in the Olympics. Got a nasty fall, actually, in Rio on another of her horses that we'll see later. But she's very capable and very stylish. And Lauren, I'm sure, will give us a very good look around this course. First 3 fences, big, challenging. You really get focused early on, Ian.
Yeah, the second fence looks quite friendly, and it's a roll top with a brush, but it is massive. And then you come down the hill to what used to be the keeper's brush, which was a ditch and brush. Now we've got a big table on top, but the ditch, it looks rather scary, that fence, but the ditch line is a very good ground line for takeoff, so I don't think we'll have any problems there.
Well, there is that optimum time, 11 minutes 35. They've got to cover the ground, 6,600 metres of it, at 570 metres a minute. They go over that optimum time, of course, they get 0.4 of a penalty for every second over. And we certainly heard Eric Winter said he thought there'd be 15 inside the time. I think that's pretty high, personally. I think we might find this time quite difficult because there's a lot of challenges.
I think that's very ambitious prediction, but we'll see. I think we'll see very early on with the first 2 or 3 horses. We've got some of the best riders because they've got 2 horses here, and so we're starting off with some good riders. Lauren Kiefer here with Landmarks Monte Carlo. Perhaps not her most experienced horse, but she is very experienced. A little bit hesitant, but the horse was focused, kept his line straight. And that gives you a good feeling of what to expect from your horse throughout this track. There's so many angles and so many skinnies, and you really have to be concentrating from the start right to the very last.
Horse that won a very good competition, a grade below this in Jersey Fresh a couple of years ago. Hasn't quite fulfilled that promise yet. And she's going to go the long way. Or, yeah, you go round through the trees. That tree that we see in front of the picture there, you can get inside that if you jump that on an angle. Interesting, she go long there.
Yeah, if you go to the right, you definitely have to go around the tree. Big fence off a tight turn, but looking at her, she hasn't started off very quickly. So she's obviously, to me, she's just going out there to try and jump round. She's not really worrying about the time.
I think the point of this course, there are so many very decent questions that here she comes to the lake now over those wonderful pickup trucks. Now this big log in, they've got to ride on to get out. She does. Where's she going to go? She's going to go the right-hand route and jumps it well, jumps it really well. That'll give the rest of the riders a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it's not quite the quickest route, but it is the straightest line, and I think she did the right thing. The horse can see well in advance what the line is.
Well, waiting in the wings, and the rest of the riders will be delighted that this man is also early because they really will get an idea of the course. There's Hugh Thomas, the director here, looking at those early pictures. But it's Mark Todd next to go for New Zealand. Sir Mark Todd, of course, for all his grades. This, one of the greatest horsemen there's ever been in the world of eventing. He, 2 Olympic Games, that in 84 and 88. And he rides as his first of 2 rides here, Leonidas. Probably his better ride, actually. Owned by Diana Brunston and Peter Cattell together with Mark. But let's go back now to Lauren Kiefer with Landmarks Monte Carlo. She's coming to the hollow. These corners, and there's several routes here. Be interesting to see the way she's attacked the course so far, where she's going to go.
Yeah, obviously the quick route, I thought, I did wonder there. She was drifting a little bit right, but very accurate there. And this is the big question, turning tight to this corner.
Well ridden.
Yeah, beautifully ridden.
Good line, kept with it, and positive.
And I think the fact she wasn't in too much of a rush gave her the horse time to see it.
Let's look at that time. She was there in 7 minutes 6 seconds at the hollow. That'll give us a bit of indication. Don't think it's quick enough for optimum time, but she seems to be building her pace a little bit, Ian.
Yeah, I think she's already getting more confident. And, ooh, just a bit of a stretch there.
I think you heard in her voice there that she was very happy to over that. There was a case of thank you very much, good boy.
Yeah, you've got to stick to the line, but he just had a little bit of a look at it, and then you cross the bridge and come to the Normandy bank.
Then this big Trakehner. I suspect Eric Winter has got more thoughts in his mind for the future, but actually the bank comes first and jumps that easy. It's a big step up the bank too, but now to this enormous looking ditch, but they won't even notice that if they're going nicely as this horse is at the moment.
He's looking confident. It started off a little bit tentatively, but beginning to grow in boldness and confidence as he goes.
I know, Toddy and Leonidas at 5, the staircase. Really had to push for that last ride, didn't he?
Didn't look terribly easy to adjust on the approach. He's probably feeling rather fresh. And now we come to this Hilden Water. Big jump in. Whoa! No, got rather close and sits tight.
Now, is she going to cross her tracks? How is she going to get out of this?
Ooh, slipping on the top there as well.
No. Am I not thinking she has jumped A twice there?
No, I think she was right. I think she's okay. It's a C element. It's a C element, and she didn't cross her tracks. She jumps A, and then she's pushing for the stride and gets an extra one in, and then the horse leaves his legs all over it. Jolly lucky to stand up, and she's very lucky to stay in the plate. And she should have gone straight up to the one on the top of the bank, but she's turned left, and the C element is back into the water. So she hasn't crossed her tracks, and quite slippery on the top there. I wonder if he's lost a back shoe.
We'll note the clock counting down. She's got 5:30 to get home. Now it's Mark Todd at the lake. Well, Leonidas, last 2 years they've been 4th here. Oh, very sticky, sit tight. Oh, those long legs have really wrapped him around, Leonidas. Now he's in real trouble. Now he's going to extricate himself and go the long way. These modern fences, they have to make sure they don't cross their tracks. There are several rules. It's quite easy to pick up an early refusal by just getting it wrong, but Mark Todd has done his homework. Now, Lauren Kiefer at the Mirage Pond.
Yep, big jump in. I was going to say lots of time to see where it's going, but it was a bit of an effort, the jump in. I just wonder if this horse has sort of knocked the stuffing out of himself a little bit with that mishap at the previous water. So she's pushing, big jump in, massive jump in, lands quite well. She's pushing up and just as I said earlier, the horse had his eye on that little house, and then she suddenly turned him off it. And I don't think he was looking at the jump on the way out. He was a bit taken by surprise.
Well, gets over at the second attempt. There are actually 2 refusals on this horse's card already, so she's got 40 jumping penalties. This is Lauren Kiefer and Landmarks Monte Carlo, the first out on course for the USA. And already we're beginning to see just how testing this course is with the first on course. Now Mark Todd with Leonidas, a 42.9 dressage at the bridge.
Ooh.
Good, positive, getting high in the air here. You want to jump out, don't you?
He's not looked as confident as we've seen this horse in the past. I mean, he's got a massive jump, but he's just looking and a little bit sticky at places at the moment. He comes to the Normandy
61 years old. He's won virtually everything that there is to win. Still enjoying his riding beautifully over the bank. Now he needs to get just a little bit of confidence back in this horse, one feels.
Made nothing of that chicaner, actually. Just popped over it.
Now it is Lauren Kiefer again. Landmarks Monte Carlo at the corral. Oh! It's quite deceiving, that rail. It stands right on top, and when you come to it, it's right in the air, isn't it? The horses don't quite know where they're going.
And she's retiring. That's probably quite sensible. It's very steep up to it, and then they only see the landing, the difficult landing, how much it drops away when they're on the takeoff's point.
Well, an interesting start as we come back to Leonidas at the water. Really good riding, really good shot. That's how it should be done. Absolutely spot on. Toddy's on song.
And, the difference there was Toddy just waited for the horse to find his stride. Lauren was a little bit determined she was going to pick her stride. And I think that's a sort of story of the course. You can't overly plan. You've got to ride from the seat of your pants and react to what the horse is doing and how the jumps work out as you're going round.
Well, now it's Alexander Bragg. First time here at Badminton for this part-time farrier. He really has made some enormous steps forward. He's a very competent jockey indeed. His first Badminton, he finished equal 18th on his dressage of 44.6. Went to Pau last year and really impressed for a top 10 finish there. Had ridden at Burley, but now we're back with Sir Mark Todd. One of the real let-up fences on this course as he now comes to the corral. Now what will he make of this?
Left-hand side. Ooh. You could hear that crash there. That was... Oh, well done. There was a bit of a rattle on the way in, and it sounded like the deformable device, the MIMS pin, I think may have gone there.
Well, if it is, he could get 11 penalties. If you break one of these pins, the ultimate score, if all the judges, the fence judges and the ground jury agree, then you can get 11 penalties. I sort of get the feeling that he probably wouldn't get there, but wouldn't get that. But we'll have to wait and see.
It could just have rattled rather than break. And Alexander already showing great confidence at the water because he's the only one that's gone the quickest route so far. And he's seen a long one to the corner, but the horse responds. Looks good.
Now Leonidas at the corners. This is where Todd is at his very best. He's so accurate. He's got a great eye, has done for years. Remember, this man retired after Sydney in 2000, but then came back for Hong Kong. We're back now with Zagreb. Oh, and that's the best jump so far. This is a horse owned, 13 years old, by Sally Ellicott. Actually, Simone, Alex's wife, used to ride this horse. And when she had a baby, Alexander took on it and has been on it ever since. And my word, he's impressed.
Good move, I think, nicking your wife's horse. And he's certainly started looking like the best of the three we've seen so far. Certainly in a better gear, is more forward, is more attacking.
Very positive indeed. Now up to that water.
Hilden Water. Already we've seen some interesting moments there, but Toddy certainly looked quite confident there. And that big log's riding well on the way in, and they're definitely getting an extra stride to that log in the water, and already they're learning how to ride it.
Yeah, and that was a good example, Ian, of seat of the pants, because he suddenly realised he had to just press on, pop out over that final log. That was well done.
Very good, very good.
We're in Huntsman's Close with the great Mark Todd. It's a line through. There are some trees that you could get caught up, but certainly not Leonidas and Mark. And he now heads for the final mile. How's he doing on the clock? The horse certainly full of running.
Well, it comes to these two gates, massive upright gates. It's a nice galloping stretch there, and you've got to slow down and turn off the gallop lane.
Would be interesting seeing his
touched it.
time,
that was quite
wouldn't
impressive.
it? And he's going, there's a tree here which you could go round and take a bit more time. If you go short, it's a risk, but this man is more capable of any than finding the right stride. Remember, he's done 2 Olympic Games in the show jumping discipline for New Zealand. Now, this is the Mirage Pond. This is the short route. Oh, and not altogether clean, but he sits tight. He doesn't move, which is so good to see. Great position. Todd in Huntsman, in the quarry rather. Big jump out. Whoa.
Actually, the horse is full of running, which is good because he was rather quick through there. But it's a big jump in, and so it encourages him to go rather fast. And then it galloped down the hill to these two fairly large brush fences.
So now that's interesting. He's got 21 seconds to get home. He's not going to do that. He did start off a little bit stickily, I thought, and didn't perhaps cover the ground as well as he would have liked early on, but the horse has got better as he's gone.
Yeah, I think the horse is growing confidence. I mean, he's a very experienced horse, but he looked a bit sticky at the beginning. But these big square brush fences are very vertical up front, so they take a bit of riding. And he's already over the time. 2 fences to go. And they have a bit of an option here. And he's taking the slower line, getting straight to that log. It's a big log, but I think we'll see quite a few go to the left of that hazard in front. And he's kicking on into the main arena. Massive crowd already in the grandstands, and just listen to the cheer.
He may be 61 years old now, but he's given us a brilliant exhibition of riding on the end, and flies over the last. He's going to get 38 seconds over, so he moves on to 78.1 after cross country. Remember, you multiply that to 38 by 4.4 for every second. And so this cross-country is going to play a big part in the 2017 title.
Experienced horse and rider, nearly always near the time, and he's all these time faults.
Alexander Bragg at those 2 corners. Just the horse was honest there.
Wasn't he just? The horse looks as though he was getting a little weary, I think, coming into that, and he took a pull to rebalance, and the horse switched off a little bit. And they come back into the lake here.
Time of 2:37 for Alexander Bragg to get home, but this Louise Harwood at the footbridge, nearly landed short. Louise with 2 rides. This is Whitson. Whitson owned by Liam and Roy Baker and Emma Baker-Jones. Louise has been round Badminton a number of times. She's a really tough competitor. We now see Louise coming onto the bank. It's a big step up, that, but they're jumping it well.
It is. It's 1.20 m. It's full height, the step up onto that. But the riders have to treat the bank as an individual fence and keep the impulsion to get over the bounce over the thing on the top. But Louise is certainly kicking on. Coming up to the Hilden Water.
This combination didn't have a great ride here last year, didn't actually complete, but then went on to Le Moulin and actually went well to finish 8th in the 4-star there. Great competitor. This is now the Hilden Water Pond, and she is going the long way over the B element there, the alternative route, now back to the C.
Yeah, I think that's a good move. She's been kicking and pushing all the way so far. And naturally, although it takes more energy and more time to go the long route, it keeps the horses confident that he's not being taken the direct route.
Well, here's Alexander Bragg, and of the competitors we've seen so far, this young man at his first Badminton has put on a very good show indeed. He's at the gates, very upright indeed. Jumps them well. The horse still on the bridle as we still looking as though plenty of energy. Well, we go back to Louise Harwood.
Yeah, Whitson's certainly being set about his business. She's niggling away with her legs and a little tap on the shoulder, say keep focused, coming into the Mirage Pond. Big jump in. Oh, that was interesting because for me the line is very much further right than Louise approached.
And now they have.
What is she going to do? Is she going to take the same line? Gets to the very left-hand side to make it easier, and then has to take a big swinging turn to get to that second element. There's no alternatives here, so she had to have a go again at the direct loop, but the left side makes you take a slightly longer route, but it's a smaller fence in.
Don't have a time on it at the moment. I don't think he's gone quite quick enough, but we'll know that in a minute.
Louise still pushing.
Alexander.
And this is considered a let-up fence, this big oxer, but it is maximum height and spread, and she's 320 to get home. I don't think there's much chance of that. They're all taking this left-hand route. And actually, I think that's combination there at the corral. Mike's riding much better than we expected.
I would agree. That rail up the hill didn't look easy, but Louise then really jumped it well, and that wonderful backdrop of Badminton House ever since 1949. This is Alex Bragg, Alexander Bragg, coming home. He really has put on a great performance. There were many who thought he would. He's really impressed as he comes into the arena. 44.6 dressage. He was the best of the British equal 18th, and he could well go a lot higher after this round. He's at the last 27 and counting over the top, and he is thrilled, as he should be. That is a very, very good performance, and I would think he'd find himself much nearer to the top 10 by the end of the day. Long time to go yet, though.
Well, that's interesting. He got 30 seconds over. Toddy was 38 seconds over. So, in fact, he was 31 seconds over. But he's gone into the lead with that score at the moment, early on, though. But I think...
Well, now, we're with here Cédric Liard, Cadeau de Roy, France, the Olympic champions. Cédric has got 2 rides for France. Cédric wasn't in the gold medal team. Oh, and he put his hand up. That's an early retirement for Cédric Liard. Over here with the help of Laurent Bousquet, who one of the top French trainers. And Cédric Liard been part of the French championship squad for a while. More French here than we've ever seen before, I think.
Yeah, and they've certainly been on form, but that was disappointing. I think Cédric was slightly surprised at that and having that 20 there. He's got quite an open stride to the approach rails, but he jumps it well. A little bit hesitant at the steps, and he looked as though he had his ears pricked and looking at it, and then just changed his mind. And I think he's quite wise. He's on at fence 5 and he's had a 20.
With me, Mark Todd, first rider to get round. They're giving you 20 penalties for crossing your tracks.
Yeah, I don't know where that'll be. I mean, the only place that I could think of is at the water, but the route that I ended up taking, I had cleared by the course builder yesterday, so I'll be appealing it if they have.
How did you feel the course rode generally?
You know, it's as it walked. It's big, it's tough, and you know, he was very honest a couple of times. He is a bit funny at water sometimes, but we added strides here and there, but he was so genuine, he just kept going. And but you've got to ride all the way.
And the time is tight.
The time is tight. I think, you know, without my sort of detour at the lake, I could have been closer, but No, I think the ground is fast and the horse finished full of running, so I think it's possible to get in the time.
And you got a bit of a bash on the nose.
Yeah, no, that was at the water. He whacked me on the nose with the head, but it'll be fine.
It's lucky you're a tough one.
Anyway, it's all good.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
Well, now we've got one of the former winners, Andrew Hoy. He won it in 2006 with Moonfleet on this interesting horse, Blue Frontier. Well through there, Blue Frontier, a horse that came to him from the world champion Sandra Ofarth. He can be very, very good, or he can be really quite disappointing. But look there, and that's the horse I'm talking about, not the rider.
That was quite diplomatically put, Mike. I'm quite impressed with that.
Well, as usual, everyone's at Badminton. Dogs, children, you name it, they're all here. And they are totally involved in this competition. It's a big test. And already we've seen lots of action. And I've no doubt, Ian, we're going to see a lot more.
Yeah, I think we will. There's a flag away for Andrew Hoy, but that doesn't matter. Just a little bit strong there coming to this corner, but and took the flag out again. But the horse is concentrating. He's had his eye on the jump, and obviously the flag's coming down. Don't create any penalties. There was talk about bringing in penalties for flags down, but I think that would be a very detrimental move in our sport.
Well, you can see Andrew's really fighting to get control of this horse as he comes to the footbridge. This big, strong grey horse, 16 years old, by New Frontier, this horse, owned by Barbara Keller and Andrew Hoy. They had a dressage of 60, as now we're looking at Ollie Townend. Ollie Townend at the staircase. Ollie, of course, another winner, 2009. Ollie won it, as we're back with Hoy.
Yeah, it is a big, powerful jumping horse, this Blue Frontier. Ooh, got a little bit underneath that, but
You'd think that was hard to do at that fence,
yes,
with a big ditch underneath it.
Exactly. I was quite surprised by that, but
now he's coming to the water as Ollie Townend and Samuel Thomas jumps the big table.
and this water, ooh, just rubs his tummy on the bottom.
Didn't he pick up the reins well there?
Very good shot of him picking up the reins.
Almost autopilot.
Yep. It's instinctive with these top riders.
Well, we're back at the lake waiting for Oliver Townend on Samuel Thomas, a 54.9 dressage. He drops down, and you see it's a long way down when they do that. They don't cover the ground, and good decision. That was quick thinking by Oliver, been in tremendous form.
Yeah, there was the same move as Toddy did. He just landed a bit on his head, and it's difficult to get the horse rebalanced. Mr. Hoy's having a little bit brake problems coming into the Mirage Pond. And over that right-hand upright, very spot. Beautifully ridden, well done.
This man, of course, has won Olympic team gold. He won team gold in Atlanta and repeated it then in Sydney. He's one of the greats in the world. Came over here after the 78 World Games. Had a little horse called Davy that he won Burley on, and ever since then he's been at the top of the international riders for Australia. Now based in Britain, up in Lincolnshire. Had a dressage of 60, which would have been a big disappointment to Andrew. But so far so good, as he's at now the corral. Down through the dip, gets the line. They jump those rails easily.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I have to say, I did think we'd be seeing that, not so much the first rail, but that second angle rail. I thought we might see that being dislodged a bit.
Samuel Thomas over the first of these two corners of the hollow.
Yeah, you could just see as Oliver came up that slope, the horse was a little bit bouncy in his balance, so he swung round and taken the alternative. Okay, so he just comes up here, got a little bit bouncy against the hand, and then Oliver sees a stride that he has to commit to, but unfortunately the horse doesn't see the same stride as Oliver.
So that's 20 penalties for Samuel Thomas, owned by Sue Chadwick, former event rider, produced some very good horses, Sue, and owned too by Comfy Limited. So that's a 20 penalties. Oliver got 2 rides. Now back with Hoy, this powerful looking grey horse at the corners, those brush corners, big oxer there. Now the line to those 2 corners. Oh, and he's gone. He did see a long stride there, and the horse really didn't pick up.
He swung wide and then committed to try and get a straight line to the 2 corners, but the horse, so he jumps in sort of 5 or 6 strides in here, depends what suits your horse, and then he's seen his spot, but the horse just doesn't actually take the line that Andrew's looking at and riding for.
But that looked a long way away, where he took off from, surely, Ian.
Yeah, I think he went so wide. For me, it would have been better adding an extra stride. The horse's boots slipped down, so it's irritating him. Yeah, disappointing for Andrew, because the horse was jumping so well and actually took on an impossible spread there, so he had to land on the top of that corner. The white flag on the left is right in the middle of that corner.
Well, we're back with Oliver Townend. He won in 2009 with Flint Curtis. He won Burley and Badminton in sequence and went to Kentucky, trying to do the Grand Slam, and then had a fall, and so didn't win the Grand Slam, as he's now the Mirage Pond going straight.
Yeah. Quick and efficient, not the most elegant, but Oliver riding very strongly and positively. So Tina Cook coming to the lake, big rail in, big massive drop. Pick up the reins quickly. She's got her. Oh, well done, Tina. And she's the first one we've seen actually get 1 stride on that bank. Everyone else has chipped in a second one, but she's on her line and she was very positive.
And Tina will be glad to be over that. She had a tumble there in 2010 before the World Equestrian Games. It's always been a bit of a bogey for her, but she jumped that very well. That'll give her a lot of confidence. This is Louise Harwood with Whitson, living dangerously.
Well, quick thinking there from Louise, because she planned to go straight, but it didn't really work with the horse banked the fence, giving a little wake-up call here. But she reacted very quickly and went the long route at the 3rd element as she goes into the lake again. Then there's a bullfinch coming out of here, and well, isn't that interesting? I said yesterday that some of these horses might not have seen a bullfinch, Mike, because it's a very old-fashioned type of fence, and they've got to jump out of the water over the bullfinch, and I think we might see 1 or 2 react a bit like that. That's disappointing for Louise. Oliver definitely committed there. 5 and then 2, very strong riding, really, and getting the horse inspired there with his riding.
European champion of 2009, Tina Cook won that on Miners Frolic, an Olympic bronze medal in Hong Kong, Beijing, one of the world's greats. 2 younger, less experienced horses with her rides here. Calvino had a dressage of 47.2. Calvino owned by Pip Waits, Elsa Waits, together with Equine Aqua Training.
On the way up towards the Irish horse gateway.
Very positive riding. This girl's always ridden cross-country well.
You could hear her say go on, but the horse responded. I mean, the flag disappeared, but that doesn't matter. But he gave a lovely jump over there.
Well, I have an elated Alexander Bragg with me. Clear at your first Badminton. What was it like?
Yeah, I think that's an understatement. I think I'm elated, I'm relieved. I mean, the feeling I came over the finish line, I thought it's quite emotional, really. The horse tried really hard. It's our first one. you know, I thought he was getting tired, but so I started to help him and almost add strides, which made it harder. But when I came into the finish and he picked the atmosphere up, God, did he gallop. So I think learning from this, next time around, I think I could push him a little bit more, knowing that he's still got it there when he needs to have it. But super feeling.
And just explain what is different about riding here at Badminton to anywhere else.
Oh, I mean, you only got to look at the amount of people. You know, these 4-stars draw a huge crowd. This country is so supportive, not just of me, but of these this sport in general. So that makes a huge difference, because you know you either got to soak it up, embrace it, and live off it, or it can make you shrink and the horses can be distracted. But and of course Eric's built a tough track. You have to. I mean, it's a partnership thing, and that showed, I think, in my round. The horse helped me when I helped him, and vice versa, because you jump into these combinations and you have to make the split-second decision. You can't see your way out until you're in, so you're really jumping blind, and the horse really has to trust you. But I mean, it's all amazing, but it's tough.
And I don't suppose you expected to be jointly the highest placed Briton coming into cross-country?
No, I mean, I had a great performance on the Thursday morning. You know, the dressage position's never great. You know, Friday afternoon, the marks just kept flowing and flowing. But I was chuffed with the horse. Again, he went in with that atmosphere, listened to me, stayed focused. I mean, he's going to get better and better. I mean, this is exciting for him, exciting for me, and hopefully exciting for everybody who's part of Team Bragg behind us.
It was brilliant to see you out there. Well done.
Thank you, Claire.
We're going to hear a lot more of Alexander Bragg, believe me. This is Oliver Townend now making his way round. He's at the quarry. It's the last big combination. Again, good line from Oliver. It's a very competitive ride. Well out. I wonder how the time is.
Well, he had that one hiccup. So we're back at the lake now with Andrew Nicholson.
Yes, riding Kwanzaa.
Look at the quick turn away from that fence. The horse just popped up the step, chipped in 2 strides, and Andrew was almost turned in the air.
Well, this is Oliver Townend. He had that 20 penalties at the Hollow, and he's over the time, but he's much the quickest so far. He's not going to get that many time faults. Multiply that score in red by 4. And there we are. It's 6.8 time. And that's Tucker's adding up, so check it.
Yeah, well, that was pretty impressive, because he did have a stop out there as a run out of the corner, so that did waste time. So he would have been very close to the time without that.
Well, there's, believe it or not, the sight of sun out there. It's still quite chilly as Tina Cook on the right-hand side.
And then still taking the right-hand side on the way out. So she wanted the lower bank. It's quite interesting. We saw Toddy look back and Tina. They're just checking that they haven't broken a pin.
Well, Andrew Nicholson, 55 years old. This really the only big one that he's... why is he shaking his head there? This is really the only big event that man from New Zealand has not won. Remember, he, some 2 years ago, virtually broke his neck, but made an amazing recovery. Now Tina Cook at the corners. Calvino.
Yeah,
as good as anyone.
Yeah, and she got the 6 in there. She waited for that extra stride, but she still had the scope from the horse to get the 2 into between the corners. Nicholson not hanging around.
No, well, he realises there's places to be made up here. He was 55.1 in the dressage, 64th place. That if he goes clear inside the time, he'll be right up there. This another of the horses that have been bred in Spain that Nicholson has done so well on, owned by Mark and Rosemary Barlow and Andrew. And again, a brilliant piece of riding. Seat of your pants, Ian, as you were describing earlier.
He rode that quite brilliantly. The horse was looking a little bit to drift out to the right of that final element, but Andrew held him in. But he's not wasted a second round this course so far. Well, now we have the young American making her first time appearance. Very impressed with Hannah Sue Burnett. She's at the staircase, sit up, and she does and jumps it. And they were in Kentucky last week, went very well indeed. She was 5th at Blenheim too last autumn. Back with Nicholson now with Kwanzaa.
at the Mirage Ponds. My word. But the horse went in the direction he was pointed. The horse was genuine, but Nicholson had the right direction.
But I mean, it was good, but Andrew wanted to take off on a stride earlier, but horse was quite clever. Tina at the...
Still clear, Calvino, for Tina Cook, a 12-year-old, out of a Rock King mare.
Coming to these gates now for Tina. We did walk the course and wonder where they'd measured these gates from because they looked so big, but they are riding well. I think the fact that the ground is so good, the horses are on the top of the ground, they're galloping well, so they're not running out of energy at all.
Again, Tina looking back at the gate. These pins can be quite expensive if they do go. They didn't go there. They seem to make quite a noise, though, don't they? As Andrew for New Zealand, Anna Nicholson, Kwanzaa at the corral. This looks to be the more popular route. Again, accurate jumping. 4:30 to get home. He's the quickest to that point at the moment.
Yeah, and in the quarry for Tina. This little skinny in the bottom there, and then the big wall up the ramp. Oh, big jump.
I would think that might mean that Mrs. Cook might sit down and kick a bit harder the way he jumped, man. Anna Sue Bennett at the lake. This very good horse. Harbour Pilot, a 44.9 in the dressage. She's handily placed. She's a little bit of indecision there. And pays the penalty.
Yeah, you're right, Mike. There was a bit of indecision. She didn't look as though she quite decided which line to take, and then lost all the momentum in the middle of the water. And the horse just didn't have the oomph to get to the way out. An expensive 20.
Yes, look at these crowds. 10 deep in many places, and she's going to retire. That's Hannah Sue. That's a disappointment for America. Now, Tina Cook coming home. Quick look on the watch. What she got left. Already 75 seconds over. It's going to be expensive. You can see the penalties clocking up at that 0.4 of a penalty. But Tina will be pleased. This horse has only been at 4-star once before in Pau. She was pleased at result, actually, but has done a very good job here. And still one ride to come. 104.8 for Tina Cook and Calvino the second.
And so for France, Astia Nicola at fence 5, the staircase. Brilliant young rider. This was second in Rio.
Yeah, I don't want to put the jinx on him, but I have to say, if I had a little bit of money to put on anyone, he would be the one. Real competitor. France at the moment, Olympic champions. This man, as Ian's just said, was individual bronze, individual silver actually, behind the great Miguel Young. And the French at the moment are very definitely the best team in the world. No doubt about that. Pierre de Benneville, a horse that he's had for a number of years. And now he showed us the direct route there. Jumping on the angle. You say probably, what, 4 or 5 seconds?
Yeah, I did do. And the thing about this partnership is they never look in a hurry, but they cover the ground and waste not an inch of ground nor any energy. They finish the courses at the start with full of running.
A 41.5 dressage had him in 10th place overnight. The French have really stepped up a gear. He won in Pau in 2015. He's won 4 stars. Oh, wow. The horse there you have to give 200% to, because the horse could have easily said, hang on, what are you doing here? I'm going the other way.
Well, it looked as though it stopped. I mean, it actually looked as though it'd given up, and then went, oh, it's a jump. Jumps out beautifully, goes for the one stride, and then you think, oh, it's given up. And then the horse says, oh, no, I meant to jump that. How honest was that? That is an incredible horse. And then Astia slightly lost his balance there, but not surprisingly.
They are wonderful animals. They are such athletes, these horses.
No wonder he gives it a pat.
Well, one life, but still going, the Frenchman. As now it's Nicholson with Kwanzaa. And he's still inside the time. He's going to get time penalties, but this will be the quickest. This could be the leader in the clubhouse in a moment. He goes underneath the roof of the grandstand, and Kwanzaa still full of running. The Barlows, of course, put huge amounts. Rosemary Barlow just retired from leading the horse trial support group. Great supporters, and they will be jumping up and down. So 8.8. 63.9 anyway.
Good try, Mike, good try. Top marks for trying. And Rosemary Barlow will be thrilled. She had a fall at Belton Horse Trials when she was walking about and damaged her ankle, so she's not very mobile at the moment, so that'll be a great boost to her.
Nicholson does go top of the leaderboard. 63.9.
Oh, very wide part of that corner, and jumped it quite beautifully. Was leaving nothing to chance there. Nasty sits very quietly on his horses and just lets them run.
Oh, look at that.
Effortless.
Class. Real class. This horse, 14 years old now, by Revdal.
Has got a serious amount of scope when you see it jumping that footbridge and then pinging up. He saw that strike from a long way out in spite of the bank. He just kept motoring.
And this horse, to my reckoning anyway, has got a very long stride. He really covers the ground.
Yeah.
That's what makes him such a quick horse. He's so impressive in Rio. Now to this Hilden Water Pot. Nice controlled lead.
Lost his pedal, changed his mind. That's all right. That was rider decision.
Very quick decision there from Astier. Astier, who studied at Hartbury College in Gloucestershire. Nick Burton had a lot to do with his riding while he was there. And he won the under-25 championship at Bramham, this young man. It's been a very good pointer to World Stars. That's more of that a little later, as we're back with New Zealand's Dan Jocelyn. He rode in the Worlds of 2002, and here he rides Dassit Cool Touch through the staircase.
It was interesting there. The horse's back feet landed on that rail in, and it could have been a broken pin, but I think it stayed intact. So Astier at the Mirage Pond. Ooh, it really had to ride there. Astier just recovered from a broken shoulder, so might have to get some physio tonight by the time he's finished this ride.
Dan Jocelyn, nicely over fence at 6 and on to the lake.
Head off towards the L200.
As Astier Nicolas now, the second half of this course comes towards the corral.
You know, these big fences, this horse just steps over them, doesn't he? Makes it look effortless, and he's going to the right-hand side. Ooh, good rattle, but stayed intact. And it's the first one we've seen jump that left route. Rode it well. Bit of a wriggle on the once they've jumped it. They've got to go round the tree and then get back on the lane, but he didn't lose his rhythm. He just kept the balance.
Andrew Nicholson with me now. After your first ride, you were shaking your head a lot. Have you got a bit of pain?
It's to loosen the muscles between my shoulder blades. Yeah, I used to be a little. That's why I didn't come here last year, because I thought I had to ride round still, and each time I got to the finish, I was feeling fatigued. Then I realised, what the heck if I look like I'm a headless chicken between the jumps? So when I know I've got to look left and right very quick, it just frees up it's the muscles, I think, because I have to hold my head differently. That works.
Amazingly, it doesn't seem to affect your riding. You were brilliant at it.
Quans is a much better horse than people would realise. She's a bit hot in the dressage, but she's got a heart of gold, and she's only a pony, but there's plenty of jump.
And you've still got Nereo to come. Are you looking forward to that now? The course is jumping maybe better than people expected.
Clear around inside the time, and it'll be game on, won't it?
Sure will. You guys ready to shout for him?
Yeah.
Okay. Well done, Team Nicholson. Thank you.
Well, Andrew Nicholson in third place at the moment. But here's a man who could change all of that. It's a little dangerously Astia Nicolas for France, but he's still clear. Gets a lovely line to these two corners. Whoa! I just get the feeling, I thought that actually as he left the corral, the horse just looks a little more weary at the moment.
Yeah, it does actually, but he's got such a big scopy jump. I think Astia just thought he would pop that, but the horse touched down behind.
Dan Jocelyn well over the footbridge. Now on to that bank. That's one that really is jumping very well indeed. Almost one of the let-up fences on the course. It hasn't always been the case. That Irish bank, as it was originally in 1949, always been the site of a lot of action. Here comes that bank.
Workmanlike there, I think, probably, but clear nonetheless.
Yeah, they can come up that bank and not really worry too much about the stride to that chicaner.
Astia in Huntsman's Close. Be interesting to see what his time is. Can we have his time when we go back to 1:18 to get home? My reckoning is he won't do that.
I think he'd be struggling a bit unless the horse can really run down the hill after the quarry. There's a nice downhill. It's still jumping well. I mean, he just looks as though he's a little bit in slow motion, but I think it's, as we've said, he's got this massive stride and he's always faster than he looks.
If you just look at his legs, though, he's niggling.
Yeah,
he's just keeping the horse up to the bridle as he goes to the quarry. Remember, this is the man who was in 10th place after dressage on 41.5. Current leader is Alexander Bragg on a 57.
Yep, you can. Oh, clever horse. He was on a very long one. It was, for a second I thought he was going to chip in, but he only put 1 foot down, and that fifth leg really worked there.
Dan Jocelyn at the water pond. Well held, and now he has got to think very quickly to get himself into a situation where he doesn't cross his tracks. Now, I think he's all right. And away he goes.
Yeah, I think he was concerned that he was going to be the wrong side of one of these fences.
Exactly. Now, Astia Nicolas, 2 from home, already over the time. Remember, he was on that good dressage of 41.5. Alexander Bragg on a 57, having finished cross-country.
Yeah, I mean, this horse in Rio looked as though he was making the time easily, but he certainly looked a little bit more fatigued here. But, you know, we all think that badminton's fairly flat, but it's quite demanding climbing.
Well, I think there's been quite a lot of discussion here, Ian, of the lots of big questions, which in itself takes energy out of the horses. And I think people thought that would be one of the factors that perhaps lowered the fuel tank a bit. But a 60.7, and he goes third. And again, very much in the mix. He's already very close at the top of the leaderboard. As now Dan Jocelyn with Dasset Cool Touch at the corral. This.
Now that's an interesting one. It dislodged the lower rail.
Now in show jumping,
that wouldn't count. But well, it wouldn't count because it's the lower rail is not frangible. So he doesn't really take off. He just runs straight at it, and it looks as though the whole thing's going to give way. But no, he's just dislodged the lower rail. He didn't break the pins on the top one, so he's still clear. and then he has to go the long route because he's a little bit unbalanced.
Well, the crowd are loving this. There's no doubt, as one of the great favourites come on course. It's Britain's Nicola Wilson riding Annie Clover at the staircase. The young Yorkshire lady, 48.8 in the dressage R.
Changed her mind.
Did she get away with that?
Well, she was pretty close, but...
Did she present?
I think she was a stride away when she made her decision, but I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt there.
Well, let's just take another look at that. The question here is whether Nicola Wilson presented at that bottom hedge. Watch.
Jumped the rails beautifully, and then she... No,
I don't think she did.
No.
I don't think she did.
She wasn't happy with the stride, and she changed her mind. She's okay. And if the jump judge gives her a 20 there, I think there might be a bit of objections going on.
Well, now, one of the great Australians, this is Shane Rose on course. Shanghai Joe. Oh, he's very fast. Oh, my word. Shanghai Joe gets away. Clear there. This is a man who's represented Australia, a silver medal in 2008 and a bronze medal in 2016. Oh, Annie Clover, and I think that is a hand up to say I'm stopping.
Yeah.
What a pity. That's a bit of a disappointment. Didn't see much going wrong.
Well, it was interesting. She jumps the car as well, and then she takes a good pull and rebalances and never really gets going forward again. It was almost as though she was anticipating a little bit of trouble there. Disappointing, though.
Well, that's a disappointment. Here's Shanghai Joe. Shane Rose. He's had some nasty accidents and recovered. He's a real tough cookie, this one. Oh, wow. Well, there you are. Piked with twist, I'm afraid, but it's elimination. They've been to Burley in the past, but it was their first time here. And out go
so he hits
Shanghai Joe.
The rail going in, but it doesn't dislodge the pin. And then what we were worried about here was just catching this on the angle, and that's all it does. But and the horse doesn't really lose much balance, but it's enough to eject poor Shane.
Yes.
Out to the right.
If you just
it's
now
in the crowds. That is dangerous.
Not good news. That's Shanghai Joe down past Badminton House, and I think could be at the stables in about 2 minutes and less. Oh.
Yeah, he's heading straight back to the stables.
Yeah. Now just watch this again, because you catch a knee and you get flipped.
Yeah.
You just see dirt. You don't have the horse's neck in front of you, do you?
Very supple bit of artistic behaviour from the rider.
I don't think he'll be thinking too much about that.
No, I don't think so. I know he'll be a bit sick of that.
Well, here now is a very good round for New Zealand. This is Dan Jocelyn with Dasset Cool Touch, Therese Miller and Dan, owners of this, based in Wiltshire now, Dan. And a very impressive performance. He's a minute over, but the way things are unfolding on cross-country day here at Badminton, that's a good round.
Yeah, no, he'll be very happy with that, I should think. There was a few hairy moments, but who have learned a lot. It's a while since Dan's been at 4-star, I think. He seems to have been...
He actually went to Burley last year as their 4-star debut.
Okay.
But this, a better performance, and I would think this could well be potentially another team ride for New Zealand. New Zealand, like a lot of other teams, beginning to reschedule for the future. That's only an 11-year-old, and a good performance from Dasset, Cool Touch and Dan Jocelyn, New Zealand. Well, let's update you with the leaderboard. The leader... Alexander Bragg on a 57. Mark Todd on Leonidas a 58.1. Astia Nicolas, Piaf de de Neuville on a 60.7, and Andrew Nicholson Kwanzaa 63.9. That's the top 4 at the moment. It's Nicky Roncaroni on course.
Well, the Olympic silver medalist Astier Nicolas has got round, and my gosh, your horse helped you out a few times thinking about coming out of the lake where many horses would have stopped.
Yeah, but he's never going to stop and he's never going to fall. He's too good. He's a star. I felt a bit unhappy with some distances, especially at this lake, because the horse has got a huge stride, he's keen, he was in a perfect rhythm going forward. He should every day has done this one stride, and having to add a second stride because it's too long was so punishing to him. So he made the rest of the course very long. He got tired instantly from then on, and the rest was difficult. And you know, like the gas tank has gone down like this, and after it was all down to his big heart.
And that's when I guess you as a rider have to nurse him round rather than ask for too much.
Yeah, a lot of patting involved and a bit of whoa, okay, good boy, and and try to ride in a very economical way, and every time you can do an easy jump, just make him jump as low as possible.
If I were to ask you how many riders you think will be able to jump that course clear inside the time, who can?
I don't know the statistics so well. I don't know if it's my particular case to be that late, or if everybody's late. You can answer that for me. So, I couldn't have done the time, that's for sure. maybe some people can, but I think I doubt it. And the good riders at the top of the leaderboard will also see that they've got a bit of leeway and they can nurse their horses around and still keep their good place after cross country, which is essential to just do and not do too much, so you can keep some energy for the last day.
Well, lovely to see you, and thanks so much for talking to us. Thanks, Astier.
What a good analysis from Astier Nicolas there, Ian.
Yeah, we've always said he's a very talented young guy, and he just proves it. And he's shown there his maturity in the way he rode that horse and what he said to Claire.
Well, this is Nicky Roncaroni, Stone Edge at the corners. Big grey horse, powerful horse. Nicky produced a lot of good young horses. Been based actually pretty close to here at Campbell. Yes, our ancestor, but actually now going to move to Ireland. They had a 50.4 dressage. 30-year-old Nicky Roncaroni has been to several. She's been to Badminton before, actually. 2014 she was here. This horse has got a lot of ability.
Yeah, he's got a huge jump, and he's got his ears pricked. He looks as though he's happy and enjoying it. He's given a good ride. He's given Nick a good ride so far. And it's important that they get into some sort of rhythm and don't waste energy, because as Astier said, the petrol gauge goes down rather quickly with the big jumping efforts they've got to do in this track.
Tina Cook with me now with her two children, Harry and Isabel, who I think are pretty pleased and proud of you out there. That was a real test of cross-country riding, which suits you down to the ground.
Oh, well, I was properly worried this morning. You know, it's a really big course, asking a lot of questions, and both my two horses haven't jumped a course anything like it. So I'm so proud of this little horse. You know, going through the grades, he's really pulled it out of the bag. He's tiny, he's only 16 hands, and I'm 5'10". I'm quite a big girl. So he's really, really given his heart and soul for me today.
And the lovely thing is you don't seem to have to take too much time to set him up. You can just let him go.
Yeah, he's not pure thoroughbred. There is a bit of thoroughbred in his breeding. But I actually rode him to go clear. I don't feel that either of these horses are quite ready to hit this sort of track full throttle. So I was wanting to get a good jump around. His mistake was just inexperience, and we just came at a random angle to it. You know what, in the whole scheme of things, he was so brave in other places. You know, I'm really smiling. I've got to go and do it again now, though.
Exactly, having been dreading it this morning, maybe now you're looking forward to the second ride.
Well, I don't know about looking forward, but, you know, it's a pleasure to ride here, and the best in the world are here, so I'm ready to take it on.
It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Here's another very good round across country by Tina. Very much family day today, and how good it is today as Nicky Roncaroni, Stone Edge, Now turning to the Mirage Pond and joining our team here. Very warm welcome to Mark Todd. Mark, great to have you with us. An eventful ride, and Nicky Caroni now having an eventful ride too.
Thanks, Mike. Yes, yeah, no, it was certainly a thriller minute out there.
Ooh, that's the second stop for Nicky at the Mirage Pond.
Now, I walked the course with Nicky, and she said he can be a little bit funny at water, and
put her hand up as well. She's retired.
Yeah. By the time, they've had two really big, difficult waters, and by the time they get to that one, I think sometimes they think, enough is enough.
Well, now at the lake, another first timer at Badminton for Britain. This is Lydia Hannon with My Royal Touch. Ooh, stands off now. She's got a problem.
I hope they've got really good judges at this fence, because there's all sorts of things going to happen here today.
I think we've already seen quite a lot of different reactions.
Well, they gave me a 20 for what I did, but I'd already cleared it the night before with the course builder that was an okay route should things go wrong.
It highlights, Toddy, doesn't it, that the walking of courses and knowing your rules is more important than ever these days.
Well, certainly around a course like this. I mean, I'm normally fairly blasé about alternative routes, but because of the way this course rides and because of the complexity of it, you have to absolutely know routes A, B, C, and D.
Well, I see on the scoreboard they've taken your 20 away anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Lydia Hannon went to Le Moulin as her first four-star performance last year, put in a very promising performance, and she's certainly not daunted by this course. She's pressing on, full of confidence.
And you can hear her squealing. She's loving it out there.
In terms of courses here at Badminton, this would be right up as one of the toughest tests of recent times.
I think so. Look, it brought back memories of the very first time I came here back in 1980, and that was a really big track and caused a lot of trouble. And I think this one's going to be the same. You need a bold, an experienced horse, and you need a very bold rider too.
Always remember that Colonel Frank, who was building that course in 1988, when you rode Southern Comfort. Actually, I remember you going along the ground around the vicarage.
It was the footbridge. It was the footbridge.
But what I was going to say, Colonel Frank always used to say, in terms of course designing, you worry the riders but not frighten the horses, and that's a
sugar.
Wow.
Well, Will and Newton there at the staircase. Instead of getting two in, the horse chipped in a third stride. Nearly ejected the rider.
Lydia Hannon now at the Hilden Water Pond. And I would think that's a sensible move. She's not that experienced.
I think you'll see a lot more people doing that as the day goes on, because the direct route walks three strides, but I don't think any horses have got that so far. They're a little bit confused going in, and they're chipping in four strides and four strides.
Yeah, and the four strides to the middle element, and they're climbing all over it.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Will and Newton at the lake. Comes from a very famous riding family up in the Midlands.
Oh.
Now, one of the questions about judges, you were talking about judging.
I think the shoulders got over, personally. I think it was the back end that swung out.
Yeah, what's the new rule, though? Doesn't the whole horse have to get over?
I thought it was both shoulders. Is it not? He chips in the extra stride. Ooh, it's debatable whether the left shoulder got over. But it may have got the flags between his legs.
Yeah.
Well, I understand it, and you may have heard this in the briefing, Mark, but I understand that there is video cameras and things. A lot of these fences were accuracy involved, and hopefully that's something that the ground jury can play over, perhaps from more than one angle. This is Lydia Hannon. Lydia, who went very well at a level below this at Blenheim last year. It's a combination. Lydia just 28, and she's riding this horse for Carol and Christopher Harris. She's certainly a young lady with a very good future, and one who really wants to hit the high spots. There are the judges analysing. I think that is actually at the lake. Fiona Mitchell Have you seen many horses over this fence, Mark? It would seem to be jumping perhaps a little better than Scotty and I thought it was going to, perhaps.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen many, but certainly that left hand on the left-hand mound to the right-hand route out seems to be riding okay. They do clobber it a bit, but of course it's got the safety pins there.
We've only seen one take the right-hand route to the left-hand of the second element.
Will and Newton had a dressage of 46.2 with this horse owned by Fina Machin and Peter Thomas, former junior and young rider medalist. Very good through those youth championships, and now got a really good string of horses. Won the 8 and 9-year-old championship at Blenheim last year, but runs out there for a 20 penalties.
I think she saw a bit of a long one coming to the bank, and I think the horse avoided having to jump the thing on the top. I think he was a bit close to that. He thought the better of it. And I think this again highlights, the horse has had a couple of slightly hairy moments, and they start to lose confidence, but the questions just still keep coming at you. And
it's interestingly enough, when they get to this combination, Mark, we've seen one or two horses look a little bit weary, and they seem to revive a little bit.
Yeah, the last time I remember going round this way. Oh!
That was a proper leave a leg variety, and poor Willa had no chance there.
Yes, and I'm afraid you don't get bonuses with pike with twist, do you, really?
Diving competition. Disappointing.
I must say, when you stand at that log, it's a big log.
It's a very big log, and it's quite upright. But, like I said, he's had a few near misses, and they just start to lose confidence. And I think that's when things start to go wrong. Luckily, both are okay.
Well, unfortunately for Willow, that's probably the furthest point from the stables, but she makes her way back, but Horse and Rider looking none the worse as we're back with Lydia Hannon.
These gates are riding better than I think we all thought.
Yeah.
And, we were talking, Scotty, before about the horses looking tired. But actually, I found that mine, once we come out of the Bullfinch at the end of the lake, he was still full of running.
Yeah.
And the last time I went this way, the horses sort of switched off. But perfect going, cool temperatures, and the horses are finishing fine.
So Jesse Campbell at the lake is going the long route, Mark. Was that always his plan?
Yeah, no, it was always pretty much his plan. This will be interesting. I don't know whether...
It's a good boy in the making for New Zealand, I feel.
Yeah, no, he's done very well. He's a very big lad too, so he needs a big, strong horse to carry him. But he rides very well. You would have to say that I would think Eric might be scratching his head about the fence he built at the lake. That I don't think he's quite got those distances right.
Well, last year he was interviewed and he was complaining about the distance coming out of the lake. I don't know if you saw his horse. It chipped in a second stride and almost stopped.
Yeah, no, talking about Eric Minter, the course designer. I was.
Yeah, but he was complaining about the distances.
Oh, right.
Of Eric's.
Yeah.
Well, this is My Royal Touch coming home. Classic Irish breeding here by Touchdown. Very successful Irish show jumper out of a Cavalier Royale mare. Very good eventing bloodlines. And Lydia Hannon's first attempt. She's made a very good show of it. She's going to be a minute plus over, but it's still a very good performance. Kept her head. Kept the horse's confidence levels up as she turns to the last. Remember this, the saddle that was designed as a competition. Vanessa Hansen, the young lady who designed it, and it's beautifully built by James Willis. And Lydia Hannon, a 94.3, but she's far from disgraced with that performance.
I think anybody that finishes today is going to be very happy.
Yeah, I think so. Jesse at the corners. Ooh! Well, he didn't make a great job of that. He'll have to sharpen up for this second one. Yeah. It didn't look that confident, did it, the way he jumped that first corner?
No.
Well, Cappuccino, an ex-New Zealand racehorse, and there is a prize, £1,000 prize for the best of 6 who've raced. The retraining of racehorses these days, big business, and the ROR have put up that £1,000. So we see Sarah Parks now, one of the podium potential riders for Britain here at the staircase. Safely through. Sarah Parks from Warwickshire with this Balladeer Durban Hills, another one who actually has raced running a point in Ireland. And she heads off now, Warwickshire based, towards the fence before the lake. "29-year-old Sarah Parks has her fiancé Ben Way also riding this competition. They're going to get married at the end of the year and going the long way. At least you can keep the rhythm up if you go the long way.
Yeah. I think pretty much the left hand's ridden pretty well though, hasn't it? I mean, you've just got to come around that corner, show jump it a bit, and then turn them in the air. And
yeah, it's actually quite a tough turn in to get to the right hand side.
Is.
Well, that background's given you some great moments in your career, Toddy.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing sight to be galloping past that house. Not that we have much time to sort of admire the view, but well, if you have, you're going too slow.
Yes, quite.
Sarah Parks then going the long way at the lake. She went very well at Buccalo last year. And she's one of the podium potential riders. World-class performance. Have these 2 sections, one for the podium riders and then one for the podium potential. Sarah Parks, one of them, on this horse.
It's nice to see them riding sensibly, and like that was a very sensible decision to go the long way there. Keeps the horse's confidence up, and
yeah, she looks as though, I mean, she did the same at the table, didn't she? She looks as though she's thinking about her round.
42-year-old Austin O'Connor for Ireland, Kilpatrick Knight. Austin O'Connor's first ride for Ireland was back in 1999, a protege of the late Hendrik Viekersma. They're at the start. There's some more of the start times to come, and be interesting to ask Toddy in a moment. There's the times. Theobald Follett, he's the one very much fancied. Then, of course, Mikael Jung, the champion. Tom McEwen, one of the young riders for Britain. Karen Donkers, you've seen the time. We said after dressage yesterday, Mark, that Mikael Jung, with the form he has, 10 marks behind the lead, he's still a strong contender, isn't he?
I think, he's very strong. And the thing about Mickey is, especially with this horse, he doesn't often lead the dressage, but he just never makes a mistake after that. But I think this would probably be the horse is super experienced, but this will be the toughest course he's ever faced. And as we've seen already, anything can happen, and it quite possibly will.
Sarah Parks living a little dangerously. This is a horse that was originally found by Martin Sadler, man who used to find a lot of horses for Leslie Law. Remember, Leslie won Olympic gold individually out in Athens after the Cass ruling. That was the year that Bettina Hoy lost the gold. Ooh, not altogether convincing approach to that from Sarah, but they kept it together. And a pat down the neck to say, thank you very much, fella, you did me well there. Found by Martin Sadler, then brought out eventing by Louise Harwood, this horse. But now in the hands of this good young rider, Sarah Parks.
Oh,
jeepers.
And the point about these pictures, Toddy, is that the horse's confidence is being questioned, isn't it?
Yeah, well, as we keep saying, they just get challenged at every turn. And if they are struggling a little bit, it doesn't take them long to say, this is enough.
Well, we're with Austin O'Connor. Austin O'Connor, ridden for Ireland on a number of occasions. It was the Europeans of 1999 he started in, but he's ridden at the Olympics. And this, a horse that is 12 years old by Master Imp, another of the great Irish jumping stallions.
And this is where you'll see the experienced riders, when horses start to doubt themselves a little bit, that's when the experienced riders got to really say, no, come on, you're okay, and be really positive.
I'm surprised at Austin taking the right-hand side there. It's a reasonably experienced horse.
It almost looks more difficult, doesn't it? As you said, it's a tighter turn onto it, and
it's a big effort. It takes quite a lot of extra energy, I think, off that tight turn.
Well, this combination got some good form in 3-star. That's the level below what we're watching. We're watching a 4-star. This is the horse's first 4-star. So what's he going to do here?
Clever, yeah, good jump in. And
this is not doing my confidence any good about having to go on my next horse. I don't know what the hell it's going to do there.
That element of surprise, Mark.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I don't like surprises these days.
Balladeer Durban Hills at the Mirage Park.
Oh,
she's going to go round, yeah.
Beginning to lose a bit of confidence, this horse. It's going to have to be quite clever over the next few fences.
Ian was saying right at the start of the day, this course all about riding with a seat of the pants, and it's true, isn't it? It's making decisions on the hoof.
And you really got to be thinking all the while. And so far, she's doing a good job. I think luckily from here on in, I mean, I know the mound, the corral is a big fence, but it's not wide. It's just a little bit tricky.
And he's quite clever. He can pop in a little stride and pop over. Oh, left leg.
Oh.
Whoops. Spoke too soon.
Yes. Yeah. That's the commentator's curse there, Mark. Well done.
But we have to say, it's something like that's been coming, hasn't it?
Yeah,
it's been looking
a little bit
progressively less confident.
Completely leaves his right front. And interestingly enough, the pins don't give way.
Yeah, well,
she has a good slide on the ground.
Yeah. Dan Jocelyn earlier whacked it pretty hard, and the rail underneath fell off.
Yes,
so they can take a good bang.
Well,
I think
Sarah
she's winded,
is smiling. I think she's all right. Always a disappointment. Looks perhaps a bit winded. Those airbags, they can pinch you pretty tight.
Yeah. I've never worn one. I don't know.
I don't wear one, I'm afraid.
We're too old.
I couldn't possibly comment.
And they weren't even in existence when you were riding, Mike.
You didn't have a back protector, did you? Did you actually wear a hard hat?
A cloth cap.
I wondered when that was going to start. You must have other work to go and do, Tom.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I have.
Well, this young man is not deterred in any way, kicking on. Ireland coming back into the reckoning these days. It's so good to see.
Well, it'll be interesting. My good friend Sally Corskadden has taken over the role of high performance manager, and she's very determined to get these guys up and running and get back to their best.
Oh, I didn't realise she'd done that. And you've got potentially a new performance director in New Zealand as well.
Yeah, well, we have appointed one, and then a month later we didn't have one.
All right.
So we're looking for somebody else at the moment.
Well, Toddy, you've got another ride. I know. It's been great having you. And can I say, for the years I've been doing commentating, it's always been a thrill to have you and give not only some great stories about the competition, but also your skills. It's been a great thrill as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much indeed.
We're very sad that we won't be hearing you anymore, Mike.
Well, you'll be able to turn the sound up now, won't you?
Mark, before you go, here's Jean Taylor on the course. There's somebody older than you, right?
I know, yeah, thank God Jean's here.
Have a good ride with your second horse.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Well, Austin O'Connor still looking very positive, which is good, and giving this horse a good ride. Remember, that clock is counting down. That's the time he has to get home to get the optimum time. That optimum time, 11 minutes 35. But this is a good ride from Austin. He's using his experience, and he's not bustling the horse out of his rhythm.
Yeah, I think we've seen in the past that he sometimes can get a little too excited, but he's given this horse a very good ride and sensible, taking quite a few alternatives, but it's kept a good rhythm.
big crowd all the way around this course. I think Claire's 100,000 earlier in the day is probably underestimating. And you see, just going back to this ride of Austin's, you see him just encouraging the horse, just to keep him to the bit, doesn't he? He's really trying to keep the horse interested.
Yeah, it popped in there nicely. Yeah, and he's being very careful, the horse. He's learning a lot as he goes round.
Well, Lydia Hannon is with me, who's just got the good news that the 20 penalties she had been given have been removed. Hey, phew.
Yeah, massive relief. In my head, there was no way I had presented to it. She jumped so big in, and I was on the buckle rein, and she'd eyed up coming out, did a huge leap up the step. But as she was jumping up the step to me, I was turning away to go long. So huge relief that they have taken it away, because I wasn't aware that I'd even presented. So. Oh, yeah.
You were quite vocal on the way round. I think we heard you squeaking and chatting to your mare.
She's amazing. Everyone has said to me, this is it. There's nowhere else to go. You've got to Badminton. Please enjoy it. And it was awesome. It's just like, God, she just gave me such an amazing feel, and it's just so nice that we've got such a good partnership. Some of the feelings that she was giving me over the footbridge, it was like, oh, wow. And this is 4-star, and she's making it feel amazing. So, yeah, I was vocal.
Your first Badminton, and you are clear. Well done.
Thank you. Well, now it's time to celebrate, I think.
Go for it.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
I have to admit, I can still remember my completion of the first Badminton. It is like walking on air. Totally understand Lydia's thoughts as we're still back with Austin O'Connor at those Jules corners, and he is the first one we're looking at going round. We've seen some uncomfortable jumps there, and obviously Austin feels there's enough petrol in the tank. It's a long way round, but the horse keeps his rhythm, keeps his ears pricked, and he sets off towards the bullfinch out of the lake.
He didn't look weary at all, actually, on these turns.
Not at all. Not at all. Now we've got another man who's always got a lot to say. We're delighted to have him here. Harry Mead, of course, been round Badminton several times. Harry, what's your thoughts?
Well, it's interesting to see how it's riding. We're seeing the courses spread out round the course. Obviously, there's a lot of angles and the tight turns, particularly at the Hilden Water Pond, and then the Mirage Pond as well, are being pretty influential.
Well, as you heard earlier, Jean Tilleur, a little older than Mark Todd, 63 years old, won the world title in 2002, great performance in Jerez. Now riding this 17-year-old Matelot de Grand Val. And if he puts his experience to the test, he could just come up into the reckoning. After dressage, he had a score of 54.6. He's got ground to make up, but he's trying.
Full of experience, though, isn't he? I mean, he rode that quite brilliantly. He just waited and waited and gave the horse time.
Now, for me, at this moment, this man is giving this horse the ride of the day. Austin O'Connor for Ireland in Huntsman's Close. And what has he got left in the tank? A look at the clock would be interesting.
Well, it was interesting talking to Austin before he came here, because he wasn't sure if this was an out-and-out 4-star horse, but he's given him a great ride, hasn't he? And probably quite sensible taking that longer route of the corner complex in front of the house, because you just a chance to use up one less life. I know it's a little bit longer, but we've seen a few horses possibly sap their confidence there.
Well, he's going to be over the time. He's only got 40 seconds left to get home, and he's 3/4 of a mile from home. Just give you a quick glimpse of the first three at the moment. Top of the leaderboard is still Alexander Bragg with Zagreb. Second is Toddy, Mark Todd with Leonidas, 58.1. And then third is Astien Nicolas for France, the Olympic silver medalist Pierre de Benaville on 60.7. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Still early days. Now, this horse just beginning perhaps to realise he's been a long way round this Badminton course, but still jumping.
Well, he hasn't chased the horse around, but he has taken quite a lot of alternatives, so it's extra miles on the clock, but he has given it time and he has nursed it round, so he's only got 4 jumping efforts left on the course.
And of course it's uphill the whole way from when you jump out of the lake over that bullfinch after the corner combination in front of the house. You've got an uphill distance to travel for about almost a sort of minute with no jumping efforts up to Huntsman's Close, and then again uphill towards the quarry, so it really does take it out of them towards the end of the course.
And they do get a little bit of a breather after the quarry coming down that hill. It just lets them sort of recover to get over those last few fences.
And those are big brushes, aren't they?
Yeah.
You saw
and
them
very
have to,
vertical, aren't they?
have to work hard. Yeah, those are almost tables masquerading as steeplechase fences, because although they look like inviting brush fences, they're actually bolt upright and fairly unforgiving.
I must say this horse is so very genuine. Kilpatrick Knight, a 12-year-old, as I said, by Master Eugene McKenna and Wendy Foster owe this one, and they'll be very proud of this horse. Tried all the way. Although he still seems on the bridle, and you get the feeling that he is feeling a bit weary, but still wanting to give 100%.
Well, he's been very honest in the way he jumps and very deliberate with his jump. He's a clean jumper, isn't he? I mean,
well ridden, O'Connor. That's a very good performance by the Irish combination. And that's going to bring him right up the leaderboard. 24th after dressage on that 45.8. And that smile says it all. Well, this a young lady who has got a tremendous pedigree for it, the daughter of Lucinda Green. It's Alyssa at her first badminton. Alyssa riding her lovely horse, Malenhead Clovitz, 15 years old. As we're back with the French senior rider, Jean Tuller.
Oh my goodness! He really stood off that on one stride, didn't he?
No, he just. I think he got two, didn't he?
He didn't put in two, but he was a long way off. Now we'll see. He rode down.
And he went inside the flag, I think, didn't he? Yes.
Well, this
inside
one.
that
But
one.
This
what
one.
about this one?
Yeah,
I think he did.
His right leg
strides.
was outside the flag.
Yeah, but that's okay. It's the head, neck, and shoulders, isn't it?
Yeah, you need to be on a straight line there to confirm that his shoulder was in.
This Green at the second one we've seen do that. It has looked to jump very easily to this point, but that's two now. Have done that quite quickly.
Interestingly, the horse jumped up there almost the same as it did at the Silver Birch Rails at the Hollow, where it took a very long last stride before takeoff, ending up right at the base of that corner, and at the same jumping up that bank, landed at a non-jumping place in front of that duck house and just couldn't get his legs out the way to jump it cleanly out.
Just get the feeling the horse is saying, what am I doing here, Mum? This looks a bit big. Lucinda was so excited to have her daughter here. Wasn't a nervous mum at all, just absolutely, really bubbling. But I bet she's biting her fingernails now. Six-time winner, of course, Lucinda.
Well, that was interesting because that was one of the few horses to go down there and not seem to be disrupted by the entrance to the water. The horse took level strides down the slope between the first two elements instead of trying to jump in.
Jumped the middle element, one of the best we've seen, actually.
Jean Tuller at the quarry. I think this is probably quite a quick round. The horse hasn't stopped galloping.
No, it hasn't. And it's got quite a big stride. He's kept the momentum.
Back with Alyssa. 28 years old, horse owned by the All G Syndicate. Not easy to compete after a mum who's led the world for so long. Hits the first fairly hard and now is going to go the long way. Good decision?
A very good decision, I think, yeah.
Many competitors have done this, but this group decides to take the longer route, having taken the right hand.
It's long and fiddly, but it's safe.
Here is Jean Tuller. How quick is he? 44 seconds over. Well, we'd heard, Harry, that Eric had thought that there might be 15 inside the time. I doubt if we're going to get any inside the time.
I know, and interestingly, I talked to Jürgen Breisner last night, who was the performance manager for the British team, and he's normally pretty hot on his timings, having measured the course, and he thought that we'd probably have 5 or 6, and with the conditions being so dry, we could end up with as many as 10, and I think a lot of riders thought that, but it's proving to be very difficult at the time.
Difficult time, big test. It's all very much linked, isn't it?
Yes, and I think the nature of the questions, if you've got attacking questions where the horse can stay straight and come on a forward distance, then they can jump through with speed. But we've got a lot of places where you have to really bring the average speed right down to a steady canter and then twist and turn your way around. So that, of course, means you've got a lot of catching up to do on the galloping straights.
Well, the next out, another one that has got a great record in the sport. Germany's Bettina Hoy, European champion in 1997, Watermill Stream at Burley. Riding this her own horse, Designer, 39.2 dressage. Was a very good winner at the Blenheim International 3-star last year. Very capable, probably riding as well as she's ever ridden actually at the moment in her life. This is a career that dates back to 1984 Los Angeles.
German team member who first competed at Badminton back in 1984.
This is Jim Newsham. Oh, Jim! Oh. Well, now he is going to get 11 penalties for that, because I think that rail has gone, isn't it?
I think, quite honestly, he deserves 11 penalties for that. It was a little bit backwards riding.
It's about being able to be accurate to that kind of question while still attacking.
Ooh, that's a surprise.
Interesting with Bettina, she looked like she never really got onto her line. The horse's ears are almost like antennae where they're swinging left, right, and the horse never got a chance to lock onto the target.
It didn't look as though she was near the fence. She was almost still getting ready.
Well, she really likes this horse. She really feels that it is a top horse, but not for the first time at this level. They just haven't quite proved their skills. Looking at it again, Bettina now actually doing coaching. She's coaching the Dutch team these days.
It looked like the horse never really understood where he was going. The first thing, riders have walked the course and know exactly what line they're jumping on, but you've got to make it really clear to the horse where they're going. And that horse, you could see from his ears and his eyes, he had no idea.
He wasn't very settled in his mouth, was he? I mean, he was sort of fighting still, not focusing.
Looks like they've done a nice clear through that.
Well, here's Jim Newsham. Jim Newsham rides for Ireland. McGuinness on 54.3 dressage.
And what we see there is probably the effect of what happened at the previous fence, where the horse rather poked into the base of the footbridge, jumped, landed on the back rail and broke the pin. And here he just really was lacking confidence jumping in and decided to abort before he'd taken off.
And Jim, is he coming back round? I thought for a moment he was going to retire. I think he was a bit in two minds. I never think you want to go on when you're in two minds. Quite scary then.
I think he was looking to see what he could jump.
I think he's gone back to Badminton to get a run. Oh, well done the horse.
Yeah. Oh, go. Yeah, clever horse. He could have gone long there.
Well, he's got away with it. But there, as far as I'm concerned, is suspect rider judgment, because with that horse has done, surely he'd been better to go round.
Yeah, and I think it's about trying to just keep that confidence up for not just the rest of the stage, but for the rest of that horse's career.
Lissa Green at the gates.
But the horse was very honest to keep going for him, I have to say.
Now, these gates are interesting, aren't they? Because they are bolt upright, and by this stage in the course, the horses are fairly weary. So you're just hoping they jump nice and cleanly.
So far, touch wood, they have ridden quite well.
They've been touching wood as well.
Yes.
Well, Lissa hasn't had a totally excellent lead up in her ride from, first novices and then up. She's had lots of problems.
Oh. Looked a bit odd there.
It looks like the horse may have lost a shoe. He just skidded on that thing.
I think that's probably what it was.
But this is a great performance. If Lissa can get round, she really has ridden out of the seat of her pants. It's tremendous performance. Jim Newsham, Ireland at the corral.
I wasn't listening.
It's amazing how well this upright rail at the top of the slope's riding. It looks very demanding because of the undulations, but actually if that was on flat ground, it would be much more dangerous.
Yeah.
But the front...
Well, there is evidence of the pin that Jim Newsham broke. I think they're the Swedish pin, the Mims. They are a little bit easier to refix, although actually I noticed they've got pins in their hands, so I'm actually wondering whether they are Mims pins there.
The front rail was a Mims pin and the back rail was a reverse pin.
Okay. Well, here is Lissa Green at the last, and I wonder whether we're going to get a shot of her mum dancing up and down, because she should be. Lissa's done a great job. She's taken a long time to get round, but never mind. To get round in this particular year when it's proving a real tough test, this girl has done a great job. Well done, Lissa.
She's done a brilliant job because she wasn't feeling very well earlier in the week. There's Lucinda. She's...
Well, the lady in pink used to ride yellow, those primrose colours, thrilled millions. She led Great Britain to some wonderful successes all around the world, and now her daughter has got round in totally different situations. It's a very, very worthwhile and worthy performance for Lissa Green. Well, the horse will be led away to go and be washed down, cooled down.
I love the fact that Lucinda's paid no attention to her daughter and is looking after the horse. Perfect.
Well, now, Ireland have got as strong a gang here as they've ever had. This is Claire Abbott on the little Euro Prince. It's a real little jumper, this.
And really very committed through there. I mean, she came through there like a dingbat and just managed to stay straight. And maybe she was thinking about that exit, that very long one stride coming out.
Yeah, she's only one of two that we've seen get the one stride coming out.
And you want to see, of course, reward positive forward riding. And the worry with a couple of these distances where horses are chipping in, like at the Hilden Water up at the far end of the course, is you know, some of those bigger, longer, rangier horses are getting punished, whereas that was lovely to see good attacking riding.
Well,
I don't think that one will get round Badminton.
No, I don't think it will. Well, that was Claire Abbott. We were watching on Euro Prince at the Lake. But now it's Jim Newsham with McGuinness. He has got penalties from the Hilden Water Pond on his card, but as the horse has been very genuine to Jim. Now, 3/4 of the way round. Beginning, I get the feeling, just to hack home now. The gates.
Well, the horse is still jumping. He's being good.
Once you get to this stage in the course, it's almost impossible to change your speed, isn't it? It's a bit like running a marathon. Once you start, you get a third of the way into it. You can't try and then catch up and go quicker.
Well, this is Euro Prince, still looking for the running. Just makes it.
Just late to turn onto her line there. Yep. Again, the horse only really had his ears pricked onto the fence that last stride before takeoff.
The horse didn't really know where it was going. Very brave.
Like he was jumping almost into the unknown.
Oh.
Jim Newsham, he's going to trot across the top and hack on.
Good Irish horse to bank the fence.
Now this horse is just beginning to feel that he's getting towards the end of the Badminton course. Jim has got to nurse him home, but he's still opening up his stride. But look at this is more than opening stride. This is flying. Is this a little too early to be flying? We're not halfway round yet.
I think it's too fast. I think that turn into the footbridge was a result of too much speed.
It's about trying to be quick, but still giving your horse time in front of their fences.
Yeah. The art, isn't it, is moving as quickly as the horse can work within itself without pushing it over the top. And although Euro Prince is a little active horse, one just gets the feeling the gear is one too high. Boy, we've got some very good horses and riders coming. We're not too far away from Theobald Valette. In fact, he could be on the course. Mikael Jung, he's going to be coming soon. The stars are coming out. We're coming to a critical time on Cross Country Day here at Badminton.
Well, it's been interesting. The two Irish ones we've just seen, you know, Jim and Austin, they've nursed their horses home really well, and the horses have been kept jumping, and they've looked good.
Well, I criticised Jim up at the water pond, but he, to me, actually has ridden the last half of the course more sensibly than he rode the first half.
Yeah, I agree. Sally Kerskaden will be very happy with those two getting round, because this is a tough track.
Well, there's a number that haven't got round, but Jim McGuinness, for riding McGuinness, Jim Newsham has, and this is the Colonel from France, Colonel Theobald Valette, part of that gold medal team. He sit up, Colonel.
Just purchase forward that over the above the first step, and when a horse goes to brake suddenly and take a look, it means your gravity is taken forwards and almost in danger of getting out of balance on top of the horse's neck. And the one thing you don't want to do cross country is get in front of the movement, because from there it's a dangerous way to the ground.
They finished 13th individually in the Rio Olympics, part of this gold medal that was brilliantly won in Rio. And he impressed me, Harry, in the Europeans at Blair in 2015. He was the one who really picked up the French and got them the qualification, and of course went on to the gold medal.
He did, and he's had remarkably few. I think he's only had something like 30 international completions at all levels in his career. So he's, in spite of his age, he's relatively inexperienced.
It is a fabulous horse, I think. Whoop, little loop there. Whoa!
That'll be interesting.
Yes, and the interesting design point of this fence is that it's got a piece of wood, like the roof of a cottage, on the edge of the step to try and encourage horses not to do that, but to jump it like it's a fence and land cleanly on solid ground instead of missing their footing.
But did he get away with the 20?
No, because he crossed his tracks.
Exactly. Watch it again.
Lovely jump in. I mean, he's really neat, wasn't he?
You see how he just lengthens his reins, gives the horse a chance to look at the fence, but as he takes off, you see him land on the edge of the step. So instead of jumping cleanly, he goes to bank and slips his hind legs, isn't able to then push off and make that stride, but almost like a cartoon character, skids in midair and has to pull left.
He just looked as though he spooked on his way, to that step as well. He backed off a little bit.
A colonel in the famous Cadre Noir regiment of Saumur, Colonel Theobald. But one thing's for sure, he's been a huge addition to the French. French are interesting, Harry, aren't they? Because for a number of years, they had a lot of success in the early 2000s, but for a number of years they were out with the washing, particularly I remember in the Europeans in Fontainebleau, when they had a really very disappointing. Terry Touzin was actually sacked, and then came back. And with the addition of Michel Asseret as a manager, they've now gone from strength to strength, and for me they're the best team in the world now.
And I think they've got a real team spirit. They've got a sense of camaraderie. They've got a load of young, I think pretty much all boys. There's one or two girls in there, but there's sort of very much boy.
Careful, Harry, careful.
I'm not making any statement, but they're saying they've got a bunch of boys all the same kind of age, and they've really sort of nurtured them as a group together. Apparently at the Olympics they were absolutely wild together, but then went and delivered the team gold medal.
You could be in trouble there, Harry.
What I think is very interesting watching this lovely horse of Colonel Theobald is that the horse is always moving easily within his capabilities. He never looks pushed or stressed. He's got this lovely stride with a great rhythm. It'll be very interesting here because he's got a pretty long stride.
But very neat as well. Only not going to the third element, he's circling to the alternative.
That was very well ridden coming in, though. He just stayed out and gave the horse time, so he didn't have to shorten his last stride and get right underneath that fence in the water.
And he hasn't lost a lot of time.
He hasn't. That sort of smooth rhythm, if you think of a tennis player like Roger Federer or any kind of sportsman, including watching event riders, the good rounds look easy, like you're not having to make big adjustments.
Well, she's still kicking on and going for these big ones, and
I wonder what her time is.
She's looked quick, hasn't she?
She has. She really has. He's not a big horse, but my word, he just kept moving. Now, Queen de Brio N. I have to say, I love this horse. I think he's an absolute superstar. Yeah, Mirage Pot.
Very sort of relaxed attitude on that turn from the rider, wasn't it? It was
Again, the time could be interesting. He's just over halfway now. And here is Europrince coming out. Jumps that on the angle. Young Claire Abbott still full of confidence. And only just going into penalties. This will be the quickest round we've seen. Tremendous performance from Camilla, 27 years old. They won in Ballondennis a couple of years ago, and they've really jumped into prominence now. They were in the Worlds in Caen, 60.1 and go third. What a round. And away goes the reigning Olympic and European. Also a Rolex Grand Slam winner here last year. Winner in Kentucky last week. It is Mikel Young on course with the great La Vista Tech Sam on a score of 40 after dressage. This is probably the key round of the day.
Oh, he does seriously well to sit there.
He did. My word, he did.
An amazing recovery to get away with that.
And that's
way
where,
out.
That's where, as a rider, having your lower legs in front of you, if you just watch this, as the horse gets close, leaves his front knees, it makes a whole horse pivot forwards, but he's able to just get back up. And doing that whilst going down this slope was a pretty athletic feat.
And the horse, look, you could almost say that was a good score for the horse, because the horse is jumping bigger than ever now.
Well, he took the middle flag out, but he certainly was on his line well.
Mikael Jung on the early part of the course. We haven't actually seen the third fence, Harry, but it's a real wake-up call, the third fence, I feel here.
It is. They've replaced the traditional
brush fence,
keeper's brush with a table instead, and it's a very gappy table with a big ditch underneath. So straight away you know you're on a very meaty course.
Yeah. He's now at the top of the steps, Mikael. Rode Fisher Akana to the win in Kentucky last weekend. If he could win here, he could go to Burley with a second Grand Slam, possibly. It's all ifs, but this man is capable of anything.
Harry, is that the wobbleberry thing that on his back?
I think it's a mascot for Wilbury the Wonder Horse, which was in remembrance of Hannah France, this young girl who was such a keen event rider. She died of cancer sadly last year, and it's really a tribute to her. It's a very active charity raising money for cancer patients, and you can see Wilbury riding around Badminton on the back of the Olympic, world and European champion Michael Jung.
And he was thrilled when he was asked if he would do it. There was no two ways. This man was going to help the wonderful campaign of Wilbury as he comes to the lake. This is a man who competes internationally in the world of dressage, show jumping, does the Grand Prix at 150, and of course has got a record second to none in this sport. At the lake.
You see, this is where he did a good job just to get his reins back, get him under control instead of riding through there on the buckle.
That is exactly why this man is the best we've seen, I think, almost ever, Ian.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. His record proves that. Oh, just a jiff. Camilla Spears, I didn't see quite what happened to Harry going on. I don't know whether you saw that.
She just approached a little bit quick and flat, so the horse wasn't able to jump up vertically enough and landed, I think, almost like a spider on top with the legs bent, and wasn't able to push up over the top. Over a bank fence, you've got to go that much higher, so the horse has got space to get their undercarriage down, rather than like a normal fence where their belly skims it.
Well, we're back with Colonel Theobald Valette at the quarry. Still clear after that brilliant recovery at the... Oh, and he's over time. He's over time, a 64.7 score and counting. His dressage, remember, was a 38.7, but already that's adding the time penalties up. But here's Young. He's now at the hollow. La Vista Texan.
This fence is almost two completely separate elements, because you've got time to have a bit of a dodgy jump at the first and just regather your thoughts. There's a real sense of accuracy, but ridden well, these horses are so used to jumping corners, and of course there's so many tight angles on this course.
Now down to the footbridge. I remember this time last year when he went over what was the Vicarage V and gave a quite brilliant performance. And he's done it again. Spot on, line, absolutely 100%.
Well, if we're going to see the time done today, it's going to be Michael Young, the way he started off. And another stop for Just a Jiff and Camilla Spears.
This little horse, certainly the smallest in the field. She's retired, but not a lot more than a pony. But sadly, quarter size Just a Jiff retires. But here is the French Colonel Theobald Valette. It's a lot of time penalties, but again, a classic performance. 95.9, the provisional score for Theobald Valette, and Queen de Vrille puts him 11th. Still the current leader, Britain's Alexander Bragg. 12.4 time penalties puts him on 57. Then in second is Mark Todd with Leonidas 58.1. And third has gone Claire Abbott for Ireland, Euro Prince, and Astia Nicola fourth.
Well, Michael Young just threw that water, and he just made it happen. Wasn't that neat in, but he was very, very sharp throughout the line.
And that time, 5 minutes 50, that's counting down, that's what he's still got to do, and that's the quickest we've had to that point on the course. He's coming to the Mirage Point.
This is where horses just have a chance, have a bit of a breather. It used to be a more intense section of the course here, and they've just spread out some of the questions so the horses can just mentally settle back down again, because the questions come up so thick and fast their brains can almost become addled.
Oh.
That turn can seem almost impossible, but the rising ground just helps the horses turn up into it, and you saw Sam just pricked his ears, knew exactly where he was going.
But what a partnership they are, because they know each other so well. I mean, it just happens, doesn't it? It's incredible.
Well, remember, he actually had the very last show jump down 2 years ago and got beaten on the post. But of course he then went on to do the Grand Slam of Burley, Kentucky and Badminton. Could he do it again? Could he possibly do it again? He is flying. He is double Olympic champion. Champion in London, Olympic champion that is. Champion in Rio. He's won back-to-back European titles. And we're watching the best there is in the world, possibly ever. Well, now at the staircase, it is Gwendolyn Furr, Romantic Love, the leading French lady rider.
I'd say that was a case of she slowed the horse down from that long flat gallop, but she didn't increase the revs, so she came in a rather underpowered, half-hearted canter, and that's a big fence, and the horses see the ground falling away the other side, so you need to have a lot of power, because otherwise their instinct is to go to put their front feet back down on the ground too quickly.
Young at the corners. And my word, Sam. No, I'm not going to say that. Let's get him through it. Yeah, I will say it. Sam is jumping. Sam is flying. He's no longer a youngster. He's now 17 years old by Stan the Man.
But that was a brilliant bit of riding there from Michael Young, because he just asked for the accelerator and the horse responded.
Well, Wilbury must be enjoying his ride, surely. He heads off now down to Huntsman's Close. Is this going to be the first combination inside the time? We'll get you a time, hopefully, in Huntsman's Close.
This is for the United States of America. This is Catherine Coleman.
I wonder if that man will ever be back here. Looks to have got a good seat. Well, that sight still stirs my emotions, I have to say, having lived here in this area all my life. It is one of the sights that really sets the adrenaline running. What about you, Harry, because you're noting just down the road?
Yeah, I don't think I've missed a badminton in my lifetime, and I'm sure you're probably the same, Mike. It's so special for all riders from all over the world, but being a local, it really is magic.
Young at Huntsman's 2:26 to get home. Still got about 8 efforts to jump, but he still looks to be keeping a lovely rhythm, and Sam seems to be looking good. Now the gates. This man has just bought a lovely 8-year-old that's thought to be one of the best jumping mares there is in Europe. He wants to go and do show jumping at the very top level. Now, would he go inside the tree? There's a tree here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's gone inside. Oh, just rattles
quite
it.
risky. He's keeping the speed up, isn't he? I mean, everyone else is taking time to set up for these gates.
Yeah, there's a big difference between a horse hitting a fence below the knee or above the knee. Below the knee is basically superficial. They tap it, the leg just flips back. Above the knee is where the horse begins to pivot and can cause the horse to come off balance and even fall.
Michael Young at the quarry. The last big test. Oh, spot on. What a round so far. 1 minute 10 to get home. 70 seconds. He's going to be pushed. No doubt about that. Catherine Coleman now, the young Canadian, American I should say. Up and has got a refusal. But it's back with Young. This is the one we want to see. 51 seconds. Could he do it? Not quite, I don't think.
I'm not so sure. I would.
Gonna have a little gamble? Where's the money?
Okay, you buy the coffees.
12 seconds over.
Yeah, I think you're right, Harry.
What do you think I'm right? What do you think?
What? I think he's going to be between 10 and 20 anyway. I agree with you.
Ian?
I think he's going to do it. Come on,
My
Michael
word,
Young,
is.
get a move on. You boys are going to suffer if he does this.
15:40, McCarthy.
He's easily doing the time. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's not the first time. Oh, brilliant. Quite brilliant. You have just watched something that has been one of the best equestrian pieces of horsemanship you've ever seen. That is fantastic. On a score of 40, he has finished in more 4 stars on his dressage score than anyone else ever. Could he do it again?
I reckon he will. And you owe me a coffee, Tucker.
Well, I have to say I'm blown away with that round.
He's just so efficient, isn't he? He has that fairly upright position when he gallops, so he doesn't have to change his balance when he's setting up to a fence. He has his hips relatively low in the saddle, his shoulders up, and he's just able to let the horse run and jump in his own time.
And the horse is trotting away. He's trotted out of the main ring into the collector ring, and the horse looks as though it's done nothing. It's completely relaxed.
And actually, it's not a bad idea to keep the horse moving afterwards, is it? So
No,
often people pull up and their heart rate just almost free falls down, whereas keeping them moving and let the heart rate come down more gradually is like they do racing, where they've got a much further distance to go from the finish.
Absolutely true. Yeah.
Lissa Green, your first experience of badminton, and you have got round. Well done.
Oh, thank you. It was a bit of a wing and a prayer, but that was always going to be the way with this gorgeous horse. He's so brave, but to keep him in the right balance is really tough, so a lot of work was going to be used.
I think, to be honest, a lot of people think you're very brave as well.
Stupid or brave is close thing.
You haven't been feeling great in the build-up to this, so to do that when you're not feeling particularly strong or well is amazing.
I know, and Mum, bless her, she's like, all right, don't worry, let's just go to Lamoulan. And I'm like, I'm here. No, I mean, if I'm on death's door, I will be dragging myself out of bed. But I did honestly worry yesterday morning that I might not have made it today. So to have actually completed is really, I can't believe it.
And we can't get your mum because she's turned into your groom, and we probably won't see her again for another hour. But I watched her sprint across to see you finish. I mean, she was jumping every fence with you.
She's amazing, and she literally does movements, I think, as well. She's unbelievable. She's #1 fan. Always there.
And how much does it mean to you to come to the place where she did so well?
Oh, I honestly, it's so embarrassing to say. I think I nearly cried the whole way from the stables down to here. And I was like, I can't believe I'm actually here. This has like been a lifelong dream. So to actually leave that start box, I was just this wave of emotion. I was like, oh my God, unbelievable.
Leaving the start box is one thing, getting through the finish is another. You've done both. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, that was a great performance from Melissa. And here is the situation. A truly great round from Mikael Jung. Puts him at the top of the leaderboard. But what about Alexander Bragg? First time here. He really has shown the British riders what they've got to do, without a doubt. Toddy in third. Claire Abbott, great round for Arnhem from her. The Olympic silver medalist in there too. But suddenly, after some very close scores after dressage, the whole thing begins to open up, and we're not a lot more than halfway through this cross-country day, and there is a lot more drama to come, that is for sure. Well, going back to the action on the course now, and whoa, went for the sky hooks. This is Pietra Sandel for Italy. Fairly inexperienced compared to some we've seen. 25 years old, previously ridden by Ollie Town in this one. Just a bit of news while you were away with that interview and the leaderboard. Catherine Coleman has come off course. She had a tumble with Longwood and has, interestingly enough, a fence we haven't seen, the offset Oxer. It's meant to be a let-up fence, but I don't know about you, Harry, I thought it looked enormous.
It is enormous, and it's extremely wide. And being painted white, it's quite difficult for horses to judge, so you just need to respect it. And just make sure you get a decent jump over that. It's easy to see that as a let-up fence, but it still takes a lot of jumping.
Well, there's a young lady who'll be interested in the action, because that's Ingrid Klimka. She, of course, right up there after dressage in second place, and she's been here second on 2 occasions. She was very much hoping she could win it, but she's got to beat that man Young again. Pietro Sandal with this experienced horse, Mouse. Italy have had some success in the world of eventing, not in recent years, one has to say, but still the sport gets stronger in Italy as they come to the first of the corners. They had a dressage of 69.6. There was one dressage worse than that, but if he could get round the cross-country, I think he would feel that it would be all worthwhile, Harry.
Yeah, that was actually very well ridden through that combination of corners. It gave the horse time to see the fence, and when you come back from a long gallop, it takes a while to get the horse's body back, but slightly longer for their brain to come back. But the horse is very much focused on what he was doing. Wow. An enormous jump over that footbridge.
That'd definitely give you a bit of confidence, wouldn't it?
It would. And coming up to this bank is where you've just got to steady the horse so that he can get back on his hocks and jump high enough to get his legs down, so he can then push off again on that bounce stride over the upright house. Very well ridden, and you can see the rider just put his lower legs forward in that defensive position, so that had the horse caught a knee on the house, he would have been protected from tipping forwards by that lower leg.
Has jumped clear around Lamoulan and Poe, so he knows a little bit of what questions are asked at this level, the championship level, 4-star. As now we're looking at Ireland's Joseph Murphy, Sports Field fellow, part of Ireland's great effort in London, where Ireland finished 5th and really showed that they were coming back onto the international stage. An experienced combination, had a 58.8 dressage.
Oh, and then Pietro, horse leaves a leg. Good recovery, but he immediately goes the long route. Good decision, because it looked as though he was probably heading for the straight route as the first plan.
And that long route into the water is still quite a formidable fence. If that was a straight route, you'd say this will take some jumping, because the log is set out in the water, so the horses actually see the water on the takeoff side of the log, so it's optically quite a lot to look at.
Ireland's Joseph Murphy, Sports Field Othello. In a good combination for Ireland in recent years, well sat, nearly lost his balance but picked up. Would have had an anxious moment there. The steering looked a bit dodgy at one stage.
He was a bit lucky, really. He went up in a very long one out of the water. I think he was trying to get the distance to the final element, but he nearly paid the penalty.
Well, we know now the man to beat, and it's this guy, Michael Young, having set that mark of 40, no time penalties out there. And Sam, the greatest horse ever, potentially, he's won 6 4-star events. He is just brilliant cross country. He's brilliant at everything.
Yeah, he's an amazing horse. He's brilliant in every discipline. Also, I think my dressage yesterday was really good. Yeah, the most great feeling is that you're always a bit nervous in the beginning. How works everything? How is the condition of the horse and all these things? But in the end, it's an amazing feeling when you feel the horse is so much trust in you. And you can do everything with him, and he's was quite strong in the beginning. They had not really much control, but then after the first water, we get a really nice rhythm, and everything works very easy with him. Everything what I say to you, what I say to him, he understands so quick, and it's amazing feeling with him.
And most horses, they get a bit slower and steadier with age, but seemingly he doesn't.
He was a bit tired in the end, maybe after the fence 2021. But he's still a fast galloper, so I have to push him not too much. I was okay with the time, and in the end, when I say to him, "Come on, a little bit faster into the finish," he just like nothing, he go forward, just like in the first minute.
And you were riding one horse, but you had another little pony on your back there. If you just have a look, bring the camera around, Richard, and we can see Wilbury, the Wonder Pony. And a lot of sports talk about aerodynamics and, you know, making sure nothing interferes with the wind flow, but he didn't slow you down, and a lovely thing for you to do.
Yeah, I cannot say in English what it is exactly, but is to help the ill children, and yeah, it makes for me not a difference with the riding. It's not heavy and nothing, so I think it's a very good idea, and if this is what I can do, for sure.
Just one final question, Michael. How many other riders do you think will go clear inside the time?
I hope not so much. I'm a bit far away from the first place, so I hope yeah, that I'm coming much more closer for tomorrow for the jumping. But yeah, it's a quite tough course, so it will be interesting.
Good stuff. Thank you.
Thank you.
And well done.
So Pietro and Maus still going well, coming to these brush corners. Seen some interesting sights here throughout the day, and reaches for the first one, but quick recovery, very impressive.
Yeah, I have to say that was really well written through there, because it's difficult to ride a fence of accuracy in an attacking way, and he did that perfectly. He was bang on his line, but in a forward-going attacking way.
7 from home now, long uphill gallop towards the World Horse Welfare Gates at 24.
The left-hand route being very much the favoured route today. He's like a pony, isn't he? He's very neat, short striding, so it sort of helps get the distance right to the fences. Still big jumping, isn't it? I mean, it needs to get up in the air. Ooh, maybe not so much that one. Coming on the angle, always a risk.
That tree is it's designed around that tree so that the tree either pushes you inside on a bit of an angle or takes time to come on a safer option around the tree to that fairly unforgiving fence. This quarry combination, it's actually designed on a bit of a snaking line, but by this stage in the course, the horses are fairly wary and their brains don't need too much to focus on, so most riders are opting just to angle the first, angle the second, and then come straight to the third, meaning you don't have to put an S-bend through there, but it's all very much obvious to the horse, straight.
It is obvious, and it's saving energy if you can straight.
Yes. They can sight each fence from being in the air over the previous one.
There's a little dip down the far side into the ground as they head off towards the Irish Horse Gateway,
Well,
23.
Coming right to the end now, but this has been quite an impressive round. I mean, this horse doesn't look in any way tired. He's still jumping really well.
And it's lovely to see that where a horse just gallops and jumps out of the stride, so the rhythm doesn't change, and it's almost that the horse lands at the same speed as it would be if there was no fence there at all. So he's just saving every bit of energy for this horse and keeping in a good rhythm.
Now he's lowers the body and asks him to move forward and gives him a pat at the same time. And he's way over the time, but he's had a very good round.
And for a lot of people, this is a real just dream to complete badminton.
Yeah.
You can see him punch the air, you can see that smile as he pats his horse, and for him that's almost as good as winning here, because this is his dream to come to badminton, and it's very much what we're seeing is the tip of the iceberg. All that hard work, the years and years of labour to get here and to find a horse that's going to be a good enough partnership to be able to go and compete on the world's biggest stage.
Joseph kicking on still. As Gates certainly jumped better than we'd expected when we walked the course.
Yes, for an upright combination, this is late on in the course. Normally, Huntsman's Close, the previous fence before that, is a last stage where you'd really test the horse, and from here it's just a case of getting home without taxing them too much.
Well, Tino, great to see you here with us. You had a brilliant ride round there on that young horse. You must be thrilled.
I'm really pleased with him. He's also surprised me all the way through his career. Every time I've gone up a level, I'm like, well, I'm not sure. Let's see how he goes. And he gave me everything around this course. I'm so pleased with him.
And a real star for the future, I think.
Yeah, very much so. Both these two are young horses and come to this level. And it's a massive course, and it rides every bit as big as what it looks. In fact, on telly it always looks small. But if you'd come here and walk the course and seen the width of some of these fences and what we're asking these horses to do and how brave they are and trusting of their rider. I had one little mistake out the pond, but he just jumped in a little bit left and didn't really... Oh, Joseph, sit up. He just got a little bit close to that, but every fence was big, and there's been some really, really brave, tough horses here today.
And had you thinking before you started this morning? The course, had you thinking?
I was feeling as nervous as ever. Like, that thought.
I think it's a good sign when you're nervous.
Do I really need to do this? But anyway, Joseph Murphy looks like he's having a good ride and really kicking on into the arena. He's only just over the time.
This is going to be one of the fastest we've seen all day, and Joseph's given this horse a great ride. He's been very economical at his lines, and the horse has been full of running right to the end as he comes in and the clock stops 23 seconds over the time, putting him into 7th place.
It's one of those courses that you walk in as a big track, and there are some very experienced combinations here, the ones that have been to the Olympics, and it's an experienced horse to be able to gallop that relentless speed all the way through and just take these fences in their stride. And then we've got a lot of younger riders and younger horses, but for the riders that are on experienced horses, you've just got to set out and be positive all the way around.
Yeah, I think that's right. And what we have seen is some younger riders with less experienced combinations, and they've ridden really sensibly. They've taken alternatives. They've gone out there intending to get round, and they've been very mature in their attitude, I think.
Yeah, obviously I haven't had a chance to watch very many, but when you walk a course like that, some of them probably would have got a shock of their lives. There's some fences here that you wouldn't even see one this big at a one-day event, and here you've got a whole course of fences that are at maximum height. So, it's a massive experience. It's back to being the badminton that we, Scotty, have been brought up on from the old days of
the good old
really
days.
Rider frightening, really making the riders sit back and think about how their horses are going and which are the best options to go for to keep the horse's confidence all the way around.
And later on, Tina, you've got Billy the Red. How experienced is he for this level?
Well, he's never been here before. He's only a 10-year-old, so he is one of the youngest horses here. He's a very careful jumper. He's got a fantastic record. He went for a beach holiday to Rio as travelling reserve, so which he loved because he's very easy to deal with on the ground, but he can be quite sharp, but he is incredibly talented, and I was very pleased with his dressage yesterday being drawn in the Friday afternoon with all the atmosphere, what he did there. So I'll be setting out to be positive with him, to give him confidence. He went well at a Po 4-star last year, but this is a whole different kettle of fish. You've got to go out there and properly give them the confidence and hope that they don't have a little silly mistake anyway, which can happen, and there are other options later on in the year if that did happen with him. You have to assess how your round is going, as to are they gaining mileage and experience from continuing around the course, or is there another day?
Yeah, good point.
Well, we talked to Lissa Green earlier, having completed her first badminton cross-country course. Alongside me, her mother, Lucinda, who won here 6 times. What was watching your daughter like?
Amazing. I never thought I would see this day, and when I saw this course, I really never thought I would see her gallop up that hill back into the arena to finish. I just didn't see it possible. One of the biggest courses I've seen. Is fantastic, and I am thrilled, but I didn't think that those two would have enough to do it. They have.
You sprinted from the rider's tent to come in with her.
Yeah, well, I was just so amazed to see her come over that log, and we'd said, this is a big drop, and it's the second last fence. Don't turn too quickly because they'll be quite jelly-legged. And she did such a good job, and she's been so sick for about 10 days, and I thought she'll never have the strength to ride this horse who's so on his forehand. She did, and she came up there, so we just went up with her.
It was brilliant, but it must have been nerve-wracking for the sort of 11 and a half, 12 minutes watching.
You know something, you just get in. I said the other day, it's not my responsibility. Once she's out there, the rider's got it all, so watching just takes on a entirely new sort of dimension, because when you're riding, you are responsible for every second, and there's a hell of a lot to be responsible for, and I just sit there and watch.
What did you think of Michael Young's round?
I wish I'd seen it, but I heard it was absolutely foot perfect, and I felt it would be if Sam was still young enough, because he's 16, he's done many 17, done many 4 stars. If he wasn't creaking, I felt he'd go around there like a piece of silk through a sewing machine, and I gather that was how it was. So I look forward to watching it later. I love something so brilliant. He is phenomenal.
And in terms of the riders that are still to come, can you see another clear inside the time from Ingrid, maybe, from John C., from Christopher Burton?
The awful thing is, when you've got somebody riding here, you hardly watch anybody else. So I don't know, but I have huge respect for the two you've mentioned. And they've got it all to do, haven't they? They've seen it's possible. It'll be a very, very exciting rundown at the end.
Now, is your daughter just finally paying you to be her head groom? Because I saw you with the horse and you were there, gone for ages.
No, I'm afraid as she got off, I just said to her boyfriend, you hold her up because she'll be feeling nearly collapsing. I never looked at her again, and all I worried about was the horse, who was, puffing, as they are when they've done all this. And he recovered so good. 15 minutes, that's good even after a race. He was down and not blowing, so fantastic.
Well, you've worked hard, so has Lissa. Congratulations. And I can see your pride.
This is what we do it for.
Exactly. Thanks, Lucinda. And you haven't missed any action here on the red button, because there is a slight delay out on course as we have a look at the leaderboard, and Michael Young out in front, the only one clear inside the time, so he currently stays on his dressage score of 40, but a fair few still to come, and it sort of backloaded the draw, so we're going to have a really exciting hour or so when those that could go ahead of him will all be on the course, some of them at the same time. Alexander Bragg, the leading British rider, he was 18th after dressage, he's currently in second with 57, and Mark Todd on the first of his 2 horses, Leonidas, is in third place on 58.1. Then into the 60s, Claire Abbott. There's a very strong Irish team here riding, and John T. Evans obviously is the best placed of their riders, but more Irish riders than I can remember in a long time. Astier Nicolas, a little bit disappointed I felt he was with his round. He felt that stride coming out of the lake was just unfairly long, and because Piaf de Beneville nearly stopped there, he said it almost felt like the gas ran out of his tank straight away, and it was a long way home after that. But enormous crowds here. And just in terms of the start time, so you know who's coming when, this may well be delayed because we've now got a delay on the course. So in theory, John T. Evans is going at 3:46, but it may be slightly later than that. And then Ingrid Klimke on the course at the same time. She goes straight after him, 3:50. And it's interesting, the nationalities that are represented here. I mean, we've got a huge spread. The top 7 come from 7 different nations, and Lauren Kiefer is in there with a chance on Veronica. She goes at 18 minutes past 4. And Chris Burton, who is the leader after dressage, on Graf Liberty. He is due to go at 4:30, and then right at the end of the day, Andrew Nicholson on Nereo. He's 5th equal after dressage, and when I interviewed him earlier after his first horse, I said, how do you expect to go on Nereo, who's getting on in age? I think he's the same age as Sam, actually. He said clear, inside the time. He has got a very, very strongly set opinion, and he's very clear in what he wants to do here. He's a real competitor. Well, let's just relive that brilliant round from Michael Young.
Yeah, Michael Young's was an incredible performance, and we get to see a bit of that again while there's a bit of a delay on the course. And he comes down to the hollow at the corners. Serious corners these, Tina.
They are, but in the whole scheme of how the course has been built, actually, for a lot of these horses, they're fairly there in front of you, you can see what you're doing, but a lot of horses are, as you see there with Sam, just losing their shoulder coming round the corner, and the odd one had been running out. And actually my horse is very on it, did slightly drift, so they're needing a lot of respect because horses are making mistakes there. It's very clever the way he's positioned them there, that you needed the power to jump but the control.
And there's enough space between the fences to get it right. That was an amazing jump over that footbridge.
That footbridge is absolutely massive, and you've got to really stick to your line when you come down. The course has been strung very tightly, so there's not a lot of room you can give yourself, so you are a little limited, but you've got to just be very, very accurate.
You can see Michael here how much he shifts his weight back in the saddle, so his shoulders are up, allowing the horse's shoulder to come up to the fence without him disrupting the jump by getting over the shoulder.
But he never wastes a second, does he? I mean, he's good, quick to the fences, and he's very quickly back into rhythm on the landing side.
I think if you watch a lot of his horses, he has them what you'd call off the bridle, in a very loose, sloppy way. So they're never going that fast that he has to steady them up very much. So that's, he got a little bit low over that tree, which actually helped him with the distance to come up over those logs. And that's a very big tree trunk going in, and you sort of feel that you've got to have enough pace that the horses will jump it, but you want them to have a look just to steady up, because it's when the riders first walked it, they thought they'd be doing 3 strides between those first 2 elements, but the water's quite deep. It's got to be a brave horse to go across there on 3 at the moment.
Yeah, we have seen quite a few leave a leg on that log going in as well. So
you can see he's very quick to, as he approaches a combination, just make his reins that little bit longer the last few strides so that he can stay upright, but allowing the horse to head a next jump. And then he doesn't restrict as he goes to turn or control the horse, because he's got that length of rein. He's good at just allowing the horse to have, like there, the head and neck without compromising their scope through steering them.
But they know each other so well, don't they? I mean, they're a very, very experienced combination. Must be like an old pair of slippers.
Completely. And, to have a horse that's kept a horse sound all the way through its career, and, as you said, to have this sort of partnership, they know each other inside out, and they're making it look ridiculously easy, which is slightly unfair on the rest of us.
Yeah, I agree with that. He has made it look very straightforward. And, I mean, this fence, for example, he just pops in beautifully, and just it's nothing coming out.
But again, seeing how upright he is with the body, just a little reminder down the shoulder so the horse can use that rising ground like a springboard. And then he comes on the inside line there, angling that last, or that penultimate fence.
And, he's gone quite quickly around there, and he increases the speed as he comes into the arena. This is where I won my coffee from Tucker, Tina, because I said he was going to go inside the time, and Harry and Mike thought that he was going to get time falls.
Well, I have to admit, when you're watching him, you would think that possibly he would do, but they're absolutely timed to perfection. And the whole team and his family are such nice people, and all the riders are so pleased for him to get this result. There's no resentment at all. They're very, very supportive because they are such a nice family, and to do it week in, week out, and making it look so easy. Very jealous.
I know, because he has come straight from Kentucky last week as well, where he won there. I don't think his round there was quite as classy as it was here.
Here we are, Imogen Murray approaching the Stavell staircase. She just goes to set the horse up, and then back on the hocks, and the horse jumps, well, just slightly hesitant going down. And 3 strides at the bottom.
She did well to recover. She just tipped forward as she went off the step, and luckily a thought must have gone into her brain, get your shoulders back. So she was able to be in balance just to pop in the 3rd stride. My horse did 3 strides down there. You just got to give the horses a chance to assess what they're doing. Some of the really bolder horses will launch off on too, but they are jolly steep going down there. This would be Imogen's first badminton. So, just slipped on the corner there. And the horse really jumped that fence. Again, that's a big fence, so off not a very good turn. And it's really time-wasting going around there. But yeah, he is slipping a bit. We do put the studs in the horse's shoes, and everybody has their own personal preference as to how much and how big a grip they want to have. But on the firm ground, you do have to be a little bit daring and actually put quite pointed studs in to give the horses a grip.
And they often slip more on the firm, don't they, than in the mud, because that's a greasy, firm ground is on damp grass compared to where they can cut in a bit.
We have seen quite a few slipping, especially when they go the longer routes. Longer route here for Imogen.
This is he's really slipping, this horse, which won't help him for his confidence when horses slip that much. So she's going to have to be really quite positive with him later on when she gets to some of these bigger fences.
Yeah, he was just slightly hesitant jumping in there, wasn't he? Just had a bit of a look at the water. And sometimes jumping the easy, longer route, you can almost be in danger of underriding it compared to really sinking your teeth into the direct route and attacking it. To sometimes think, oh, I'm jumping an easier option.
And so about to start, we have Rosalind Cantor and All-Star B. There's a combination of been around a couple of 4 stars. Did a very good dressage of 44.9.
They've completed Burley twice, had the odd stop there, but she usually does a good test, so in a competitive position, so she'll be wanting to put her Burley experience behind her and put it into a clear round here.
And this horse is jointly owned by the young rider trainer Carolyn Moore. I had a hesitation there, I had a mental block. I was doing a tucker, he's not here. Oh, he's behind me.
He's quite a big horse, but again, they've been together for a while now and then had put in some really good performances. So she's jumped some big tracks around Bramham and Burley, so let's hope she's going to set off and really be very positive with him. Imogen Murray coming to the corners. That's very nice over that first corner. You just got to absolutely pick up your line there quickly. Yeah, she rode that really nicely, really positive.
And the interesting thing with that is the ones that have been looking iffy at the first corner have had a problem with the second one. But most of them have been pretty straightforward.
When you're coming down here, the crowds are thick either side of the string. You've really got to be looking at this massive footbridge so you can ride onto it.
So so far, Tina, we've only got one inside the time. What do you think? Will we see more later in the day?
I think you'll only see a couple more, to be completely honest. I think Mickey Young made it look deceptively easy. I don't think it is. I think we'll get some more clear rounds. The faults have been spread out very round the course. This bank has jumped. Been a bit sticky, we've had quite a few horses stop there. The horses, it's a big step on, and I think some horses that are just a bit iffy on confidence there can just pop in that naughty stop. I think we will have been seeing some more clears, but there are some experience runs to come with Andrew Nicholson, with Nereo at the very last to go will definitely be one of the ones that you would consider to be inside the timer.
Well, Ros Cantor, the Savile Staircase, that was one of the best we've seen all day. She really set the horse up, and the horse jumped confidently down there, jumping out away from the bottom step and making those 2 strides at the bottom feel very normal and not long like some of the horses have been making it. It's always difficult to know how a horse is going to jump down a step, isn't it? Because some just step off and some jump out.
He has got a very big stride, this horse. He was in our yard for a little while with Emily Parker when he was younger. So I have actually ridden him once or twice.
He looks your sort of horse, Scotty, actually. Powerful.
Powerful.
Like you, Scotty.
Thank you. I don't know whether that was a compliment or an insult, so I'm taking it as the compliment.
Quite right.
Imogen Murray going well so far. She looks like she's riding it to a plan. She looks like she's been very meticulous about where she wants to go. Just need to sit back and get, this is quite a tight turn. It's a tighter turn than I thought when I walked it. You just get a couple of straight strides, and there she quickly decided to go round.
Well,
Go on, you've got to ride forward.
She did take her hand off the rein to give it a smack, which was, timing was good, but then she'd lost her balance a bit on the landing.
Rosalind Cantor coming into the lake. Big jump in. He's got such a big stride. Oh, and clever to be able to put a second stride in there. My little horse jumped up there and just picked up on the one. I felt I was absolutely flying.
And it's hard, that, isn't it? Because sometimes you get the really brave horse doing what you want them to do and get the one stride and can almost get into trouble with it. Whereas sometimes the horse jumps through less confidently can get away with it more easily on the two.
Well, funny enough, I've just been talking with Mark Todd before we've been... got very low over that, but she got away with it. Mark Todd and I have been talking about how we're going to ride that with our second horses, and to be honest, it's very difficult to advise and to know how you're going to ride it. You've just got to be positive and see how the horses and deal with a situation that's in front of you.
And so much that's what four-star riding's about, isn't it? Where you've got to be able to adjust the plan and not really know how it's going to ride until your instinct takes over when you get in there. And there'll be some horses and riders who are very competitive at three-star level, but just perhaps don't have that instinct to be able to adjust and adapt their plans at four-star.
Big scopy jump there from
All-Star B.
And this is the young German rider, Klaas Rommeke.
He has an interesting position. His hips are right forward over the edge of the saddle, over the pommel.
Well, how are they going to judge this one then?
That was definitely a refusal there, wasn't it? That the horse definitely...
Only one?
Yeah.
Was there a long time?
He was there a long time. I mean, you would be pushing for two. I mean, it's definitely a one anyway.
Seeing that, you wouldn't be that surprised if they had to make a call, because when you have a problem this early in the course, and you can see just approaching that, his hips were forward over the front of the saddle. The one thing you want is that lower leg in front of you, your body up and your hips out the back, because otherwise when the horse goes to brake and decelerate, your gravity is taken forwards even further, and once you get in front of the movement, you no longer have any strength to push the horse off.
I think if he only gets one there, they're being quite generous.
Yeah, he's been a lucky boy.
Yeah. Klaas, of course, his father, Heinrich, was the individual gold medalist in Hong Kong.
In Hong Kong, yes, and I won the bronze behind him. So the fact that his son is riding at this level, it makes us all feel quite old.
You see how long he rides? Really, just quite long legs, and that puts the rider in a different position because they're not so concertinaed through the body.
In Huntsman's Close, he's been a little bit kinder this year, but it's quite interesting actually when you're wiggling your way around the trees that actually you need to respect those log piles because of wriggling past the trees, and you don't want to be having a silly mistake there. This long uphill gallop that you now just have to really respect these gates. They are very tall, very much up there in front of you, but need respect. And the course designer Eric Winter has deliberately put them in there to slow everyone up, and they have slowed you up. See,
the boots falling off that horse in his back leg.
Yeah, it's boot flapping, but probably last Velcro strap will probably give him a minute.
Rosalind Cantor on this big horse, All-Star B. He's got such a big, powerful jump, but he's a good boy. Not that respectful of that.
Didn't get very high, did he?
No, but she was able to cope with that, wasn't she? Because she was in the right position, you then have margin for error. So as the horse rattles it, you can stay upright and really live with the problem.
Certainly sharpened him up coming out. He jumped it very cleanly.
At least he had a conscience.
Yes, exactly.
But I think she, with her body position, was half expecting that he might just hit that. You know, it's a very flimsy little rail. I think any rider, whatever they're riding, need to be sit back, because actually the horse has just been jumping these massive solid fences, and so, you know, you suddenly get a flimsy little rail like that. But that's all part of cross country. They've got to respect every single one.
And of course, because it's got the gaps in it as well, they can see the ground falls away, and they begin to preempt that, don't they, as they take off?
Yes. Interestingly enough, it's taken quite a lot of hammerings, but the pins haven't gone on it.
This fence is absolutely built and made for that horse.
Suited that horse with his big stride, didn't it?
Big stride, because it walks a very long 5, and actually my little horse landed a little bit steep, and I ended up going the 6, so I had to really push for the 2 strides. So my heart was in my mouth. They are big scopy fences.
And this has been a great ride from Imogen Murray.
She's done very, very well, and actually had a super ride. She'll be so pleased with that, and she deserves it. A very confident ride. The horse has gained a lot of confidence from that. So very good effort by her. She's only 23, so she's young. No, she's one of the young Brits that are coming through.
No, brilliant ride. Very sensibly ridden, and another one with the Wobbleberry, whatever it's called.
Wilbury Wonder Pony.
You can see again that position just coming in as the horse goes to jump up very high, landing really beyond the takeoff point to the duck house.
He's only a young rider. I think he's got quite a little bit to learn with his position cross country, just to help the horse a little bit more.
He has, but I've seen him at 3-star, and he can go very well. So, I mean, this is quite a big move up, isn't it, from a 3-star, this course? So,
very much so.
Could be intimidated quite easily. Even coming here to Badminton, as you drive in, it's quite intimidating. For us oldies, never mind the young ones.
Exactly, I couldn't agree more.
And to compete here, the whole environment of staying in the old stables by the house and riding under the arch into the park with such a big crowd, it doesn't matter how many times you've been here, it still makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck, doesn't it?
Never fails to give you a buzz. So, looks still full of running, this horse.
It's nice for a big horse that he knows she's got him back, he listens to her.
Yeah.
And actually, he has respected those gates.
Yep.
I mean, normally you wouldn't put such a little girl on a big horse, but when you have a horse like that that has been so beautifully trained and that it comes back for her, Klaus Rommeke has decided enough's enough, quite sensibly. There is a big, important event in Le Moulin in Germany. He could easily be thinking of that and thinking of his horse that, you know, he's not going so well today. And it's a very difficult decision to pull up sometimes.
I think it's quite a brave decision for a young guy like that.
Yeah.
You know, to get to badminton, it's probably what you've always wanted to do in your life, and you get there and then you have to make that decision.
But actually, you know, huge respect for him to make that decision. And, you know, there are other competitions out there that you could be more successful in, and you don't want to risk any injuries. And when horses have an injury, they have a certain amount of time off, so that's frustrating.
Exactly. Well, we're seeing Ros Cantor and All-Star B as they approach these 2 big hedges, and their time is not bad. They are coming up to 2. They've got 2 fences left. They've got 12 seconds, so in which to get home, which they're obviously not going to do. So they're going to be into time. But we've seen the majority of the clear rounds so far being a lot further back on the clock. So she's given this horse a good, quick ride. She drives her home and tries to shave every second off on this uphill approach into the arena.
And I know she's got one jump to do, but this is probably going to move her into 2nd position, which is pretty fantastic.
She has given him a lovely ride. Really done so well. That's it, jump the last. She's going to be 24 seconds over the time. She should give herself a massive pat on the back. They've had a super ride.
Brilliant.
And for a big horse that you wouldn't think that would actually gallop as well as he does, she's obviously got him very fit and a lot of attention to detail. So she really deserves a lot of credit for a very good performance.
Well, I think life didn't look that great for the Brits after the dressage, because the best position after the dressage was 18th, and there we are. We're halfway through the competition, more than halfway through the competition, and and there's two young Brits in second and third position.
Yeah, fantastic.
Fantastic.
I think Alexander will be thrilled that you called him young. Alexander isn't as young as that.
Well, I know.
But he's new to this level.
Newish.
No. And,
okay. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt there.
No, he's done a good performance.
You can give him a hard time. So Michael Ryan, we just saw him having a bit of a run out there.
So yeah, 20 penalties over that silver birch corner. Now just getting the horse back, needs to ride forward to this footbridge. Yes. Horse that he looks like he's a little bit strong and not really listening to him.
And so we have for America Lynn Szymanski and Donner. Very neatly done. That was nicely ridden.
Yeah, she was very good with her hands there. She jumped into leg, just opened the fingers, let the reins slip through, and then just quietened the canter down. It looked like she was always planning to pop two in coming up there, because she just allowed the horse the time to jump. Now Michael Ryan has quite an interesting galloping position. He stays very upright, very straight in the legs, almost the opposite of what we saw with Michael Young, where his seat's very far away from the saddle. He turns again. This is another fence where it's strung so that the course is quite narrow and there's a tight turn into that Shogun Hollow, but opting to take the long route, which is very clear, it takes out any kind of risk of the tight turn and the sharp angle to that B element. Now this is Tom McEwen riding Slade de Costa, one of the better placed British riders after the dressage. Get a very fast start down to that big second fence as he weaves his way past the trees to this new fence tree, the keeper's table. This is a lovely rangy horse, an outstanding show jumper. He's probably one of the nicest horses in British hands at the moment.
And Tina's now gone off to get her second horse ready.
Okay.
So you see Toledo de Costa just weaving his way through those undulations before Mike Weaver's hay cart, and this is the first part of the course where the horse is able just to settle down and breathe in that long gallop before the rider has to break up the stride, getting the horse's body back, then getting their brain back and making the turn to these upright rails, so the horse has a chance to come back on his hocks and start to focus at this stage on the D element. Lovely.
Very well ridden, wasn't it? Wasted no time, the balance was good, horse was focused.
It's a nice fence, that, because it is very much straight in front of the horse, so the horse is able to turn into that, and in the area of the A element they can lock onto the D brush.
And it's all about the rider's position. Yeah, if they're in the right position, then the horse stays in front of them.
Yes. Of course, as soon as the rider tips in front of the movement, in other words, slightly up the horse's neck, it means the horse has a moment's hesitation and the rider becomes completely ineffective, or even a hinder to the horse. Tom's style of riding is quite over the knee between fences, riding away. Again, you can see another one whose hips are quite far out of the saddle.
Yeah, but he allows the horses to run quite freely. And quite nicely.
I mean, in the same sort of way as Andrew Nicholson does.
Yes, he does, yeah. Not a bad one to try and emulate.
No. Oh, just stands off that. Slater Cursor just dropping his back end into the flower basket and jumps out a long way into the lake. Shuffles in 2 short strides. It doesn't matter that he takes a flag with him. This turn, it's another place where the horse just loses all their momentum, so you've got to be quick to not drift out on the turn, but to take the inside line so you don't waste ground and be quick to accelerate away again.
Harry, just looking at the stats, we've had 37 completions, and we've at the moment got 14 jumping clear rounds and 1 within the time. That's the all-important stats at the moment. interestingly enough, too, the two British riders, good news for the world-class performance because they're lottery funded in the podium of potential. My gosh, that pin almost went there, I thought.
Yes, and I mean, really just came up there, was a long way off it and paddled her way through that fence.
Lynn Szymanski was the reserve for the Americans in Rio, position that you took up, Tina, and it's not always a good position, is it? But
no, it's always it's difficult because you're there to support your teammates, but equally you want them just to have a slight little bruise or twisted ankle that you would quite like to take their position. So, you know, it is a difficult position, but if you don't go, then you don't get an opportunity to compete, which is what we're all there out here competing, wanting to do.
she's an American rider, Lynn Szymanski, who's had a very good track record. Now, Tom McEwen, he's another one from the world-class lottery funding podium potential. And this horse, of course, a horse that came out of the World Young Horse Championship, Toledo de Cursa, and they've established a good partnership. He wanted some young horses.
This is one of the most exciting horses on the circuit, as obviously as well as my own. But it's an incredibly talented horse. Tom has produced him very, very quietly, and he's an exciting horse we've wanted to see at this level. But he's only a 10-year-old, so he'll be one of the youngest horses here. And Tom rides him so beautifully and has done so much hard work. We really want him to go well here.
Yes, Ali and Jane Innes too, the owners, huge supporters of the sport. And they've got a young man here who's got a lot of talent.
This horse was quite a tricky horse as a young horse. When he was being broken in, he used to try and buck people off and was quite a cheeky little lad. But Tom has grown up, given him so much confidence and grown such a partnership with him. As you can see here, just watching on the screen, how talented he is. And Tom is sitting nice and quietly with him. This is a very difficult combination now. That's a big log going in, and they see that. Whoa! Oh!
Now, did he get a refusal there, Harry?
Interesting, because he was
I think
initially...
he possibly would, because he got very close to it.
He was very definitely heading towards the C element, and then he went to pull right, so it'll just be whether they deem that the horse had presented or not. But
I hope for Tom he hasn't, but he has got very, very close to it. The horse was so bold going in. But I think he has been given 20 penalties. He was aiming for it, but take nothing away, the horse did jump through there really, really well.
Well, the competition is absolutely on boiling point. One inside the time. It is the reigning badminton champion, Michael Young. A brilliant, quite brilliant performance with La Vista Tech, Sam. But we're with Tom McEwen, the young man who's very much the future. And he had that hiccup a few moments ago at the Hilton Pond, and he has been given a refusal. But he's safely through the second of the water jumps down that vicarage.
That is a very, very big drop into that water. You have to sit back and slip your rein so you're in balance.
And another big drop here is... The horses get so much air over that hanging log, and just one to get a little bit confused and almost break to trot after that first stride out of the water.
It's a very long one-stride distance. I'm not sure if Eric Winter, when he built it to be quite as long a distance as that, and the horses are not just coming up the step as well as they could do.
So, safely over the last. That's
Michael Ryan.
Michael Ryan, yeah. Dunlock striker. Been part of the Irish squad for a long time. He and his wife been great contributors to the Irish effort.
What's interesting about this year is, I gather that at the moment we've had 36.4% of the starters have been clear. Only one badminton has been lower, and that was 2014, that very wet year when we were competing in really strong winds, where it was 29% went clear, which is a very, very low amount. But this really is going to be all about time, isn't it? the average time penalties of the competitors who have completed is 32, which is pretty big. You know, you'd expect to be getting 32 penalties either in a bottomless year or if you'd had problems jumping cross country. And only 5 people so far have been within 30 seconds of the time. So it's all about the time. And one combination who could get very close to that later on is Ingrid Klimke and horseware Hale Bob.
Tom McKeown to lead de Curso quite beautifully through those humongous brushes in front of the house. He really was very, very clever. He had his stick in his right hand just to give the horse a little tap round the neck, just to remind him to keep his shoulders in to jump those corners, and was very, very accurate. Really classy.
Yes, I must say at the moment, young Tom is looking really at his best, as we're now watching the combination for Ireland. Sarah Ennison, horseware, stellar rebounds. Ireland have had a good day. They've had several good rounds.
This horse has had a 20 penalties earlier, so she's already got 20 penalties, but she'll be going to get the horse's confidence and just get a good result on the card, because everyone still will be looking to European selection.
Well, now on course is another X-Race horse, Galley Light, with Ben Way. Ben Way, who is only a part-timer as far as eventing is concerned, because he works as an agent in the country business, and Galley Light went round here very well on 2 occasions, actually. Be very interested to see how he goes this time. He'll be one of the horses that can come in the ROR £1,000 to the winner, those who've gone racing and then have been retrained to come eventing.
See Sarah just taking that longer route there. It makes the entrance much easier because you can get straight for it.
Well, this now is Tom McKeown, father, one of the top vets in the country. His mum also owns part of this horse. She's one of those nervous mums every now and then, but you can't blame them, can you?
Here he is. Tom's now coming up to the gates. Just taking his time. Toledo beginning to fight a little bit, getting a little bit eager. He's quite a sprightly little horse, really keen to get on with the job.
Time, he's not going to make the time. 41 seconds to get home, but he's kept up a good pace, and this is still not that experienced a horse, Tina.
No, I mean, as I said, he's only a 10-year-old, and he has taken his time producing, quite rightly, because of his talent. But he would be a horse that selectors, I'm sure, would be looking at for the Europeans, which are in Poland in September.
He's a lovely rangy horse, isn't it? The way he covers the ground and his scope, as we saw there, is just enormous. So he's a clever horse who can jump his way out of any kind of problem.
He's not a very big horse, actually, because Tom wouldn't be the tallest, but he's just got so much power. You see, he's getting a bit strong now. This is where Tom, in producing this horse, has never let this horse run and go too quickly. He rode him around Po last year and didn't go quick at all, but has been saving him for here.
Tina, I have said for a number of years, as we move away from Tom, has watched the very experienced Belgian rider now, Karen Donkers, the Brabham Under-25 Championship, which is won, oh my word, wow, and gets away with it.
Karen, if you want to be critical, was a little bit quick at the top there, just a little bit steadier, giving the horse a chance to see what he's doing. But after her very good, she went to try and turn inside the tree, which I think is very, very difficult.
Well, she's been top of the Belgian eventing sport for now probably 20 years or more. Started off in Barcelona, actually. And that's Tom McKeown completing. This is a man who's held that under-25 Brabham title, and that's always been a very good pointer to stardom. 54 seconds over. He goes on to 86.2, 16th place. But that is a combination that Britain will be watching for at international level.
Karen also very quick into the lake here as the horse jumps out a long way. She has to slip the reins right to the buckle, and then the problem with that is everything comes up so quick, so it's difficult for the horse to just really regather their thoughts and be able to focus on the target coming out.
That was coming, wasn't it?
It was.
Well, I think Karen set off. She did a very good dressage yesterday. She wanted to be competitive, and he put in such a big jump. You see, the horse came up and got so high, therefore a long way down, and you do have to regroup so quickly. But this distance is quite tricky up there. You see the horse assessing the step and landed very, very short. So therefore it's very difficult for the horses and the riders to sort themselves out. And for a big horse, he just wasn't able to do it.
6 Olympics and well placed in the World Games at Caen. She's done Belgium proud. Actually, just missed out on a European medal on several occasions. 4th back in Punchestown in 2003. But hasn't ridden with her head totally today, I feel.
I think you want enough power to get into that lake, but we talk about overriding, and sometimes if you override and you put too much pace and pressure on, then it compromises your access.
Well, that's sadly Ben Way falling foul of that bank. Another one. Quite a few have done that now, haven't they?
They have, and actually we only have seen this horse going down the steps, and he was very, very cautious down the steps.
He looked like a cat about to jump into a pond down the steps.
Well, he did really, and there he didn't really take that bank on with much conviction, really. Just not thinking this horse is looking as good as we've seen him in the past, because actually being a thoroughbred horse, I thought he would whiz around here.
Yes, 14 years old now. Actually, these days, one of the interesting things, horses who take part in the sport at this level now are definitely going on longer, aren't they? I mean, 14 is still quite young. Oh, dear.
That was a little untidy through there with Sarah Ennis. The horse getting a bit keen, and she's wanting just to steady him. So they got away with it.
How you jump through the quarry is dictated by what kind of pace you come into that first fence. And if you again override that first one into quarry, then it's very difficult, particularly at this stage in a course when the horses perhaps take longer to come back. It's very difficult to change that speed and slow them down, so you need to get them back in front of the first one.
She's just slowed him down now. They are very big fences, and it's very easy when there's quite a big gap in between them to keep whizzing down, but she's just, I think, probably slowly found herself through the quarry and thought, no, I've had my 9 lives, let's just straighten up for the last and get home.
Well, we learn that Karen Donkers has actually called it a day after that refusal at the lake. She got tipped off in the cross-country in Rio, and now retires here.
Sarah Ennis just coming now for last. She's had a stop, so she's not going to be up there fighting it with the leaders. So frustrating for her on this horse to have that 20 penalties. But when you're going around Badminton, to get round with just 1 stop, it's still a good effort by any stretch.
Yep, debut performance too, so she can be quite happy with that. Back with Ben May and Galley Light. His fiance went round earlier, Sarah Parks. She sadly didn't make it round in the end, so Ben will be hoping to go one better and get home.
See, that horse there put extra strides in and all, but still managed to keep his accuracy, so it sort of doesn't matter, you know. This horse isn't jumping with as much enthusiasm as normal.
Well, this another first timer now. This is Charlton Down River Dance. Charlton Down River Dance, one of the, in fact, the most locally stabled horse with Becky Wolven. 27-year-old Becky. She's got some good form, but she's stepping into the big time now. Is she going to hold it together?
You can see that horse just holding his right hind leg as he jumped through there. Often when a horse catches a fence, it's a bit like bumping your funny bone, and it can be painful for a few strides, but it's purely superficial as they catch the nerve and then carry on. But the rider will feel if anything was wrong.
Well, a little bit earlier on you saw Rosalind Cantor going round. You came to Badminton last year, but actually this is the first time you've managed to make it to the cross-country stage.
Yes, All-Star B had a heart fibrillation on arrival last year, so we just did the dressage test and then he had to go for a trip to the vets to get it righted, and he's been absolutely fine ever since, so we're cracking on.
What was it like out there for you?
Absolutely amazing. I suppose I'd really prepared myself for it to be a bit of a roller coaster ride, and he was just full perfect. He's just a fantastic cross-country horse.
And you have moved yourself right up the leaderboard with that round.
Yes, I mean, I wasn't thinking about that obviously when I went round, but you know, you gain in confidence as you go, don't you? I played one route safe, which I hadn't planned to do, just because I was having such a good time. I thought, you know, you'd be stupid to waste this now, but you know, he just runs and jumps, and he didn't even finish tired. And the time faults are my time faults, really. We're still both inexperienced at this level, and we just, you know, had to go out there and prove that we could do it. So it's just confidence building, really.
And out of interest, how much did you watch of the earlier riders before you went?
I watched about an hour. I probably saw, you know, enough good jumps at each fence to kind of know what my plan was going to be. But to be quite honest, it didn't change a huge amount, and I'd like to think I'd have gone out there and rode the same if I'd not watched any anyway. So
you did a great job. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, there is a young lady that the world-class potential squad can be well pleased with. She's done a great job, Ros Cantor. Now Charlton Down River, 11-year-old that's owned jointly by Julia Record and Becky.
Just almost fiddled a stride up there. You saw the horse put down and just paddled and played with the front legs as he just worked out in quite a clever way where he was going to put his feet.
The steps always look big, but it jumps so easily for the first 20 or 30 horses. It wasn't a problem fence, but it's not ridden quite so easily since. Here comes Ben Wayholm, Galley Light. This is a little racehorse that's been retrained to great effect. Actually, first came to Badminton in the Mitsubishi Cup, as it's called now, the Grassroots Championship. It's the only horse, actually, that's gone from Grassroots to come to the Championship proper. And they've performed yet again in fine form. Ends with that 1 minute 20 over on 101.7. Another good performance for Ben Way and his lovely Galley Light. Well, now here is another that the British selectors will be looking at very closely indeed. It's Izzy Taylor on this lovely mare, KBIS Spradens Battles. She's 17 now. Izzy, one of the best natural cross-country riders I think we have in this country, Tina.
I totally agree. She rides so many horses every week. She just installs so much confidence in the horses, and she's competitive and just naturally does such a quick time. She's definitely one of the stars, and just needs to get a partnership together with a top horse. Matilda can let her down occasionally, but let's hope she's going to shine today.
I think this course could really suit Matilda because there's not many narrow fences, and that's in a way been her nemesis for where she's let it down. So, they're a very fast combination and plenty of experience without those narrow fences. They really could be ones to challenge, because we've seen it is all about time, with so few getting close to that time. Michael Young, obviously, the only one so far inside.
Well, back with Becky Wolverton at the corral. They were the best first-timers at Burley last year, and it's given them real confidence. It's an interesting story, really, because this horse was bought for £4,000, and you don't get many top event horses at four-star level for £4,000.
Oh, go on, Matilda.
Okay, that was just a moment. I don't know whether that was a stumble or a slight loss of direction on the turn, but you could see the horse wasn't totally focused on where she was going, drifted right off her line, was forced to put in another stride, and just never really even made it past the first rail.
Well, that's so disappointing. Let's look again.
Here, you can see she's not locked on yet, and she took off and put down into the fence without really...
I think Izzy, you can see now, she bangs the floor, so she's cross with herself. I think she should have thought, I should have suddenly quickly pulled the long route. The mare might have just banged her front leg there, because she did land on that pole. Hopefully she'll be okay, but as she made the turn, she just lost her line, and... in hindsight, I bet Izzy said, well, I should have pulled her over the ditch. I bet if we speak to her.
It might be interesting to see it again if we can. That front rail broke. That's part of the frangible fences that we use these days. And if it hadn't have broken, there may well have been an injury there, which it's nice to see horse and rider walking away. But again, a very good exhibition of what frangible fences can do to make this sport safer. Meanwhile, Becky going very well indeed. Becky Wolven, that is, 27 years old.
And this horse is not extravagant, but it just keeps popping away. Just being very, very economical, looking very safe, looking after her, and they're just allowing each other to jump and pop away.
Blythe Tate, a man who's been second here on a couple of occasions, who won the Olympic title with Ready Teddy in 1996, retired, a bit like his team colleague Mark Todd, but has come back, couldn't keep him away. A man whose family were very much involved in racing in New Zealand. Bare Necessity now, he's brought on. It's a 12-year-old owned by Ronnie Bartlett and Blythe. Hasn't been spectacularly successful, I have to say, but with Blythe Tate on board, you can always reckon they'll be around.
Yeah, I think it's been the weakest part of this horse's performance has been in his dressage, but Blythe has been quietly ticking away with him. He is a big horse, as you can see, but he's bold, has leapt into the lake there. You need to really ride on to get that one stride now. Yes, very good.
And of course, this is such a different type of horse to the ones we used to see Blythe ride. He was always known for his little thoroughbreds. Blythe himself is small and slight, and then this is a big middleweight horse in comparison. I thought last year he gave him such a good ride, and see if they can emulate that.
Becky Wolfen in the Irish Horse Gateway Huntsman's Close. I heard you saying earlier, Tina, those trees come up a bit thicker than you think, do they? They take a bit more rain, because it looks a very clear line through it.
No, actually, the horse is a little bit ricochet off the trees as you go around. So actually, you really have to respect them.
Bit of bumper cars?
Well, hopefully not. I don't want to bang my knees on those tree trunks.
Well, a fascinating part of the day. Michael Young has done a great job to go top of the leaderboard. I wonder whether he's going to stay there. Can't see anyone beating him personally. But Tina, great to have you with us. Very good luck with the next ride. And can I say, over the time I've been commentating, it's been great having you with us, watching both riding and having you in the commentary box. Thank you very much indeed for all your help and support.
Oh, Mike, you've been fantastic to work with and given me a great start to. Being able to come and sit in the commentary box next to you, you're going to make me cry in a minute.
Oh, dear.
A bit like my granddad, you are. No, but thank you. You've been an amazing voice of equestrianism, and enjoy your retirement.
So, Tina away to get on board her other ride. And we've got another guest to join us. Someone we're delighted to welcome, just settling in, Zara Tindall. Just returned, of course, from a fabulous ride in Kentucky, where she finished third behind Mikael Jung. And then Maxime Livio, too. They were 1 and 2, and Zara was third on her lovely horse, High Kingdom. We'll hear more of that later, I'm sure. But meanwhile, Becky getting around. She's now only got the saddle to finish. Charlton Down River Dance, this 11-year-old. What is good, there was some slight frustration and disappointment after the dressage, Harry, with the first British riders being the best at 18th, but they're coming good today.
Yeah, and that's where you've got to remember that eventing really is a three-phase competition, and you know, some horses have that as their strongest phase, and we are in a bit of a transition phase with our new riders coming through, but you know, they've certainly shone today.
Yep, they've shone under not easy conditions. And what are your reflections then, Zara?
Ooh, it's exciting, isn't it? I've been, very intrigued that it's a big track. It's out there for you to attack, and you really have to do that at every fence. You can't be thinking backwards in any way, because otherwise they really punish you. You know, and there's so much to do, and you can, you know, those rides that you've seen from Michael, and I think Ollie at the beginning, if he hadn't had a run out, he would have been in there too in the mix, and they look smooth.
Well, this is Blythe Tate getting himself in a bit of a mix at the Hilden Water. I think he might have ended up with some penalties there.
I think what he was trying to do was think on the job and work out if he was allowed to cut to the left, or whether that would constitute crossing his tracks. And what he decided to do was to I think we're going to see it again now. As he comes in, the horse just jumps the first too well, and now he looks like he's going to go right, and then almost wonders whether he can go round the back of that, but opts to come inside.
He then crosses his tracks here.
He does. That'll be one for the fence judges to work out whether.
It's a bit of a close call, that one.
Anyway, they're back on track.
See his number bibs come undone. That'll be a nuisance.
It looks like he's pulling up, actually.
I think you're right. That's sad to see. He's been one of the greats, been very much responsible for some of the great wins that New Zealand have had as a team in the major championships. But it shows again, and we saw it in Kentucky, Zara, didn't we, that the modern concept of the rules, the way you can pick up 20 penalties, there were a couple of offences in Rolex that actually did make it these days very important that you walk your courses, know what the rules are, and make plans for anything that goes wrong that you've got to correct.
Yeah, plan B is almost as important as plan A nowadays, and you can really get stung if you don't know what you're doing or get thrown, you know, your concentration gets thrown, and you haven't thought about the next option.
Well, now it's the American rider, a first-time ride for Lisa Wallace with Simply Priceless. They've been round Kentucky, have never been here before, as well as being a top-class event rider in America. She also is on the American circuit around the shows when she does a wonderful display that has really caught the imagination in the equestrian world. But now she's trying to make a name for herself with this 16-year-old, which is a syndicated horse. More and more horses being syndicated to give lots of people a chance to enjoy the ownership of horses. It's a good way to have a leg in all the fun, excitement and drama of the sport, Zara.
Yeah, it's, you know, so not all the pressure is on one person. You're able to go out in a group, and eventing's a fun thing for everyone to do at all levels. So to be able to be a part of it with all your friends and other people, it can make a huge difference, especially on days like this when the pressure is massive.
No, quite agree. Ownership of horses is so important for teams to succeed, and we've got some wonderful owners in this country, as Simply Priceless for United States of America. Lisa Wallace now at this water, which we thought was going to be influential and has been.
Well, I thought it was really well ridden through there. She gave the horse time. He just backed off, coming down the slope into the water, chipped in 4 strides. It was a bit pokey throughout, but very much ears pricked on the fence, knew where he was going. She heads now down towards this big sheep feeder. It's a let-up fence in that it's not a technical fence, but all of these let-up fences at Badminton are absolutely enormous. They're still maximum dimensions, so it's where the horses have to have that big heart and keep trying throughout.
You've got to make sure as well that you have a nice jump over every fence, because if you don't, the course gets a lot longer very quickly.
I think that's a very good point, Zara, because in the end of the day, it is a series of big questions, big fences. If it's not a big fence, then there's quite a difficult question, and that can add pressure, mental pressure to the horse, which in the end makes them tired as well as just galloping.
Yes, they get tired very quick. If the jump isn't as good, they're making more effort to get over it, so everything gets drained out of them much quicker, so the rest of the course becomes harder and harder for you to have a smooth ride over.
Well, now here's a man whose real life is as a doctor and an anaesthetist too. It is the man from Brazil, Marcio Carvalho Jorge, Lissi Maguire, a 50.2 dressage, had him in 41st place. Brazil, who were trained by Mark Todd for the Rio Olympics, and they put up a good performance on their home ground. But Marcio heads off. Would love to feature here as he comes to the lake.
I swear he's doing a good job just to get the horse back so he can attack that without too much speed, and just the horse loses its legs, tips him forward out of the plate, and now he's going to make a decision about how not to cross the tracks, and turns to pop up the step and take the slowest long route coming out.
Good quick thinking.
In water, sometimes you can almost, you see the ripples of where the footprints have been, so it's easier to see where your tracks are and where not to cross. As you see here, just the horse goes to take off, jumps the fence well, and then just lands a bit too steeply, almost doing a handstand. The nose disappears almost between the horse's knees, tips him forward, puts him out of balance, and he has to regroup now and work out how he can turn right to get to that long route step without, you can see him looking now at his tracks.
The good thing is as well, he's kept the horse going, hasn't he? He's kept the balance and
Yes.
kept the canter underneath him, so he's able to make that quick decision.
Oh, determined riding from the American now.
They're looking like they're getting quite tired at this point, aren't they, some of them?
Yes, just his horse has been
This
getting
is the
so
point.
well.
You're right.
And I have to say, she's given it a great ride so far, but just looking to drop off the bridle there and not quite travel in the same way as they were earlier in the course. So Marcio makes this long gallop down towards the vicarage area of the course, which this is probably one of the phases where the horse can just get into that long economical stride and just begin to regroup and digest before you come to this intense section on the course.
He looked like he's kind of being a bit difficult in the bridle, but he managed to keep the canter, keep him balanced, so then he could let him see the fence.
Well, he's been here before. They've lived on both sides of the world, both in Brazil and in Britain, to compete, and that was a lovely jump there. Saw his stride and just rode for it. It gives the horse confidence, the rider confidence. It's a lovely feeling, isn't it, when you've got that power underneath you?
Yeah, he just came off the corner, didn't he? He saw it and went for it.
Yeah, and that was a great combination of being very accurate with his line but keeping that forward momentum, so the accuracy didn't have to come through slowing the horse down too much.
I think also he wants to leave him alone as much as he can, because I think when he does have to do too much, he gets a bit fussy in the mouth. So if he can leave him alone, he will try and do that to have a smoother ride.
Huge crowds out on the course. There's virtually no place where you can't see at least 6 to 10 deep. Look at that. Huge. This is one of the world events that everybody wants to be at. So the Brazilian now at that water, what's he going to do?
You saw the mare just go to put down with her belly onto the fence, and that again does it here. Interestingly, we saw exactly the same thing at the Rio Olympics, jumping out of the water, where the mare put down, slid her belly along the fence, slipped out past the flag and had a fault.
Memory, Harry.
So Lisa Wallace, they were at Burley last year. They finished at 14th there, just beginning to look a little weary, and these gates are a bit of a test on that sort of situation. Oh, she's angling this.
That was
she's got away with it.
That's really surprising on a horse that we were commenting on earlier, saying this horse is getting tired. Why she would choose to angle those gates, when if a horse hits a fence at an angle, they rotate sideways because they leave one knee on it, and it's very unseating.
She's going to have to nurse at home now, I think.
But that's where, you know, we've said right since the start of this, you've been with us obviously all the time, but this is a competition about seat of the pants. It's the feel you get using your head. That's so important on this cross-country day this year.
And using your instinct, knowing that when your horse is beginning to feel perhaps not as you'd expect, you've got to be prepared to change your plan.
I feel Mark Todd had a huge influence on the Brazilian riders. They've stepped up a gear, and we're getting a very good example of that here with the riding of Marcio.
Yeah, I think he did a great job in all phases.
I agree.
And
really with all of them.
They're a really nice bunch as well, aren't they, the Brazilians? You know, they're great fun, and you know, just a really there's always a great team atmosphere when the Brazilians are around.
Carnival.
Same as when Zara's around.
Oh, thanks. It's getting lower.
Yes, already 1 minute 30 over the time. It's going to be 2 minutes plus. But
she's not riding crazy. So
no, she's not.
She's looking after.
And when a horse labours like this, it's just about not asking for any big strides. Any big shots to fences. You've got to be allowing of the horse just to come in and pop their fences rather than try and stand off.
This is not an easy fence, bit of a drop landing. And now back into the ring.
And on weary legs, the drop is much more noticeable, isn't it?
Everything gets wider and steeper and longer when you're on a tired horse, and it's just...
It's a real art riding a tired horse. It's something that we don't see too much of these days, thank goodness. It's not a sight that is enjoyed. But Elisa is doing her very best just to nurse this horse home, in no way abusing it. Oh, sit tight! Oh, that's
okay,
so unfortunate, but it shows you what it's all about.
And this is where it's so important now to keep the horse moving and not think about the rider, but get the horse, the horse is at the finish, and you need to get water on and just keep the horse moving, because essentially the horse has done as much work as anyone who has completed without having a fall at the last.
Yeah, unfortunately the team are a little bit far back, but they're all on their way to help her get up, and she's annoyed with herself.
Good to see the grooms diving in there. And
Marcio Cavallo-Jorge, he's at the corners. This is, as you said, Zara, the point in the course where you get the first visible signs of the horses just becoming a little weary.
Oh, his boots come undone too. It's unzipped all the way down. But it still looks fairly full of running, doesn't it? She's a difficult mare in the mouth, isn't she?
Now we've got Catherine Robinson for Canada. Big horse to chip in that second stride. Oh, and just turns sharply and loses the back end.
And that does a seat, I think, doesn't it? I think she's down.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, dear, oh dear.
We were saying earlier that so often when the going's firm, horses slip much more. It's like being on ice rather than deep snow.
Yeah, and there's probably, the horses take the water out with them, don't they? And so there's probably a little dampness on the ground there, which actually makes it that little more slippery.
Almost greasy, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And it's very easy to think that when the going's firm, you put in very small studs, but because it's slippery, you want to put in just pointed ones so they go in easily, but not so small that they don't provide any grip. Oh, as we see
that is a definite 11 penalties. You saw the frangible system there into action. This is Dominic Fennell from Ireland with Ballacahane Flower Power. And again, it shows you exactly what those frangible pins could do. I think one of the interesting things here, we'll see it again later on, is that the actual construction of that fence with those type poles, they're not round poles, they're half square, half round, and I'm not sure that's what we want in the sport of a fence like that, if I'm honest. Meanwhile, we're back with Marcio at the gates, and they're now away on down to the quarry. Let's look at this again.
You can see as the horse comes up here, he just goes to chip in, get in very close, and the horse can't, doesn't matter how hard he tries, he can't jump away from there. So that was not as bad as you can see, because it was the hind legs that actually made that frangible device get triggered rather than the front end. But he will pick up 11 penalties because that's deemed to have prevented a fall.
If that pin hadn't have gone, he'd have been on the floor without a shadow of doubt.
I think it's been quite interesting at that fence that for me, some of them haven't ridden up the hill quite with enough sort of intention and just sort of cantered up, and then the horses have got there and been a bit too deep, so then had a nasty rub.
They've almost reduced the speed but not increased the revs.
Exactly. I think they could have done a bit more to prepare the horses.
Well, not the first one that's gone the long way at the corners.
Given those picnickers a bit of a fright.
Badminton debut. They were 32nd in the 4-star at Pau. So it's not the first 4-star. Marcio then, Cavallo-Jorge now. 2 minutes over. Coming round, the horse still pulling, actually. He's got a job to set it up for this last fence.
I think you don't realise, actually, when you look at the horses, how difficult it makes it. If they're a strong horse, it makes it very difficult to make your ride smooth. And you can see that you saw that with Sam and Michael, that he was strong at the beginning, but the further he went, the smoother it got, because they were with each other and he was listening.
Paul Sims with Glenarnock.
That was lovely, that one.
A young man from the northwest. He's got a very good record. He's one that could well come into the reckoning for international honours in the future. As we go back to Ireland's Dominic Fennell now, number 64.
Oh, they're so upright, these gates. Especially at this stage in the course. I'm sure you've talked about it earlier, but you really want to have a nice jump over them.
He almost did the same thing, Zara, there as you were talking about earlier, where he took away the speed and almost let the canter die instead of really trying to pump those hocks, so you can create
just a bit flat, wasn't it?
Yeah, so you can create an upward trajectory in the jump. He comes to the quarry. It's the last combination on the course, and it's actually set up so it's a slightly bending line through here, but most people opting to just go straight through, so you're not pulling the horses around too much.
Paul Sims moving through. He's on a 50.4 dressage with Glencarnock. Coming to the corners. These corners, I think, have jumped very well. They good riding and they jump well, and you get it wrong and they then become a much bigger test. Paul, who's 30 years old. Completed the last 3 times he's been here, Paul, and that's the sort of experience that'll stand him in very good stead today.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's going crazy fast, but it all looks very smooth, and he's, you know, jumping within the horse's capability.
Just another one to lose his footing slightly on that turn, but at least he'd locked onto it. He knew what he was doing, so he could right himself.
Dominic Furnell at the last, and the Irishman gets home. He'll be delighted with that. His first attempt, 128.8. Ballacahane Flower Power.
So the obvious delight of Dominic Furnell, Ballacahane Flower Power across the line. Stop the clock in a time of...
I think it'll prove a record, Zara, that get round at your first attempt here in 2017 will prove a very satisfying result.
I think so, and I think, you know, again with the course the way it is, it's, you know, fantastic to be a proper big 4-star with all these crowds and all the first timers that are getting round and doing the job, getting the job done, which sometimes has to be the case.
Yep. Well, that was interesting because Glengarnock's a big horse with a long stride, and it was interesting to see whether he was going to do what Lady de Kershaw did earlier and go through on 3 strides, or whether he was going to do what some of the smaller horses do and potter through on 4. And he was cat-like there, wasn't he?
The horse was always balanced, and he was always in a good rhythm. Danielle Dunn now, young lady from Wiltshire. She'll have a lot of fans in Badminton Park. Young lady's done very well in the youth championships.
Just quite quick through the whole thing. She jumped in very positively, but possibly a little bit open to that, and jumped it really from a long way out. As we see here, the horse is still travelling, perhaps a gear quicker than you'd like, and just goes to stand off this step. Could have easily put down there and put another stride in, and never got the hind legs up onto solid ground.
The difficulty is, isn't it, that you need to jump that trachena, as it were, into the water fast enough to keep forward momentum, but if it's too fast, then you're in trouble.
Yes, so
it's a difficult balance.
It wants to be the bottom end of strong riding, so that you then don't overpower coming out.
Exactly.
We had a little question like that in Kentucky last week. We had a big drop in. The distance going in was really forward, but the next distance was really short, so you had to sit up quickly and get adjusted very quickly. And it's a little bit the same. They've got a bit more distance, but they need to do it early enough.
And it's always easier to do the opposite and pop pop in and lengthen, but to come in forward and then shorten is much harder.
Paul Sims jumping a very, very tidy round indeed. Glencarnock wouldn't be the fastest, as a disappointed Danielle Dunn walks off track. She'll be back. She's a very determined young lady, and she's done very well indeed. There's no doubt they will have learned. They'll look at the pictures of that, I think, and they'll learn perhaps of their errors.
Unfortunately, you have to learn from your mistakes, don't you? So she'll come out stronger next time.
Yeah, I think she will.
Paul Sims meanwhile coming towards the...
Nice rhythm, well balanced, but not really covering the ground as quick as you'd like, Zara.
No, but, you know, he's a big, sort of slow galloping horse. But as I said, he looks lovely and smooth for Paul.
But he's big enough and strong enough to push through the brush.
Exactly. I think this will be a sort of a long way home for him now, because he is a bigger, sort of longer striding horse. He just needs to make sure he keeps that balance all the way home.
We can't have anybody else sleep here, can we?
That'll be you after we finish.
As long as it's after.
I was just going to be nice about you.
And we've just seen.
My
that
word.
is really sad. The Italian rider.
That is Arianna Schiavo at the second fence, literally only having just gone out of the ring.
And that's where you set off really into your top gear. You having jumped the first, you want to move the horse up into that fast rhythm, but it is a downhill approach to, as we see her come down very quick and arrive a bit too close, and the horse can't quite get his front legs out. You see that streak of grease on the fence that is left by the horse's front left leg, stumbles on landing, pops her up into the air, and just a humiliating way to leave your badminton journey.
Well, that was a combination that was in Rio for Italy, but I have to say, to be falling like that at the second fence, that might have been a blessing in disguise, perhaps.
Possibly. I think maybe she set out a bit too forward thinking, and she's paid the penalty. You know, it's hard. You have to have a few mistakes before you learn how to go out and ride and get your pace, how you need it, how you start off, how you go through the middle, and how you finish.
Glenn Garnock through Huntsman's Close. So I was going to ask you, actually, because you've been to now 2 4-stars in the space of 2 weeks. The difference between the courses at 4-star level between Kentucky and here, what are your thoughts?
Really hugely different. Kentucky's rolling, you know, hills, quite twisty, very technical questions. All the let-up fences were big and wide, but they were kind of positioned, you know, very cleverly. Badminton is a flatter track, much flatter track, but, you know, it's a big, bold track the whole way. The lines are sort of straighter lines than they were last week, I think. But again, very different, and great to see the top 4-stars producing these great tracks for people to go and ride and go and attack, which is what you need to do at 4-star.
For me, one of the things, this is Glenn Garnock, Paul Sims through the quarry, still carrying on. He's not going to get it inside the time, but he's kept up a good rhythm. This is, as we thought, we were talking about the horses there, and we can see it actually. The horses bringing the water out of the lake, putting it on the back and making it just a little bit slippery, which is not making the job that much easier.
No, and I think hopefully they'll put some around the corner a bit too.
Exactly.
That's where they're landing and starting to move off again, and that's when they're losing them.
I have to say, Paul has given this horse as good a ride as anyone's given that horse all day.
Couldn't agree more.
And it's easy to focus on just the leaderboard, but this horse was never going to go anywhere close to the time. And Paul has ridden his horse accordingly, and given what he's sitting on, he's given this a first-class ride.
I would say exactly the same of Austin O'Connor, Harry, and I'm not sure you were here when he went round. He gave his horse a peach of a ride. Wasn't quick enough, but very much like Paul Sims, you really couldn't criticise their riding in any way at all.
Yeah, and look at them finishing, because they've had nice jumps everywhere. He's got his ears pricked and he's finishing good.
I want to go back, if I can, for a moment, because one of the things I feel, having been in Kentucky for the 4-star 3 event you're at, Zara, and here, Eric has taken the decision to go back with timber of a smaller size in some places, in sometimes, like for instance the gates, using old-fashioned things which have rather gone out of fashion. And I actually think some of the problems that we've got here is that, and I feel that, for instance, that was total contrast to what we saw in Kentucky.
Yeah, I mean, yes, there's some much spindlier old-fashioned fences here, that is for sure, and where they're placed as well, I think, is very key. I think if they were a bit earlier, it could be a different picture.
James Somerville, this is talent at the lake. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Got the pace right, Harry.
Yes, he did. He was attacking coming in, but then was able to sit up and just allow the horse time to focus, regroup, instead of hurtling through, almost with the horse having to jump with his eyes shut into the unknown. It takes a long time for the horses to digest what's in front of them, and cross-country, they have to use their intellect. It's not just like dressage where they're running through a set routine you practiced, or show jumping where it's technically very difficult, but there's a fence in front of them because a 12-foot long pole is a 12-foot long pole. These cross-country fences are mental puzzles, and horses have to assess them on the approach.
Paul Tapner, 2010 winner, I Know Nothing, but this time riding the horse Bonza King of Roga. 43.9, he's very much in the reckoning, and if Paul is in the sort of form, he will give this a go.
We'll see how Paul's bit works, because he's just changed his bit, as you do just before you go to Badminton.
Full of confidence.
Yeah.
You see the sheepskin noseband, that's normally there for one of two reasons: either to stop the horse getting rubbed, or more usually because the horse has a high head carriage. So what you're trying to do is just put something there so it actually blocks the horse's vision, to encourage them to actually lower their head into a normal position so they can see.
I think hopefully Tapples will have a good crack at this, because he's close enough. He could get close enough to Michael.
You can see him just shifting his weight back as he comes down the hill, lengthening the rein so the horse can use his head and neck, and now he'll just get back into a good galloping speed up to the hay cart.
James Somerville, his first attempt at Badminton. Daunting, and it certainly is this year.
Daunting, exciting, all those amazing emotions, which is why we do it. Will be running, would have been running through his blood as he walked up to the start box, but now he's out there and he can, get the track between his teeth and, really attack it and, set out to what he planned to do.
What year was your first ride on Toy Town?
I knew you were going to ask.
Make it up.
Oh, yeah, long time ago.
But was it before Blenheim European title at 2005?
No, I don't think I think I came after, because I think I went to Burley first, and then did championship.
It's just not a comfortable ride through there, is it? With those angle corners, because if they get close, the horse is forced to twist, because they've got to get that left knee out of the way more than their right one, and it can just twist the horse in the air.
I think you just have to have a good jump in and then stay quiet. The people who've stayed quiet and just let the rhythm.
Yeah.
It's worked well.
Not pressurise them to the fence, and that's one of the key things with cross-country riding, is knowing when to be attacking and determined, and when to actually just stay quiet and passive, allowing the horse time, and really being able to flip from one to the other at the right time is the key.
Also, getting some horses to do that is quite hard work, because if you've got all these massive fences which you're asking them to go forward and bigger, and then you're going, actually, let's have a little quiet jump here, it's quite difficult for them to suddenly switch and change. That's where you see the experienced ones will be better at it.
Paul Tapner just taking the right-hand option and leaving a knee, causing the horse to rotate. The horse is up on his feet early, which is great to see, but Paul looking despondent, not surprisingly.
Gutted.
You can see as he comes up here, he jumps up well, but doesn't land far enough up, so your one stride is too far off. He goes to take off, can't do it, puts down, gets too close, leaves both legs on the fence, causes the horse to rotate in a somersault direction, but great to see the horse is back up on his feet.
Well, yes, and great to see the horse didn't land on Paul. That is exactly the sort of falls that the risk of the sport has to look at all the time. So out goes the former winner, Paul Tapner, and this is certainly providing plenty of drama
I mean, sorry, what you were saying about being able to just quieten the horse down and pop a fence. I always think of it like sort of putting water on the boil and then taking it off to simmer and then back on the boil, and being able to control the horse through that is the key, isn't it? Oh my word!
I thought that was a little bit brave.
Just too open to that upright gate again. You
on
just
the angle.
jumping an upright fence on an angle. You've got to be steady, and you can see just travelling too fast through here and committed on this stride. There wasn't space to put another one down, but equally was too far to stand off, and that's just where your coffin canter is what you need, where you can really slow the horse down and the short active
It's
canter.
a shame because actually he was having a good ride, wasn't he?
Yeah, sadly, if we're honest and critical, just had a rush of blood to the head, a little too bit positive, and the young man based up in Yorkshire bows out. Up to that point in time, he'd ridden a very good round. But this course asks question after question.
You can see both those riders have got the inflatable air jackets, so as the horse and rider separate, it pulls a canister, pumps air in, and inflates very quickly.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Paul's turn cut the power to the step up, so he couldn't get a big enough jump up the hill, so didn't make the distance that he wanted.
Well,
it's
now,
a long walk home.
The 40-year-old Japanese rider, Yoshiaki Oiwa, he's a man who has been around Badminton before. He was based with Andrew Hoy at Gatcombe many years ago. Actually did very well there, very close to the top of the leaderboard after dressage. He rode in London. And Yoshi with his horse Duku Kavana's been going well, but Yoshi, just take care, be steady.
That's quick through there, and another one just to not jump up that cleanly, but he did get away with it.
He got away with it because he kept going on what he had, and luckily he still had a good contact with the horse, but hopefully he doesn't carry on too much like that.
Finished actually 5th here when based with Andrew Hoy at Gatcombe, 5th in 11th rather in 2005 it was, and he's been based out in Germany recently.
Yeah, he's with Dirk Schrader.
Yeah, but actually now with Pippa and Will down in Surrey, Funnel that is. His girlfriend Yoshi, who's in the Japanese show jumping team, and she's been based with the Funnels for a while. And Yoshi is prepared for here at Badminton, his return visit from the Funnels. But yes, you're right, Dirk Schrader is where he's been now for several years. The Japanese putting in a big effort for the Tokyo Olympics in 2020. And I must say, their riders now looking far more at home and comfortable at the higher levels in the sport. That's good to see.
As a nation, they're very stylish riders, aren't they?
Yep, they are.
They're petite in their physique, and they tend to be real stylists. They suit cross-country riding.
I think one of the things we're watching, is that people are really wound up, determined to be positive, and they're putting that positivity into speed. It would be much better if they would just put it into balance and rhythm, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, and the speed and power you need to try and make them completely separate, so you can have high speed, high power, high speed, low power for just galloping between fences, and then low speed, high power for jumping your upright gates and your entrance to the sunken road, your rail at the top of the steps, your entrance to the water.
You want to make sure that jumping these big fences, the horse's legs are underneath themselves,
and again,
so that they can jump the fences in the best way possible.
That's where just taking that slight stutter, although it doesn't come too much, you want to use those simple fences to build confidence. So you don't really want to be getting a bit of a half stride at that, because you're now coming up the hill to possibly the most challenging fence on the course.
It might have also helped just get the horse to maybe back off a little bit, because he looks a bit keen in Yoshi's hands.
Again, one of the few we've seen going on 3 strides and 3 strides, which is how a lot of people, I think, initially would have planned to ride it, but possibly changed their plan after seeing some of the early combinations.
That was lovely down there. The horse jumped down the steps properly.
Yeah, and this is
a lovely stride, didn't it?
Yeah, that was Tom Jackson, 24 years old. Waltham Fiddler's fine. We'll see him again in a moment. Let's watch Yoshi Oya. He went to Rio and actually was their sole representative to complete, finished 20th. Just like to see him steady down a little bit and be less frantic. He's going to go straight again on this Irish-bred horse. Wow.
Where he did well there was he made the turn in the air, but not too early, because if you make it too early, they drop the hind legs on the fence, whereas he waited long enough, but then started to turn, so he didn't have to take a straight first stride on landing and delay his turn.
Well, this Kent-based young man, he too has won that Bramham Under-25 Championship. And I've said, Mrs. Tyndall, that's a competition which is pointed to stars, like a world champion and a European champion. It's always been a very good pointer of success, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's a very good base to start at, actually. It definitely did a lot for my career. It's a great competition. It really can set you up for the future. But it's got a lot of people to the next level.
Certainly has, and this is one of them. Tom Jackson we're watching now. He's 24 years old on this 14-year-old horse. By looks, good speed.
That was a better pace in.
Yeah,
exactly.
Good speed. Well judged. Come on, Tom. Yeah, that's the way to do it.
And what that does is it's not so much that it affects your speed coming out, but it gives the horse time to just focus and work out what the problem is. Otherwise, their brains become addled, and it's almost like watching spokes on a bicycle wheel going around where it goes so fast you can't see it. And it's the same for the horse's brain as they're approaching a fence, and they need to find exactly what they're focusing on.
Yoshi now. Some more Japanese competitors over here training for Rio. They'll be out there. They're in the stable crew behind Yoshi. They'll be biting their fingernails. Good line. And well ridden.
I really like this fence. I think this is what four-star cross-country fences should test, is that accuracy and determination at the same time, rather than everything being on a show jumping type of distance.
Yeah, good open distance you need to attack and ride to.
Yeah, attack whilst being accurate.
Good line from Tom Jackson. He was called up as a reserve for the Europeans in Blair 2015. Britain, of course, could have 12 and one or two horses dropped out. Tom Jackson was called up, never actually got the call in the end, which was a pity because he would have benefited from the experience. But he's part of the world-class performance lottery funding, and this man is one that the team who are preparing those youngsters are very, very hopeful about, of another star for Britain. Now, the leading lady rider for the Netherlands, it is Alice Neber-Luzman with Harry Belafonte, trained by Bettina Hoy these days.
That horse just popping down there and putting 3 strides in. This ride from Tom Jackson's been great so far, hasn't it? And you know, it's important when you come into this intense section of the course, so you feel you've topped up every bit of credit you can.
He's a good rider, Thomas. He's done a lot of Nations Cups as well, I think.
He has, you're right.
He's got some good experience under his belt.
Just to explain, those who may be watching who don't know what Nations Cups are, they're a team competition which is now being developed within the sport. They're actually thought to be something that might be developed further, particularly with the changes that are coming in the Olympics and in the World Games. And Tom's been, whoa, and is hailing a taxi. Unless it's going to be a water taxi, won't be useful yet.
Good thinking.
Alice has been in the game for a long time. Her father, he was event rider. He won the first ever Derna, which was the event before Buccaro, actually. He's here watching.
You can see the reason why she has the cap is as she goes to take a hand off, just to give the horse a reminder behind. She's just, if you don't get it back on the rein, there's an instinctive reaction to, as your shoulders come back, it flings your arm back as well.
That flying feeling.
This 14-year-old Waltham Fiddler's first, taking quite a hold with Tom. Waltham Fiddler's find. Now back at the Mirage Pot.
It's going long.
tidy, wasn't it? Just controlled. If you're looking at this for the first time, I hope you're getting the picture of the sort of speed that provides you safe jumps and good jumps, and pictures that are too fast and putting the combination at risk. And that's the sort of responsibility that riders have got to have, Zara, in making this sport, you know, a safe sport.
Yeah, and I think this is the whole point, that riders need to take responsibility for the way they ride their horse. They are the ones that train their horses day in, day out, so they need to be able to know exactly how they're feeling, how they can manage each part, each section, and really make those decisions in the right way.
Well, this horse's stable name is Wesley. And again, well ridden, good speed. At the moment, Tom doing a grand job. Here's Yoshi Iowa coming for home.
Good job, Yoshi.
And this is a good time. Remember, his dressage was very handy indeed. He came out of the dressage arena with that 40 score. 42.6. Round to the last, the saddle. And that's a great performance. That will definitely give huge confidence to the Japanese riders. Well done, Yoshi. 5th place.
That was a good ride, because he was fairly strong at the beginning, wasn't he? And he managed to... I wondered if he could get a little bit tired early, you know, exerting that much energy, but he's done a good job.
Now here's an important ride for Britain, Gemma Tattersall. Second here last year, riding Arctic Soul, another ex-racehorse here for the retraining a racehorse £1,000 prize. She was in the Olympic team, had a 55.8 dressage away. And here's Tom Jackson at the corners. Scotty back with us. Scotty, what are your thoughts of how this competition is developing?
Yeah, it's ooh, that's a disappointing run out there. Ooh.
In the ground.
Frighten the spectators whilst you're at it. It's as we started the competition, it's been tricky. It's caused, oh dear, it's all falling apart now.
This would be so disappointing if he'd go out. He can have one more, but if he does have another one, he's out, I'm afraid. Difficult to get a corner, that's good. Let's hope he can get home now, because this boy will be back. He's good enough, and the horse has certainly looked good enough in everything he's done except that.
And actually, if something goes wrong, it's where you've got to be so disciplined to keep your focus, because it's very easy for somebody to take the plan B and then for that to go wrong as well.
That was quick thinking too.
Yeah, this is Alice Nebelezerman, the Dutch lady. She got stopped on the cross country at Burley. Oh, sit tight, Alice. She got stopped on the cross country by the grand jury at Burley. Many thought it was a bit of an unfair pull off the course, and she was really looking forward to put it all together here, but that refusal will disappoint her. And you've got to focus, haven't you? When you've had that refusal, you've really got to pull yourself together and say, come on, you've got to ride better and harder than ever.
There's more and more people having one stop and just pulling up now, because there's so much other options to go to, aren't there?
Yeah, I've definitely done that here, because, you know, there is so many options and you can start the day afresh again.
Yeah, and it's also, you know, if you've got 20 on the board, then there's a bit of a risk going round, and you're not going to be in the money, really, if you know, without being too miserable about it.
And I think, you know, that's where you've got to be. If you've had a 20, you've got to still keep that adrenaline, that attack, and it's quite easy to lose that when you've had a 20, and then it becomes a long way round.
And now through the BHTV Corral 2 at 19. Next to go is number 80 on your programmes. This is from France.
We all thought this was going to be a really serious test with these gates towards the end of the course, but the horses have actually jumped them very well, haven't they? Tom, quite sensibly, having had a problem, just making sure he's absolutely dead straight at those, so not taking any risks.
Gemma.
There's Gemma Tattersall, Arctic Soul.
And Wilbury having another ride round. That's good to see. Gemma Tattersall, 55.8 dressage with Arctic Soul, 14 years old, owned by the Soul Syndicate, and Gemma.
He's got a lot of experience, this horse, and she's very capable. He's fast. He's a fast horse, good galloping thoroughbred, scopy, and she's been round here a few times. So
she did a good job there, just to take away the pace. Just otherwise, once has gone wrong there, just jumped too flatly into the base of that house, and she really anchored him back, just so he jumped up onto the edge of the step.
Yeah, she finished third here last year, and that was after a performance in the Blair Europeans when they finished at 9th overall. Now coming to this Hilden Water fence.
Gemma just shouting long just to make the point.
It's called acting, isn't it?
Just in case anyone's in any doubt.
Yes.
I think it would have frightened the French judges
Probably
away.
very sensible.
Well, this is a competition which has still got a lot of life in it when you think that Ingrid Klimt's to come. She ahead of Mikael Jung after dressage. We've also got the likes of Lauren Kiefer, more than capable. Mark Todd, actually he can't get ahead, he's just behind after the dressage. But there's others that can make their mark. Jonty Evans was so good in Rio. Could he put Ireland on the map again? As Tom Jackson finishes, there'll be huge disappointment, a lot of frustration when you have that sort of situation, but Tom should sit down and actually reflect and say, you know, I'm good enough to do this, I'm good enough to take on the world's best if he really thinks about it. I think in essence a good round from Tom.
Yeah, I think he rode beautifully, and he was very sensible everywhere, and I just wonder at that fence whether this horse might, you know, as we were saying, they're starting to get a bit tired at that combination, and whether that distance just took the pace off him and he just kind of dropped the ball a bit, unfortunately.
Well, let's grab a word with Yoshioa, because that was a fabulous round. Congratulations. How did it feel from your point of view?
Thank you very much. I could make him a little bit easier because I had a little bit fight, because he's a strong horse. That's my next mission, to sort it out. But he jumped so good, everything very good.
You've been helped a lot by Pippa Funnell. How much did she say to you about the cross-country course this year?
We training in the local training as well, cross-country training, and here as well he's basically very much same, but really concentrate for every fence my balance and balance of the horse. That was the key she was told me today.
Well, you did a great job. I know you went well here a few years back. Let's hope you do so again, slightly better maybe in the show jumping this time round.
Yes, horse can jump, so I really want to do it.
Great stuff. If you remember, Yoshi was third after cross-country, about 2005, and then had 3 show jumps done. So fingers crossed for tomorrow. Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Yep. So
here we have
at
Ellen Fattier.
And another one to. It's quite interesting. She didn't even look as though she was looking at the fence, to be honest.
I'm not sure the horse and her saw the same line.
No, maybe not.
I think here you've got, coming into the lake, the pickup trucks to the log end is not a related distance, but there is a relationship between the two fences. And the ones who are having problems coming out of the lake are coming in to the pickup trucks too fast, and that sets the pace the whole way through. So I'd look to break up the horse more, take away the pace, so you get a slower jump over the pickup trucks, and then keep that slow pace the whole way through, giving the horse time.
But they should be able to make the adjustment in the water, really.
They should, but I think
there's enough time there. There's
enough
distance.
time, yeah.
Some of the ones that have jumped in really fast have then struggled to get that control with the horse locked on.
Well, Alice had a problem at the Hilden Water, but she'll be delighted to get around there after the carry-on at Burley last year. And just a little bit forward in her position coming in there, but recovered quite quickly. It actually made it look quite neat coming out. It's been interesting because, you know, when you watch the competition at the beginning of the day, you would think people would learn at that water, but they're still making the same mistakes.
I think people, when they watch, they still got so much in their mind what they're going to do, and they don't watch and take the best bits and learn from the bad bits.
So at the quarry for Gemma. Be interesting to see what her time is, because this is a very fast horse cross country. A little bit of slap on the shoulder there. He just stalled a little bit coming up that hill.
Oh!
This is another Frenchman, Sydney de Vries.
I don't think the French have had a very nice time at this fence today, have they?
No, it's been this fence, hasn't it? It's got them.
And again, that's another example of coming in slightly complacently, having had a stop the first time, then thinking, right, now it's easy because I haven't got the first log to jump. I've just got to get down the step, and coming in a half-hearted way and having another problem and going home.
Well, it looks like he's going home, but I have a feeling this fence will be copied in France quite soon. They'll all be schooling it next week. And coming towards the finish for Gemma Tattersall, and she's nearly, look at the time, that's pretty impressive. Apart from Michael Young, that must be the fastest we've had today. She's only just going to be over the time.
She'll be annoyed with herself though, won't she?
She will be, yeah, because she'll be just thinking, if I'd just taken one pull less somewhere, she would have made it. But 10 seconds over into 7th position.
Good girl.
And she's very happy. He is a very fast horse, this, so it makes me wonder if we're going to get any more inside the time.
That's true, but he can be a little strong sometimes, can't he?
Yeah.
Which makes life a little bit more difficult for her. But he's such a beautiful horse to watch.
Yeah, he is impressive. So the
Helen Vallier, Quito de Balliere, a 55.2 dressage at the corners. I think this has been a really good fence and well ridden through there, and the French now have got so much more confidence. For years they didn't come outside of France, did they, Scotty? And
no.
But now the team that manage the French sport really get out and about, and the horses and riders are all the more competitive for it, no doubt, as we saw in Rio.
Well, they had to get out and do more, because when they were in France they had one course designer and they weren't getting a variety of fences.
Yeah, unfortunately they've got a bit better.
They certainly have. We were actually discussing that a little bit earlier this morning, and I think Michel Astre, the manager, has had a huge amount to do with the development. So there is the leaderboard. The only one inside the time on his dressage is the reigning badminton champion, Michael Young, with the great La Vista Texam on that 40. But Rosalind Cantor, brilliant performance, and Alexander Bragg has Britain in second and third. That's so much better news than it was after dressage last night.
Well, Gemma Tattersall's brilliant cross-country round has moved her up into the top 10. Chris Bartle, the new British team manager, getting a debrief from her as she catches her breath. And I suspect, having enjoyed that so much, slightly ruining the fact that your dressage score could have been better and you'd have been right up there.
Yeah, but that's why he's so good at this bit, because he's mental. He's actually mental. And he's a serious handful for me, who I'm only 5'5", he's 17'1". You know, he's an absolute out-and-out galloping machine and quite a handful for me. Unfortunately, we had to go one long route. He jumped so well, almost too well, that I didn't have enough time to get to the straight route, and I didn't want to have a silly 20, so went long. So that's why we were a few seconds over, but God, that horse is some machine.
What age is he now, and what do you think he still could be capable of?
He's as tough as old boots, he is. He's 14. But I feel like the last 2 years he's only just come into his prime. maybe slightly later than a normal horse because he was still racing when he was a 6-year-old. So didn't even start eventing till he was 7. So, you know, he's done pretty well, really. Yeah.
And so have you, because it's a brave thing to be on a horse that big and that strong and that quick, and your brain has got to be working at double quick time.
Yeah, I literally have to get on Spike, Arctic Soul, and put myself in major fast mode. Think quick all the time. I've got to be one step ahead of him. It's actually really hard because he's like lightning. I'm just chuffed to bits. I'm relieved. God, it's been causing absolute carnage.
And you did okay for you time faults, but the jumping was perfection. Well done, you.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Claire.
We're back with Hélène Vatier. Had that 55.2 dressage.
Oh, she's angling these
Still
gates.
the Olympic silver medal individually. Astien Nicolas, and down goes Hélène Vatier.
And that's what happens when you angle gates. If a horse hits them, they twist sideways, and there's absolutely no way they can save themselves. You can see her just coming inside that tree, taking the tighter line, leaves the right, actually the left leg, but twists the horse over sideways. If they hit them straight, they tip forwards, but they can stay on their feet more easily.
Well, good to see horse and rider on their feet.
It's also for me, she's a little bit too forward in her position, so if you're going to hit a fence and you're a little bit in front of the movement, you've got no chance.
This is Belgium's Joris van Springel. Lully Desoln, what a horse this has been for the station master from Belgium. Joris has been now on the sport for many years on this horse. They've been around Badminton 3 times. His ambition is to go around 5 times. He hopes this could be number 4. He wants an Armada dish. An Armada dish is something you get after you've been completed Badminton 5 times. Scotty, you must have about 10 of those.
Not quite.
How many times was it?
Sorry?
How many times was it?
I have no idea.
How many Armada dishes have you got?
Good question. 2 or 3, I don't know.
It was so long ago, he can't
Harry
remember.
has won
Yeah, it's far too long ago.
Before he was about 20.
Not quite.
Well, I know how many I got because I treasure mine. I got 2, and I treasure those.
Oh, wow, did you really?
I know, surprising, isn't it?
But it's nice, my father had 3, and he always wanted me to get 1 so that we can make a match and have 4 on the dining room table.
Let me tell you, if Mrs. Tucker hasn't got them clean and silver, she's in trouble.
They are probably the most treasured thing out of all, you know. Well, I think it nicely goes to show how much effort it is to go to Badminton.
So Tom Crisp and Cooley's Luxury. Silly run out of
Silly
the
run out 'cause he's on a
steps.
good dressage.
Yeah, but it wasn't terribly focused, was it? He sort of slightly laid back coming down the steps, I thought.
I think that's the first big question, isn't it? And you need to mean business early doors, I think. It's great to see the staircase back in the course, though, I think.
Yeah, I know. Oh! Just didn't look very positive, Tom, did he? I mean, he just didn't look as though he was at the races.
No, and if you don't go out with an attacking brain, as you can see, you get into trouble fairly early.
Just watch the horse's ears, because that's normally a giveaway when they've locked on. And he never quite, once he turns the fence, the ears were moving left, right, like antennae, trying to pick up the target. Never quite got onto that, mentally.
Well, I think the statistics are going to be quite interesting reading by the end of the day.
So we've only got 1 inside the time.
Yeah.
Joris van Springel is a really lovely guy, Joris. He comes over here competing quite a lot. There wouldn't be many Belgians competing at this level, but he travels abroad on a regular basis, and he's a really nice man.
He is a good guy.
Well, this is the joint oldest horse, 18 years old, but he does look well. And he hasn't been overused, which is the great thing in the end of the day.
Yeah, you don't get it at both ends of the career.
Well, there are some important times of riders that could still very much influence this competition. And there's 2 or 3 that jump out at you there. John T. Evans, of course, that very good dressage in the 30s. Ingrid Klimke. But Andrew Nicholson, he's in there. And perhaps the one they've all got to fear. And that, of course, is the man from Australia, Christopher Burton. He could, right at the end of the day, wrestle this away from Mikael Jung. We've still got an awful lot to look forward to, no doubt about that.
And, of course, Mr. Nicholson.
And, of course, Mr. Nicholson.
Don't write him off.
No, I wouldn't dare, actually, because he'd soon tell me.
I know. But he had a great first ride, and he's ready for the next one, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just because Scotty can't count, we can actually tell him, you should go home and make sure your wife can find 3 Armada dishes, Scotty.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure we could.
Joris van Springel at the corners.
A bit scrappy, but did the job.
Yeah.
And cross-country riding is really about doing the job. It's not no marks for style, and he determined riding there and got to the other side in one piece.
And he very quickly patted the horse and landed.
Yeah.
So, thank you, mate.
That's where you really know your partnership is intact, when they help you out.
Yeah.
Well, there is the side out of the lake as we join now Sarah Bullimore. Sarah with Reb de Rui, number 88. Combination that have never really hit the high spots, but more than capable of getting in there. They're at the staircase. Sarah had a dressage of 55.8.
Sarah's been with Reb Duru. Has he not been on the long list for the teams once or twice?
Yes, they have.
Yep.
She's on the podium list, which in other words she's one of 6 that are on the top list, and Sarah one of them, very experienced, and still it's a bit dewy, isn't it? Gosh, the horse recovered well there off that corner, but slipped twice.
Yeah, and that won't have done much for his confidence, because this is where now you've got the lake coming up. You can see as she just goes to turn, the back leg slips and then slips again, meaning that you get a bit of an awkward jump taking up from standstill right underneath the fence.
He was good to jump that, though. Yeah, a lot of wouldn't have jumped it, would they?
Yeah.
He was able to get up in the air, but not to propel forwards and clear the back of the fence.
It's interesting to me, of course, the course has been watered. Is there a bit of dampness in the air that perhaps has just got it a little bit skiddy on top?
I just wonder. The grass is quite short, isn't it?
Yes. And that was slightly half-hearted, I think, going up there. Ian, what do you think?
Yeah, yeah. And she stood off a long way and jumped out onto the bank and slightly gave up, I thought. It was almost as if she couldn't decide whether to have a go at it or go the long way.
A lot just aren't getting the right balance to the step, and they're not jumping up well enough so they can get up the hill.
And I think we can talk about all the technicalities, but a lot of cross-country riding is getting the balance between the technical side of it and just get the bit between your teeth and get the job done. And you're really having that focus and willpower to make sure you get to the other side in one piece, having done the job.
It was great to see Joris and this old horse full of running at the end, isn't it? I mean, he looks amazing.
Joris really typifies what today is all about. Look at the people still in the trade stand area out on the course. This has been a huge crowd here today. But going back to Joris van Springel, I just feel he typifies what's been required today, because he's used his head, he's kept a strong body all the way through, kept his position right, so the horse has every opportunity to pick up and jump, and he's used a lot of good decisions at the right time. It really shows for me exactly what today is all about. Well, another former winner, Sam Grivis, 2014, with this mare, Pauline Brucker, the touchdown mare. They put in a great performance in Rio for Australia to win that bronze medal. They picked the Kiwis for the bronze. As Joris van Springel, he deserves a medal. A minute over, and counting. But he falls into the league of those riders like Austin O'Connor, and what was the one that you said had ridden a really good... Oh, Paul Sims, wasn't it? Paul Sims. And now I think this man, they're not necessarily the stars of the day, top of the leaderboard, but they've really dug deep and shown us exactly what cross-country riding is about when things are pretty tough.
Time penalties gives him a two-face score of 87.
These two have got a lot of experience under their belt, so hopefully that will just put them in even better place than anyone else. And he's really close. He could get really close to Michael, so hopefully he'll really go for it.
This mare's never had a stop cross country. She once had a fall when she was in the lead at Gackham at the British Festival. What?
Don't jinx him.
No.
Let's wait till the end.
Anyway.
Well,
there's no such thing as witchcraft.
Did you say she's never had any penalties?
Pardon?
Did you say had never had any cross-country penalties?
Never had a stop. Had a fall once in the lead at Gackham.
Well, he had a 20 penalties here last year, coming away from the mound.
I'm eating my microphone.
Yeah. It's first time for everything.
Right, I won't say anything else all day.
Is that a promise?
That's
my truck is celebrating.
It's only because he's getting his own back, because he's going to buy that coffee later.
Hey, did you get your coffee?
Not yet.
Sam's a really nice guy. He's based in the UK. He's married to English wife Lucy. I'm actually godfather to their little daughter Eliza. He's a lovely guy, great competitor, and somebody who's just been able to produce horses and keep them at this level. He had a very good horse, Happy Times. She came here and was well placed about 5 years in a row, and now Paul Ambrocker has developed into another long-term partnership. They finished 4th individually at the Olympics, just behind the medals, and she doesn't look like the most striking horse, but she's just able to deliver the goods. And chips in the second stride, but stays nice and straight out of that lake.
Sarah Bullimore, Rev de Rouet, owned jointly by Kristen Sue Gillespie and Sarah's husband Brett. Nicely ridden through there. Lovely line.
One of the better ones, actually.
Yep.
Very smooth.
And here is Arden's Hope. This is Jonty Evans, riding Rachel Cornett and Fiona Elliott, and Jonty's lovely horse, Cooley Rorke's Drift, that went so well in Rio. They finished up 9th individually. Sarah looks back, hearing these Mims pins rattle. They are quite rattly, aren't they?
It can sound like they've come down when they haven't.
Exactly. Sounds like if you jump a gate when it rattles when if you hit it.
A 5 by iron gate.
And then the one behind you out hunting, it gets a crack, and then the next one breaks it. Top 3 rails.
That is surprising.
Sam.
It'll be interesting
This
to see
is
which
where he
side.
had his 20 last year in this area.
Well,
wow, what will that be?
I would question whether that was...
As we see the horse coming towards us, his head and neck and shoulders have got to go the right side of the flag, and that probably wasn't the case.
No. Right shoulder.
She moved the flag, didn't she, as well?
Straight,
the right
straight on
shoulder
her
was
nose.
Well, now there's an interesting new rule here, isn't there? Because if they don't stop and go on, and they are judged as not to have done it properly, they can get 50 penalties.
Yeah, so this stops an elimination, and this is really brought in so that in a team competition, you don't get somebody not sure whether they've had a stop or not, carrying on, getting eliminated, and then wiping out the score of the entire team when the team is eliminated if you've only got 3 counting scores at that stage in a competition. So he will be out of the running, but he'll get a completion if he can get to the end of the course.
Well, it certainly hasn't gone up on the scoreboard as that at the moment. But I note that Sarah Bullimore has had a 20. Where did she have that?
We saw her at the lake.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Jonty Evans away. The Irishman based in this country. And I think, Scotty, if I remember rightly, we voted this horse as one of the most interesting horses that came out of the Rio Olympics.
Yeah, he was very impressive there, and he's just matured and grown up since Rio as well.
Borlaug Brock out, and he gets inside the flag there for sure.
Johnsy last rode here in 2007, so a 10-year absence.
And he got held on the course for half an hour, which was a long, long time to get held on the course. But he got round. That was back in 2007 when he rode Craig Warrior.
Looks like Sam's going the long route. He was always looking right there before he even got to the fence. Just going around that picket fencing, taking one less risk. Johnsy's style of riding is he sits down in the saddle, keeps his weight through his seat.
He did a good job there. I thought he rode that well.
Sam's time's pretty good. Still no more news about the problem of the flag at the hollow.
He took a bit more time to just set her up and get her back on her hocks to help him have a smooth jump through there.
Well, here, waiting to come into the start box, is one that could give Mikael Young a nervous time. It is Ingrid Klimke. What a dynasty she's come from. Her father, the great Rainer Klimke, who won the Olympic title in the dressage world. Ingrid's been second here twice, Sleep Lake a number of years back, and then 2 years ago with this horse, Horseware Hail Bob. They're on the course. Sam Grivis now back at the corners.
Well, that was very well ridden through there. He got a nice attacking 5 strides, which meant he was accelerating at the first of the 2 corners, and then that very long 2 strides came up nice and easily for him.
And the news in that Sam Griffiths has been given the 50. Well, that'll probably be contested. Meanwhile, this very good 11-year-old by Courage, it's actually owned by Rachel Cornett and Fiona Elliott, really looking impressive. And I think we'll find the horse is covering the ground pretty well. Got quite what we call a round action. In other words, the knees come up. He doesn't cover the ground perhaps as much as some, but still got a good long stride and does jump.
And of course, we've got second and third on course at the moment, so this is quite an exciting time for... Hopefully Mickey's feeling a little bit nervous.
I don't think he does nerves, does he?
I don't think
That's
so.
a bit mean. You'd be hating that.
Here comes Ingrid.
This really could be one of the fastest rounds of the day. She's notorious for being a bit of a speed demon.
I spent the week last week trying to hope that Mickey was feeling nervous, but it never happened.
Yeah, but great results, Zara. Well done. That's fantastic last week.
Horseware Hail Bob just looking quite sticky down there. That's not the kind of start you want, because he was very much wading through treacle to get down those steps.
Johnson's going long. No, he's not.
No.
He turned. Thought he'd gone
I
right
fooled
without
you.
it. Yeah.
I think he was just making a bit of a kink right then left to get a good line coming out. A bit of a stumble in the water there, but he sat tight.
Sam Griffiths won't know that he's got those 50 penalties at the moment, so he needs to press on at the gates. Is he going inside? There's the tree. Yep, he does.
89 over 24.
Yeah, how frustrating is that going to be for him, though, when he gets to the end? He's not going to be that much over the time.
The interesting thing is when it happened, he never blinked an eye, did he? I mean, he just kept the same stride up all the way.
Well done, Jonty.
Yes.
A man on a mission.
Ingrid at the lake.
This is a very fast approach to the lake.
Oh, lovely.
But it worked.
You were waiting for the error, were you?
That's a picture which shows you an example of a horse always in balance. Ingrid was always in balance. So was the horse. And no, Jonty was... No, rather, Michael Young was 8 seconds
Same
over
time.
here. So...
Come on, Jonty.
Jonty is definitely
Bang
in
on
touching
time.
distance. This is looking a very good round. Well, this is a combination that aren't out of it. Remember, there's show jumping to come. Michael Young lost Badminton 2 years ago by knocking the last fence down.
I don't somehow think that'll happen again.
I don't envy Sam's feeling when he finishes and thinks he's gone clear.
Poor
and
chap.
He might have a slight inkling, but I'm not sure.
It didn't look like it at the time, did it?
At the last end, Sam Griffiths. It is, was he going to be 29 seconds over? Finishes on 104.1. Just take 50 away from that for a moment, and you've got
He'd be in
54.
second
So
place.
he would be in second place. So I think he could be talking to the grand jury.
But without that rule, potentially he would have been eliminated.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, just a drift there. That was...
Oh.
He's now got to focus and get on, because cross-country riding, there's no time to reflect the past or think about the future. You've just got to stay in the present.
I think you've got to go on the 5 there.
Yeah,
You're going to get the 2.
I worried when he added the 6th because it makes it very long there, and he almost looked as though he was going to half wait for 3 in between the corners.
I think the only way you can put 6 strides in there is if you pop the first element and sit quiet for the first 2, so you can then attack the final 4. But he arrived on a quiet 6.
Ingrid Klimke for Germany at the Hollow. Chasing Mikael Jung. La Bistatec Sam on their dressage. The only one so to do. Ingrid, of course, ahead of Michael after dressage, 36.4. Mikael Jung and Sam on 40. One in the clubhouse, one to get there. Her first Olympics were in Sydney in 2000 on the English-bred horse Sleep Late, which was a great horse for her. And of course, since then, she's won Olympic team gold. She's won also European gold in the team. She has been one of the world's best. Little hesitant, but safe.
Ingrid is a very determined lady, and she will give it her all.
But when she had the Abraxas horse, she used to really go flat out, and every now and again they hit the deck. But she's got much more control to her cross-country riding than she used to.
She managed to harness that speed into controlled speed rather than looking a little bit kamikaze.
Well, here's one of the crucial questions for them.
And that shows real confidence in the horse when you get that dropping of the undercarriage and a slightly uncomfortable jump in, but never wavered off his line. Ears pricked.
One of the best we've seen through there all day, I would suggest. Still looking full of running.
This is where you need to just get the horse back early enough so that you can get your line, because there's a very sharp turn coming up. And it'll be interesting to see whether she's planning to go right. It looks like it is her plan. You can afford to get slightly straighter at that first fence in if you're taking the long route, whereas if you're going to make the turn, you've got to angle that first fence and risk a problem there or not making the turn on the way out.
I think we're seeing a lot of them slipping though, aren't we? We were talking about it earlier. Like the length of the grass is
short,
it's
isn't it?
short,
Yes.
and I just don't know if it's
But
giving enough grip.
It's never the same when you have to water a course.
Yeah.
It's the same racing. Of course, it's never quite the same feeling as natural rain.
That was very well ridden through there. Just gave the horse time to come up and pop out of that corral.
I think what's interesting in watching Ingrid, she is so quick back into her stride once she's jumped a fence. She's really saving every second possible as John T. Evans comes now to the last. What a pity. He was really in sight of getting ahead of Mikkel Young until that corner.
Oh, he's gutted.
Yeah, that's a horse that could be bringing honour and glory to Ireland in the near future. 20 penalties, including that 78.4 score. Impressive, but sadly not able to get right up with the leaders. This girl could. Ingrid Klimke, 49 years old now. It was William Fox-Pitt that put her down into second place 2 years ago with chilly morning.
He looks full of running, doesn't he?
He does.
And how straight was he at those corners? I mean, she was almost in a loose rein. She didn't have to hold him in.
3 years, 13-year-old horseware Hail Bob by Helican.
It's a much nicer fence in there this year, isn't it?
It's quite friendly. But I was a little concerned that it was almost too friendly. And people would take a risk at it, but it's jumped quite well.
Now, this is interesting to see because with the clock up, she has the potential to challenge the lead. She's one of the fastest riders in the world. She's got a proven record with this horse. She's got just under 2 minutes to get home, and she'll be probably quite happy with that.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. She certainly has been... Oh, my word! Luckily it was behind and not in front.
And you think she might have felt that she was okay for time and could have afforded just to...
I think she was the same time as Mikkel.
Oh! That's 20 penalties for Gubby Leach, Daniel Leach and Xavier. Another of the first-timers. There was 25 first-timers. I don't think I've ever known as many in the badminton field.
Ingrid, I think, because she came over the gates, was about the same time as Mikkel Young left on the course. So she could do the time. She keeps going.
I think she's going to be over the time. That's a guess.
You said that the last time, Harry. Don't you learn?
I'm not betting this time.
It's a gin and tonic this time,
I was going to say, there's only a coffee. You need to make it more interesting, surely.
42 counting down. Do you know, I think Harry's going to win this one.
Yeah,
she won't get home in that time.
Well, it was a bottle of champagne.
If she gets wings.
In your dreams.
I'm surprised because she hasn't lifted her foot off the accelerator anywhere.
He has been a little bit strong though, hasn't he, in a couple of places, which just takes a little bit more time.
So she is how many penalties ahead in the dressage? At the moment, Mikael on 40.
Come on,
Ingrid 3.6. That's 9 seconds. 9 seconds. She's got to be over. Anything under that, and she'll take the lead. She's going to take the lead.
She's got the lead.
She's going to take it. Yes.
Oh.
Wow.
1 second.
It's game on tomorrow. Wow. What a competition. Well, the French picked the Germans in Rio, but today it's the Germans that are giving us a lesson.
And I have to say, Ingrid is a lovely person. She's a very popular rider in the sport. She's so friendly, great fun, and everyone will be happy for her.
They certainly will. Well, this is now Gubby Leach, Xavier.
Oh, Gubby, I have to say that's so sad. Gubby has spent the last 10 years desperately trying to ride a badminton. He's a very talented rider, and that would be heartbreaking for him. I was actually his best man. He's a great friend, and I just really feel for him. He comes here, just the horse gets right underneath the fence. Just leaves a leg, and when they leave a leg, it's very difficult when the ground slopes away for them to right themselves. That'll be heartbreaking for him.
Well, horse and rider up, and that's the main thing. As one of the locals on course, Beanie Sturgis. There aren't too many better riders across country than this girl. Wouldn't find dressage quite so easy, but this is a little Australian bred horse. Actually, Lebowski, now 17 years old. He's gone well here, hasn't enjoyed so much the Burley course in the 4-star there, but has actually gone very well here. Finished 11th last year.
Well, he knows this turf pretty well.
Yes, he does. Like, very well.
Very well.
And he's actually the sort of little horse that's quite well suited to the questions on this course, because with the combinations where horses are having to chip in, he's got that short stride. He's a fast horse who's able to gallop, but he can also chip in like a pony.
But he also jumps across his fences, doesn't he? He's a quick jumper, but he's bold and he jumps across them, so when they're wide, it really helps you.
Well, Lebowski, owned by two very, very hard-working volunteers for the sport, Simon Grayley and Jill Lamont. Both have worked tirelessly for many, many years for the sport. So they'll be excited at this point in time. Of course, Beanie 2 retains a leg in this horse. Bred in Australia, actually as a polo pony. Well, there's interesting news coming in, and it's pretty dramatic news, because you might remember that Ingrid Klipke hit the gates. We're going to look at it again, because she has been given 11 points for breaking a pin. Watch closely.
Well, that looks all right, because the fence is designed, it's normal when you hit a fence for it to rattle a bit.
Well, this is the one she looked back at, actually.
Well, that looks all right as well.
Well, almost wanted in slow motion, but I agree. It wasn't obvious there from our pictures.
It looked in live speed as though it was damaged. In slow motion, you couldn't see it.
But that's frustrating, because there's a bit of contention about whether the 11 penalties should be given if it's deemed to save a fool, or whether they should be automatic. Well, and I don't think that...
Well, of course, that's where the grand jury will come in.
Yes.
The fence judge would give them 11 points if the pin is broken, and that would be the job to do it. But then the jury would look at it and say, was that influenced by the way the horse jumped it? Would it have fallen? Blah, blah, blah.
And she will contest that.
She will contest that. Hans Melzer is the team manager, and he'll be in there with Ingrid, I'm sure. But that, of course, has put Miko Young back top again.
Still leaves her in second, though.
Yes, exactly. Hasn't moved her position.
Oh, it has moved her position, if I may say so.
Well, only from
first to second. A few thousand pounds, Scotty.
Well,
that wouldn't worry a man like you from Scotland.
I know it's getting to the end of your time with the BBC, Tux, but just be careful. You've got a bit of time yet to get stick.
The crowd is staying. Yeah, and there is confirmation of those 11. Miko Young on 40, Ingrid on 50.6. That's 2 show jumps, but not 3. Rosalind Cantor is the one who drops to 3rd. Alexander Bragg 4th. I must say, those performances of Rosalind and Alexander, they are something to really celebrate about. Brilliant riding from both of them. Look at the ones behind them too. Toddy in 5th. The young Japanese rider Yoshioa in 6th. Ireland can be pleased with Claire Abbott. Arctic Soul, great performance across the country. And the Olympic individual silver medalist in the top 10. And Nicholson still to come with one more. Oh, it's not finished yet. What a day. Gradually the crowd's coming back into the arena here as Beanie Sturgis lives at Dauncey, and she's going round. It's quite interesting.
She's actually taken quite a lot of long routes so far. She had the long routes at the Hilden Water and at the Mirage Pond, so this is the third one she's taken, and it makes the course a pretty long course and lots of change of direction.
Well, now on course, it's the youngest in the field, Cathal Daniels from Ireland, 20 years old. Regan Ruhr, he's at the Mirage Pond. He's been hugely successful. Well, down in the collecting area we've got Sam Grivis, and Sam will be another who will be very frustrated because his 50 was incurred because he was adjudged not to got a sufficient amount of the horse, in other words the head and shoulders, the right side of the flag. And if you go on having done that and don't stop and re-jump it, for instance, you get 50 penalties but don't get eliminated. So there is a slight bonus from it, but I would imagine that probably he is down in the collecting ring with Claire. It's Sam Griffiths.
Well, Sam Griffiths, rather confusingly, they've given you 50 penalties.
Yeah, that's a new rule they've brought in. It's a good rule, but I didn't think I got it. My horse jumped across the flag, it hit the flag down. They've deemed I've gone the wrong side. I felt I went the right side. So, as you can imagine, I'm going to contest it.
And when something like that happens, presumably your brain says, OK, I think I'm good here, I'm going to carry on.
Yeah, you know, you try and put it behind you, because once you've done one jump around this course, there's another really tough question coming up. So you can't think about what you've just done, you've got to try and think of what you're doing.
How did you feel out there as you were going around your course?
Oh, my horse went beautifully. She's an experienced horse, a super jumper. But yeah, it rode tough out there, and I think that's sort of showing in the results that it's a really tough course to ride around.
If the 50 comes off, where do you go on the leaderboard?
I haven't quite worked that out yet, but it'll bring me right up into contention. I was still a little bit slow with the time faults, but I'd imagine it'll bring me right up into the top 10.
OK, good luck with the inquiry.
Cheers, thank you.
Well, that'll be interesting. It won't be an easy decision, I suspect, but we will see. So I suspect the grand jury, they're going to have a late dins tonight, because there's going to be some discussion. Even the jury of appeal might get called in, you never know.
That means Mrs. Tucker won't be around. Oh no, she's not the jury. Is she a jury appeal? I mean, she won't be around to make your supper, Mike.
I know, it's a concern.
And polish the silver.
And polish their Armada dishes.
I think Zara's free tonight.
I'll find something to do.
Beanie Sturgis with Lebowski. Gone well, gone several long routes. But for Beanie, a young family, puts a lot of hard work in, runs some very good horse trials, particularly on their home ground of Dauncey. The Sturgis family have been great contributors to the world of eventing, no doubt about that. And Beanie is continuing that tradition in a very big way. Coming down to the second last, the log. She's already over the time. Oh. Still jumping.
Almost that moment of indecision when the horse paddles and luckily goes airborne.
He took the decision out of the house.
And this little horse is still galloping. I bet the kids will be at the finish with Dad in charge. And I might tell you, those children, Ruby and Sid, are already on ponies. There'll be another generation doing this very shortly, I suspect.
I think they keep going forward, that's all important. So clear, through the Irish Horse Gateway.
Well, John T. Evans with me now. So frustrating to have a run out.
Yeah, it was. He was brilliant around the course. He was slightly dubious about the Beaufort staircase, a little bit looky, but after that he seemed to grow in confidence, and he was super. I can't fault him. I've got to hold my hands up. It was my mistake. So we'll go away and we'll learn from it. And when you look at the leaderboard, the guys at the top of the leaderboard do this week in, week out, and I've only got this one at this level, so I've got some lovely young ones, but it's, it was a great experience, and he was fabulous. He didn't put a foot wrong.
There was an awful lot of support out there for you. I was at the staircase as you came down, and you could really, the cheering must have lifted you.
It does. I don't live very far away, so I live near Cheltenham, so it's almost local, and, half of Gloucestershire come to Badminton, so it's great, and they cheer you home, and it does really, really help. The crowd support is fabulous.
So in all honesty, your chance of a top 3 is probably gone, yeah. But what now are you aiming for?
We'll do our best to come out and jump a clear round tomorrow, and then we'll go home, reboot, and look towards the Europeans in the autumn. And I think, you've got to try and, sport's all about confidence, and I've got to try and take some confidence from it. And he and I think I did okay up until that point. It was one little mistake, so we'll go back and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Overall, you did brilliantly. Thanks, Jonty.
Thank you, Claire. Thanks.
Well, the competition may be coming towards the end, but there is still some stars to come, and here is one of them. It is the great Sir Mark Todd, this time with NZB Campino, 15 years old now, owned by the New Zealand Bloodstock and Toddy. New Zealand Bloodstock, certainly one of the reasons that Mark came back, having retired in 2000, but came back in time for the 2008 games in Hong Kong, and is enthusiastic as ever. Such a legend. As away goes, his dressage 43.6. Still one or two that could give a restless time for Mikael Jung. There's Lauren Kiefer, twice second at Kentucky with the very good mare Veronica. She's on a 38, and then there is Christopher Burton. He could be the biggest danger. We're watching now Kieran Glynn from Ireland, November night.
Quite late in changing his mind at that first corner, wasn't he? I mean,
he looked like he jumped the fence before, planning to go straight, and changed right down.
I think a lot are jumping that fence and losing a bit of impulsion, and then maybe it's at that point of the track where it's fairly influential, how tired the horses are getting and how everything else has taken its toll on them.
Ooh, and a run out there for
Caroline Chatelet.
French girl, yep.
5.2 time, so that was pretty quick, and he'll be really thrilled with that after his difficult dressage.
Yes, she's a little bit more determined the second time.
Extraordinary markings on this horse. Or maybe it's the grease. Yeah, it is, because the tail swishing. The reason why we put grease on the horse's legs is just so if they hit a fence, they slide over. It doesn't graze the horse's skin. It slides instead. It's the same as what boxers do with their faces. So when the glove from the opponent's glove hits the face, it doesn't graze the boxer. Scotty's laughing at me. Someone will be pleased to know that.
Yes, I'm sure there will be.
It might be my wife.
Luckily, they can't phone in and tell you. Your poor wife.
This looks a pretty hard pulling horse to me. 14 years old, owned by the Chatelet family. She's had one good 4-star completion at Pau. Did have a refusal but got round. Leaves a leg and is not going to get round here, sadly.
Just another one's come a little bit open. Didn't quite get that coffin canter, but just a bit flat, as I was saying earlier. And never really got quite high enough in the air. So if you look, this stride is just a bit flat, so the trajectory of the jump is is too forward, flat, leaves the leg, and not a nice fall, but often these falls look more dramatic than they are.
Yeah, I was jolly lucky. Missed the rider, actually. Went right round her.
But really, when you get to 4-star, it really shows you how important it is for that power and impulsion and canter that you need to get over these fences, and it makes a huge difference.
Meanwhile, Toddy, as he's known as all around the world, at the lake. Beautiful speed in. And despite getting very deep, it still gave him the impulsion and the ability to get out.
It's not very often Toddy makes a mistake like that, but he was determined to get there.
He said when he was sitting here,
everyone now.
He said when he was sitting here, he didn't know what he was going to do, and it looked like he still didn't know what he was going to do.
I think the horse helped him out a little bit there.
But sometimes you need to be committed, at least. Well, he did commit, but the horse wasn't with him.
From the United States, second ride for Lauren Kiefer. This time she's on Team Rebecca's Veronica. Veronica, who's been second.
Coming close home, the Irish rider Kieran Glynn and November Night.
Really been a tremendous cross-country mare, and she was live in 5th place after dressed out on the score of 38.
Just a slight risk there, because if you get that slow airborne jump where the horse lands steeply the other side, they'd land onto rising ground, which you can get a horse just not quite getting onto the flat ground and having a fall there.
It's probably a bit more backward than he'd planned coming around that corner, but the horse is helping him out and jumping well.
Because he had the scope to get out of it. Ooh, bit of a drift right there, but he was still on the correct side of the flag.
So having jumped through the main lake and put in that extra stride coming out, you'd probably then think to yourself, well, I've got to make a decision coming down here about whether you do 3 or 4. And probably you'd take the view that the horse would be more likely to do the 4 to match what it did coming down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, now, just looking at the computer of the score list, it looks as if they've taken the 50 of Ingrid Klimke away.
The 11.
Sorry, 11, yeah, the 50 was Sam, wasn't it? Yeah, the 11, which has put Ingrid Klimke and Horseware Hale Bob back to the top of the leaderboard, and Miko Young in second place. So, the plot thickens. Still less than a fence between them with that jumping, which will produce the nail-biting finish that Badminton will enjoy.
I wonder how Sam's getting on with his 50.
But I think it's the right decision to take the 11 away, because there was no way there was anything risky about the jump.
Todd presses on. His position, a 43.6 dressage, has him in 14th place overnight. If he stayed on that, he would go third behind Young. He hasn't hung around, but here is another contestant that could change the leaderboard. The very talented Lauren Kiefer. Very good mare, Veronica. Twice second at Kentucky. Second to William Fox Pitt. And second also to Mikael Jung. The stable jockey of Jacqueline Mars. NZB Campino now at the corral. Oh, just Toddy doesn't move, does he? He just is a limpet.
And the pins didn't break. He's having a good look, though.
That was a concerned look.
So here is news of that 11 being taken away. Ingrid goes top of the leaderboard. And it's Michael Young who drops down to second. Rosalind Cantor third. Alexander Bragg, Britain third and fourth. Toddy already in 5th place. And some outstanding performances down there. Yoshi Ayer for one. And 1 or 2 other good performances too. Tom McEwen for Great Britain. The youngsters have done well today. Nothing like dismantling the flag.
Yeah, the horse just looked like he was labouring through there, and Toddy did very well just to really keep the pressure on, so there was no chance of him just drifting and not staying straight on his line.
And Veronica, owned by the Rebecca team, and Rebecca team being the Broussards from Rebecca Farm, where they hold a 3-star event in Montana. Broussards are all here supporting. I met up with them this morning. So they were walking part of the course. They were frightened to walk all of it because they'd heard it was tough.
29-year-old Lauren took this horse on from Karen O'Connor. She had a nasty fall which ended her great international career, but Lauren taking it on, owned by Rebecca Farms, one of the great big eventing centres in America. This is the mare that Lauren rode in the Olympics. She having a crashing fall actually at the gate, not going the straight way. There weren't many who took it on. Sadly Lauren did, and that was the end of her Olympics. But the mare and Lauren very capable. You've seen them several times, I think, haven't you, Zara?
Last week I saw her a couple of times.
Yeah.
She's got a lot of horses at the top level, so she's very lucky. Unfortunately, though, I think she was pulled out first to go at both competitions, hasn't she?
Yes.
You can see Toddy's position, just put his lower leg forward at the gates, just so if the horse does hit the fence, you're nicely defensive.
Still only the one inside the time. Is Toddy anywhere near making it 2? Going long.
Quite slow taking that long route, wasn't she? I mean, she didn't sort of kick on. She took her time around these turns.
I think, especially in her position, if that was me and I was going long, I'd make sure that I was still moving and not adding unnecessary time to my score.
Just jumping out of the quarry there, you saw how Toddy just lengthened his reins and very much let his horse pick his way up there. It's difficult to use or eye up to a fence when it's up a steep slope, so you're best just to leave the horse alone and let him make the decision, because otherwise if you end up on a different page, they end up bumping into the short rein and they can't use their scope to jump out.
Well, 2 particular stars to come that could change this leaderboard. Christopher Burton will be away shortly for Australia. Graf Liberty, the overnight dressage leader. He's the man who won the Land Rover Burghley 3-day event last year. Not on this horse, but he's the skill to go again, that's for sure, on another. As Toddy comes to the last, it's one of the quickest times of the day. He's going to be about 18 seconds over. 17 it is. 50.4, he goes third. Third and 6th. What a performer he is. Here we're back with Lauren Keeper, Veronica.
It is quite amazing the way Toddy does just keep coming back and able to put in those top performances year after year. And a great horseman can do it on different horses.
Yeah. Oh, he's class.
She's not quick away from that fence, is she?
She doesn't look to be trying that hard to me. This is Andrew Hoy, Rutherglen.
Rutherglen looking quite strong. So Andrew's trying to anchor him. You may not recognise him. He's wearing slightly different clothes to what he used to compete in. Zara will be our fashion expert. She'll talk us through it.
Well, he's obviously got a new sponsor, so he's had to change his colours. And they're slightly different colours to what he used to wear.
He's getting married next week. and I thought his wife might like turquoise.
Lauren Keeper down
You're
to the
living
lake.
dangerously.
Brother Glenn Trakehner.
He's very easy to spot now, though.
It's true.
Always has been.
This water jump wouldn't be his most favourite water jump, if my memory serves me right.
Not a good time to remember that.
I have to say, he did a good job there to get the right canter, and he needed to, because the horse just dropped his undercarriage. But because he'd done such a good job, there was no risk of him pitching forwards.
Well, now, on course is Cedric Liard on his second ride. He didn't get round the course on his first ride. He retired, actually. But now he has Qatar Dupesh Rouget, a 51.1 dressage, had him in 48th place. He was equal score. But Andrew Hoy, one of the top medalled internationals there is in the sport. Olympic team gold, going back to Atlanta, then again in Sydney. He's been at the top of the sport for a very long time now. Brother Glenn, a 44. It's a good score if Andrew can really push on. This girl stable jockey for Jackie Mars, one of the leading owners of eventing, a great supporter. But now it's all eyes on this man, Christopher Burton. He's got about a minute before the starter gets him underway. Graf Liberty.
The quarry for Lauren Kiefer and Veronica. I don't think she'll be very close to the time, but the mare has jumped immaculately around this track. Ice cream. I didn't think it was that warm today.
You can buy me one.
To go with the coffee you're buying me, fine.
You guys owe me a bottle of champagne.
We didn't take that one on, sorry, Harry.
This horse jumps with his head in the end, almost sort of, he jumps quite flat in his shoulder, and that's the first horse we've seen stop there all day. That'd be really disappointing.
He just didn't want the horse to pick up on a long one, did he? And
No.
he had made it add, and then it was impossible.
Berto is away. And this, for me, is one of the fastest riders there is in the world across the country. Could be interesting. Veronica back into the arena. Already nearly a minute over, as we thought.
The only good thing for Berto is he's got a bit of breathing space between him and... Oh no, he's not got... Well, he's got a bit of breathing space between him and Ingrid, hasn't he?
Yes. Just over a minute, 1:13 over. Goes 13th on 67.2. But the mare proving that she is as good as ever.
So Christopher Burton over the fourth there. It's a big spread that at the top of that ramp, and then they come along to the Beaufort staircase.
Sutter to go to the organiser's office. So call, please. Paul and Nadia Sutter to the organiser's office, please. Graf Liberty and Christopher Burton for Australia. Coming to the
I think this horse had a few years off.
travel staircase.
I think he was off last year.
Last year, wasn't he? So we haven't seen him for a while.
Yeah. Was it 2 years ago he did Le Moulin?
Yes. His wife, Rebecca, expecting their first child very shortly. So, plenty on Christopher's mind.
Let's hope that she's not too overexcited and decides to...
Has been talked of. Good
Early delivery.
Chris Burton is he's a very fast competitor. He's not had the best of luck at badminton. He's been here 4 times. He's had just 1 clear cross country. If he can go clear, he's notoriously fast. But he's had a couple of falls or unseatings and a stop cross country as well.
Really strong body position there. Oh,
gets out in 1.
And that's why this man is pretty special across the country. He actually in the end finished 5th individually in the Olympics, but on a young horse which he since sold. Santorini, he put in a great performance, very much part of the bronze medal that Australia won. Oh, and it's 20
and that
for
was
the Frenchman, Cedric Liard.
That was kind of caused by he was determined to get the 3 into that second element, and then he couldn't make the turn.
It just helps cross country if you almost can't count. Yeah, if you can concentrate on just coming up the slope, keeping your line, and then letting the horse fiddle their stride up there.
But I think that's the danger of always walking distances and then trying to get those distances. And with the terrain like that, you've got to ride what you've got. You've got to give the horse
Scotty,
time.
you never counted. Murphy always did it, didn't he?
Murphy had his own ideas, as we all know.
So it looks as if Cedric Liard has retired. But this man has certainly not. At the corners, and he's rolling. He had an unlucky fall last year, which put him out of the competition. It was a bit of a surprise. Something that always can happen.
That second corner, I have to say, the horse was on the wrong leg and it turned so well and balanced and stayed on his line.
He's quick away from his fences. If you can do that repeatedly around the course and just shave off quarter of a second, half a second.
Yeah, you've got to land and move, haven't you?
Rutherglen at the last. This beautifully designed and presented fence to saddle. The work by James Willis, absolutely amazing. So 1 minute 10 over. And actually talking with the Willises boys as we watch Christopher, you'll be glad that Alan Willis, of course, the man who led the team for many years in building the fences here, now does come round. He was sent out to water the flowers yesterday, and they found him eventually, you know, and he was watering the false flowers. So anybody who catches Alan Willis, make sure you pull his leg.
He was washing the dust off them.
I thought you meant he was watering himself in the
bar. No. Whoa!
That is a big change.
Is a huge surprise. You wouldn't normally expect this man to be caught in losing impulsion because he's always going forward. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that is a surprise.
Let's watch again.
Okay, he comes in, just props down, gets right underneath this, loses his momentum slightly, and then just takes a hold going up there and grinds to a halt. He could have, I think,
he could have kicked.
He could have kicked, loosened his rein and gone. Instead of, it was almost like if in doubt, he grabbed hold to when to control the horse. He's quite a dominant rider. He's very accurate, very, very stylish, but he's quite dominant the way he trains his horses, and it was almost like he went to grab hold instead of just loosening off the rein and kicking on through there.
Because I think that where it all started, the jump in wasn't what he had planned to get, and it wasn't, you know, then the rest of it all kind of fell apart after that.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if his time will come to win the badminton title, but it's not going to be 2017. It's still the Germans who are leading the field. Ingrid Klimke just ahead of Mikael Young, less than a fence. Mark Todd third with NZB Campino. Rosalind Cantor fourth for Britain with All-Star and Alexander Bragg. That early ride on Zagreb, great ride it was too, in fifth. Toddy again in sixth. And so Christopher Burton coming to the corral with Graf Liberty. Still to come, Louise Harwood for Britain, Tim Price for New Zealand, and this is Louise Harwood with Mr. Potts, and she's going to go the long way straight away. There's another Oliver Townend ride to come. Tina Cook's got her second ride, and the last to go on that 38 is Andrew Nicholson. Can't go into the lead, but could go...
he could just
yes,
go
he
in the
could just
lead.
go into the lead, you're right. So, well, of course, Ingrid Klimke has had the 11 taken away. She's gone to top of the leaderboard, and she's talking to Claire.
Well, Ingrid Klimke has had a torrid 5 minutes because you thought you were leading, then you thought you weren't, and now you are.
And now they took it away. So I'm very happy because Bobby did such a fantastic round, and I think he really deserved it. And he is a good jumper, so I really look forward for tomorrow.
So just to explain, they gave you 11 penalties, but you appealed it.
Yes, because he was jumping it very careful from my feeling, and so they went and checked it again and realized that everything was clean.
So now, on reflection, what do you think about what you've done so far at this competition?
I think I'm so proud of Bobby because he was bold and it was really tough. It was not an easy ride, I would say. I couldn't wave to the crowd, enjoy myself too much because I knew that everything was coming very quick. And he wanted to go so fast. He was a bit strong sometimes because he wanted to go even faster and I really want to prepare. But every time I have had him, he saw the line, he right away jumped and was fluent and pure fun, really.
The amazing thing is, and I don't know whether you realise this, you could afford to be 9 seconds over and be level with Mikael Jung. You were 8 seconds over, that's why you're in front.
So, 1 second. So we both will have to ride clear on tomorrow. I will give everything to do it.
Well, Bobby is a very good show jumper, isn't he?
Yes, that's true. He's a very good show jumper. And normally I have no worries that he's doing it very well. So, and I did the alternative route at the third quarter. I think maybe that was a few seconds, but I'm very, very happy.
Good stuff. Well done, Ingrid.
Thank you.
Christopher Burton it is, coming now home, really lost all enthusiasm to try and get the time. It's a get-home scenario to get a score. These days, qualifications very important, as you know only too well, Zara. Really the only reason you're not here, horse had a bit of time off, but you've got to always be getting qualifying points for these competitions at this level, and so completions like this still quite important.
Yeah, you need those FEI points. So yeah, mine had a year off, and then he only did 1 3-day last year. So you know we lose all those points, so can't come to the big 4 stars.
That was Louise Harwood, a bit too fast and flat, jumping up onto the Outlander bank, and again just jumped into the base of that house and chose to run out.
But Christopher's horse here, I mean, it's Graf Liberty is not that experienced either, so it's important that he gets the horse gets the miles.
Yep.
And he'll come away a better horse for it, I think.
Yeah, I think he's giving him a nice ride home, and he just looks a little bit sort of, there's not quite enough there, left there, but he's giving him a nice ride home to
almost
hopefully
like he's glazing over a bit.
Almost glazing over, but he's just I guess after what's happened, that's kind of how you ride as well.
Yeah.
I always think it's never a very easy thing just to ease your foot off the accelerator and just cruise at this level, just asking to make a silly mistake.
Yeah, I think you still got to jump the fences, haven't you? with that huge disappointment, and it's a tough thing to do.
Well, I mean, look at his time, and he's been crawling home, hasn't
Absolutely.
he? I mean, he would have been way inside.
I would have said he'd been a minute over, but I mean, he's just cruised.
Yeah.
But he was very, like, you know, as he started off, he set out, you know, meaning to go and get the time, and he jumped from fence to fence, and you know, it really makes a difference when you add all those fences together. You know, that it really helps you with keeping your time.
Exactly. So Tim Price here, Xavier Fair. Ooh, just looked a little slow up that step, didn't he? I thought he was going to be struggling there.
Just a little careful, didn't he?
Just riding, almost holding onto the horse's head, just riding with a short rein, so the horse then, if he goes to adjust and do anything else, he hasn't got that freedom of his head and neck to allow the shoulders to come up.
Mr. Potts and Louise Harwood come into these brush corners, and she's going to go the long way. She had a look at the direct line, but she just obviously decided that wasn't on. Got to watch the ground here and not slide. Well, she's only got under 2 minutes to get home, so she's certainly not going to manage it. Oliver Townend and ODT Garib at the Beaufort staircase. Elba's going, he made that happen.
Oliver sometimes looks like he's going to start taking off himself. Those elbows when he works hard, but he's a strong rider and encourages the horse forward.
Very shallow bend there to that jump out. Wasted no time.
He was definitely the best through there of the day, I reckon.
Cut aside Burke, and he does it very neatly indeed. Just popped across the corner.
Well, here's another man who's going to be a dad in the not too distant future. Tim Price, New Zealand. Janelle expecting their first child a little later in the year. So he's another man who I think he's improved now, and really one of the world-class riders, Tim Price.
Yeah, very good pilot. He's got.
Whoa! Just left his stifles there. When a horse leaves their stifles, it pitches them forwards very steeply down, and Oliver almost pitched onto the horse's neck, but he shimmies back into the saddle, and that's where the out comes up so quickly.
Well, that's where you see the experience and the strength of Ollie to get back into his position and pick the horse up and do exactly what he means to do, getting out.
If we have two more riders with half of the competitive spirit of Ollie Townend, we, I think, would be nearer to the top of the world's eventing at the moment. He is so competitive, isn't he?
He's competitive, and he gets the job done.
Good riding there from Tim. Nice and attacking. It's nice to have a fence like that where you can ride forwards, because there's been quite a lot of turning, putting horses off the line. So to be able just to lock onto a fence and kick on is actually a very good feeling for the horses. And you want the straight route to reward them, not to, in a way, punish them.
Yeah, you want the riding forward and the attacking to be the, you know, that's how you get the good jumps. So that's when you get the nice jumps.
One of the most important principles of cross country is that the horse draws from A to B, and if they can't see where they're going, it can be a bit disheartening for them. Whereas when they can see the out and they draw towards it, they have their ears pricked, enjoying it.
This horse, 13 years old, is owned by Kathleen Wilkinson, and oh my word, all his heart would have been probably in his mouth then. That ditch is a long way away to get in that scenario. But Rachel Wood and Kathleen Wilkinson, the owner of that horse. Meanwhile, now Louise Harwood has her own horse, Mr. Potts. But a lot of good horses. Oh my word, I think she will get 11.
That has definitely gone, that one.
these pins don't go that easily. I mean, that horse hit that rather hard.
It didn't look like it shifted in, though.
But the only thing is, there's a big difference between a horse hitting a fence behind and in front. And if a horse catches a fence like that behind, it's not necessarily preventing a fall. Whereas in front, if they hit it that hard, it is.
So do you think she should
agree,
appeal?
but I'd be wondering just how low it hit it, because it came down with a feral crash.
I think probably just above the bottom bar. Well, now here's Tim Price at those gates. Xavier Fair, owned by Tricia Rickards and Nigella Hall, two huge enthusiasts of the sport. And this one by Catherston Liberator out of a Catherston Dazzler mare. And you know a bit about the Catherston breeding, Harry. You had a Dazzler that gave you a lot of experience.
Yeah, it's a lovely horse called Midnight Dazzler, who had my first 5 rides around Badminton on him, and it was a lovely horse, very, very sharp, quite tricky, but real athlete.
Well, so Tricia Rickards has been a great, great supporter of the sport for many, many years. So Tim Price coming home for New Zealand.
I wonder how his time is, because he could get up into the top 3 here.
Yes, as Toddy was saying, the New Zealanders in a real transition, because Graham Tom was due to take on the managership of the New Zealand eventing team, but sadly had trouble with his back, and so has had to withdraw, and New Zealand's looking for a new manager. But here, how close is Ollie going to be to that time? This horse by Garib, very good Irish stallion that's got some good progeny on the ground. That's for a long time.
Oh, he's got enough time, hasn't he?
Yeah, Tim Price is going to be inside. He's going to be number 2.
He's always a quick rider, Tim, and
he is. As I said earlier, I regard him as one of the best in the world these days. That's a very good round indeed, and that's going to bring him right up the leaderboard. He was in 34th place, and he's gone to 3rd. We haven't seen that happen too often in recent international 4-stars.
He'll be happy with that, because he didn't have a great week last week, so thankfully that was a great ride, perfectly timed.
Yeah, Tim's got pressure on him at the moment because he's riding his wife's horses when Janelle's pregnant, so he's carrying the mantle for both of them.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll have a full house by the time this man who's just starting out comes back, because if he could get to top of the leaderboard or anywhere near, then this house would go mad. Tina Cook, Billy the Red. She really loves this horse. Not that experienced, but very capable. Had a dressage of 47.4. And as far as Great Britain's concerned, there haven't been many better natural riders across country than this girl, I reckon. What do you think, Scotty?
I've given up thinking.
Does that mean you weren't listening?
That means I wasn't listening.
Yeah.
So, well done, Harry.
Tina's a great big day performer. You know, she can go to a championship and put out her best performances, and she's riding a couple of younger horses here this year, but she's got such experience and a great competitive mindset. Was that what you're going to say?
Very similar to what you were going to say.
Probably fewer words.
Said. Yeah. Yes. Actually, that was quite short for you, Harry, that reply.
I was emulating you.
We haven't got long left, you know. Quite a few have done that, haven't they?
Yeah. But I think coming up the hill, you don't need to worry too much about it. Whoops.
Nareo, he's not a youngster anymore, but he's still looking very full of himself, 17 years old. And remember, this is a man who virtually broke his neck, 18 months, 2 years ago, or 18 months ago. Won virtually all the majors, but never this one. It would be just amazing if he could get his head in front. Meanwhile, a minute 38 to get home. We've got 2 inside the time now. Ollie would like to see his name up in lights, but he's going to have to go clear inside the time to do it.
He's got such a unique style, this horse, and way of going. I think there would be no one else in the world who could ride him apart from Andrew.
And they've got such a partnership, haven't they?
He has got that huge stride, hasn't he? I mean, it's amazing.
Oliver flapping and
now
making
he's
sure
kick
he
home.
Gets away from that as quick as possible.
So Andrew Nicholson and Mary at the lake. Andrew's slipping the rein there. Little trot step. He's
Typical
clever,
Nicholson.
isn't he?
Yeah, and that's where he shows that style, isn't it? You know, he's a strong rider and he's able then to, in a moment's notice, sit up, be soft, open the hands and let the horse just pick his way and then straight away back on the case.
Billy the Red, Mirage Pond. Clear at the moment. Tina had a super ride on her first horse, Calvino. Both of them young horses. But here comes Ollie. Kicking and pushing. How close is he to the time? Oh, very close, but not to go inside. Probably going to be 12, 14 seconds. Not as much. Pops the last. 13 seconds, 56.2, and that shows exactly what this man can do. Great ride across country. He goes from being 47th overnight to 6th at the moment. In fact, 5th at the moment.
It was a good ride because I don't think that horse is the quickest, and he's made a really good job.
So much scope from that horse, isn't it? Made that look very easy.
Dual corners, that's 21. Beautifully ridden. Really, really neat through there. They continue to make good progress as they head down.
Oh, another to slip.
That's where he's so good, because the horse slipped, but straight away his instinct took over. So it's not about just having a premeditated plan, it's about riding what you feel, and he made it happen there.
I'm not sure what it is. It must be something to do with the short grass, because it's not been in any way damp, has it?
No, but I do think that you don't need necessarily moisture to slip.
No,
you just need flat ground, and often drier the ground, bare ground they can slip on.
But you'd wonder if they had big enough studs in, really.
Well, often you put in small, short, spiky studs, wouldn't you? And actually, maybe some of them need slightly bigger ones.
I think probably bigger is necessary. It's
you tend to see the big
that
ones.
hard. You could.
Yeah, you tend to get the big ones for obviously soft going, but.
I remember in London it was quite quick, and William and Tina were putting massive spikes in, and I was not happy about doing it, but you had to do it.
You had to do it, yeah.
Oh, this is vintage Nicholson. It really is. And he's looking good on the clock. Well, he is chasing to get his nose in front of the German pair, Ingrid Klimke and Michael Jung. Quick check on the watch. Another look. Was that to say, I can't believe I'm at that time?
Might have been that his eyesight's not good enough.
He's got his glasses on.
You are definitely going to get your ears boxed, Mead, I think. No two ways.
You get one on each side, Harry. And cut it.
Oh, look at that, turning in the air, on his way up the hill to the Deviku Oxa. Tina, meanwhile, doing her bit on a dressage of 47.4 at the gates. I don't know whether she can get home on inside the time, but if she could, she'd go into third place ahead of Tim Price. And then we would be set up for a real nail-biter in the show jumping tomorrow.
Oops.
Oh. 4:36.
He's not far off the pace, is he?
Andrew almost lifted the horse over that, didn't he? He was going to get high enough.
Tina's down. There aren't many horses that are not fit to run the whole distance out of the cook yard. 11:35 down to these two very decent spread hedges, spread oxes. No, can't do it. But a good round for the future. This horse has jumped some really good rounds. Only a 12-year-old by Witness Box, owned by Bridget Billicombe, the Lawsons, the Embracosses, Jim Chromiak, and Mum Althea. They have so much fun.
She'll be really happy with him.
She will. She certainly will.
And this is a horse for the future, and she's looked after him, and he's given it all back to her today.
You learn so much about a horse riding around a course like this, and it gives you that confidence going forwards. And
well done, Tina. Another vintage ride, and she's absolutely delighted. So good, isn't it, to see?
Full of running as well still.
But she has given those two young horses the most incredible ride. Been brilliant.
Well, just this man left on the course. This has been a fantastic cross-country day. We've seen some quite brilliant performances. Could this man top it now? How's the clock? Let's get a chance to see where he is. The day could end on a big high, because the crowd will love it. There is not many areas of the grandstands that aren't jam-packed. The one left on the course, he's at Huntsman's Place. There's the clock. He's going to be pushed. He is going to be pushed.
What
Never
are you
doubt
putting on
Mr.
this
Nicholson.
time? What are we having this time?
orange squash. What about supper?
Remember, he's better at score 38.
2 minutes to get home.
I think he's going to do it.
So do I, Zara.
I must say, I would love it if he did, because it would set up this day, this weekend in a big way. I've seen some wonderful competitions, but this is always the place where I think we see the best sport of all, and that would set tomorrow up for a huge finale as far as I'm concerned.
And for Andrew Nicholson, who's been so successful here, he's never won it, and he's come so close. And many in the sport feel that it's the one thing that is both missing from his CV, but also from the Roll of Honour of Badminton.
Yep.
Is to have his name on it.
I think that's very fair. And I don't think I've mentioned owner Deborah Seller. She, a wonderful owner, great person in the sport. She's given the sport so much. She would deserve it. It's another of the horses bred down in Spain. Ramon Becca's family. Ramon Becca's daughter actually has been the lady who's produced all these lovely horses from Spain for Andrew. 53 seconds. How's it looking, Harry?
He can have 4 seconds over the time and
He's
go
not
into the
gonna do
lead.
that.
But any more than that, and he drops behind Ingrid Klimke.
Yeah,
if he's on 4 seconds, he'll be on the same score as Ingrid, but he'll be closer to the optimum time.
You're as bad as Tucker with your figures.
Well, it's good. Depends how you look at it. Isn't that right, Mike?
Absolutely, Harry.
You taught me so well.
21
Come on,
seconds.
Andrew.
He can't do it, I don't think.
You can see him
so
just
effectively,
shaving.
he's got 20 seconds to get home, is what we're saying. And we could we then have them on equal scores? Could anything as dramatic as that?
No,
Oh my word!
he's not
going to
gonna make
close.
it.
He's not, though, is he?
He's going to have to take a risk here. Come on.
Go on, Andrew.
Come on.
Go, my boy.
on,
Go,
Andrew.
Andrew.
Come on, Andrew. No, he's going behind. Oh, he's into
40.4.
Because it's 2
he
seconds.
Goes third. He goes
How tough
third.
is that?
What a finish. So, there's what, 3 of them within a fence? Oh, what an ending. The fairy tale doesn't quite come true, but we've got one more day, and it's still good. Or the way that Ingrid Klimke was speaking as far as Bob is concerned in the show jumping, and there's a lot of show jumpers looking to buy him. She feels pretty confident at the top of the leaderboard. Well, Zara, Harry, what a super afternoon. Great to have you with us. It's a very special afternoon for me. Thank you very much for joining me on my last afternoon of cross-country here at Badminton. It's been a huge thrill. Thank you very much indeed.
Well, thank you for having us, and it's been a huge honour for me.
And thank you, Mike, for as long as our lifetimes have been, you've been the dominant voice in eventing.
That's a bit worried.
No, but it is, and you've taught us a lot, and we've enjoyed everything.
Thank you very much. Very kind. Scotty, what about you? You know, how long have I had to put up? You know,
Tux, I think it's since about 1977 you've been the eventing voice of the BBC, and there's thousands, if not millions, of people out there. I've had a great time with you, and it has been phenomenal. And I, although I've given you a lot of stick over the years, I have to say it has been an honour and a pleasure to work with you. And we will be very sad to see you go. And thank you from all of us.
Scotty, that's absolutely great. I have had so much fun with you too. I hope we've managed to make it fun as well as serious and give us all. Thank you very much indeed. It's been such an honour. What a day, sport.
So at the end of a sensational day of cross-country, only 2 horses were clear inside the time, and that was Michael Jung on Sam.